Okay, cool. Steve, are you sound testing? This one's fine. No, it's okay. It's okay. Does it come out on the speaker?
Woman of God, you are divinely made, exquisitely created, and masterfully crafted in His image. You are imperfectly perfect. Yes, you who have fallen countless times and have allowed Him to pick you up countless more. You who have been broken, bruised, and banished. You who has carried the weight of the world on your shoulders with a smile on your face. Before I formed you, I knew you. I have called you out of darkness into light. I'm doing a new thing in you, for I am the Lord, your God. I know you, you see. I know you better than they do. I know you better than you know yourself. I know your darkness. I know your truth. I know your hopes. I know your fears. I know you in your lying down and in your standing up. I am there in your secret place. I've seen you cry. I've heard you mourn. I've seen you love. I've heard your prayers. I know your joy and your pain. I've carried you through storms and through your triumphs. I am the Lord your God. You can call me Abba Father. I'm the one who loves you, the one who heals you, the one who redeems you. I'm your deliverer, your strength, your shelter. I'm your advocate, your strong tower, your resting place. I'm your mediator, your stronghold, your bread of life. I am your hope, your truth, your love, the eternal life, the refuge from the storm, the Lord who provides. I am your help, your peace, your wonderful counselor, the God of comfort, the I am that I am. To you, my daughter, who I have predestined since before time for the good works I created, I call you love, I call you blessed, I call you redeemed. You are beautiful, you are righteous, you are forgiven, and to me, you are perfect, a pleasing fragrance, a woman of virtue, a woman of worth, a woman of significance, my daughter in whom I am well pleased. Today, I invite you. I call you out of your shame and break off the shackles that keep you bound. I call you into my loving arms, into my eternal grace. Beloved, imagine hoping again. Imagine being in love, starting over, trusting again. Imagine rewriting your story. Charm is deceptive, beauty is fleeting, but a woman who fears the Lord is to be praised. Today we no longer imagine. Today we become mighty women of valor, prayer warriors, generals in God's army, bold, brave, and beautiful. Today we are and forevermore will be women of significance.
Welcome to the MentHer Social Impact Summit, Make Your Mark. This is our first annual Social Impact Summit, and I'm super excited to be here hosting you today. My name is Ntiki Mkize. I am the founder of MentHer and the founding editor of MentHer magazine. I'm a social entrepreneur, I'm a mentor, I'm the author of My Hall of Mentors, and I really enjoy engaging with women, engaging with female entrepreneurs, and making sure that we're creating a pipeline of startups that we can invest in into the future, but also making sure that we are empowering women to be able to grow their businesses in order to be able to grow our communities.
Let's talk about due diligence. There's 3 steps. One is the pre-term sheet due diligence, then the term sheet, and then the post-term sheet due diligence. Okay, they will Google you. So if you're on Instagram and you have an open profile and you have your summer photos, you just take a moment to look through them and see what image this reflects. If you have a social startup and you're having a great time, this may be, positive towards your company, or it may not. But just be very conscious of what they're going to come up with.
You need a certain professional finishing. You need a certain professional skill set. And that is what we're bringing to the table with an initiative like Sweep. We want to make sure that the opportunities offered by professional women in the world of work, but also the training opportunities that we offer apart from academic programs in institutions, that those initiatives reach as many student women as quickly as possible.
So I think Lelemba very beautifully introduced and described how Africa Trust Group goes about thinking about gender lens investing. But let's take a step back and say, what exactly is this? What is the definition? And what's the theory behind this? And then what I'll do is give you some brief pointers on how you can tap into this opportunity and what is the kind of storytelling and the kind of data that you can bring into your pitching to actually speak to what these investors are looking for. And I know that's what some of the comments also touched on. Take a step back and just hone in on the different ways in which gender impact actually benefits your business and how investable it is. So what I'm presenting here is a quick overview of some of the things that investors tend to look for and how gender inclusion contributes to that. So we know that investors are interested in having a strong founding team, right? Well, the data shows, and again, Lelemba touched on this, diverse teams tend to perform better. So when you present the data on your founding team, also highlight their diverse backgrounds and actually how that makes your business stronger.
So that is what social entrepreneurship about. It's about where you are. What can you do? We can all do something. Wherever you are, in your little corner, you can do something, no matter how small. And I said we underestimate what we can do. But what you do will practically, it will roll like a snowball. And it will impact other people indirectly and directly.
Good morning, ladies. How are you guys doing this morning? You guys are looking beautiful. Welcome, welcome, welcome. My name is Puno Silisho, and I'm going to be your MC for the day. And when I was on my way here, I drove in from Pretoria, and I was like, MC is master of ceremonies, but I'm going to be the mademoiselle of ceremonies. Right? Welcome to the MentHer Social Impact Summit of 2022. You guys just watched a video which was the recap of 2021. We apologize for the technical difficulties in the sound, but don't worry, we're going to get that sorted. And we've got you guys in the room, but we also have a bunch of ladies all across the globe who are joining us online. So to all the ladies online, I don't know if we can just wave or say hello and they'll hear us. Maybe let's just give them a round of applause, just so that they know we feel them, we see their love. And to the ladies online, they can definitely pop their comments in the chat, pop questions in the chat. We are grateful for what this new digital era has done so that we can participate no matter where we are. And hopefully transfer this energy all the way there. So like I said, my name is Puno. I'm a poet, I'm a social entrepreneur. I do this sometimes and talk to people. I enjoy people, I enjoy humans. I love being part of women sessions, women empowering moments, because when we gather, magic happens. And I'm gonna definitely introduce Ntiki in a bit, but I met her years and years and years ago, and when I saw MentHer being launched, I saw it launched online, I was like, this is amazing, because she's created something that we can all own. She's created something that's our home, that we can almost run to for shelter when we need to be re-inspired, like we're here to do today, when we need to connect again, when we need to connect again with ourselves, with what we're about, with our ideas, our passions, things that maybe COVID robbed us of, or the stresses of the year. So well done to yourselves for being here, for taking the time and investing in yourselves and investing in one another. You can give yourselves a round of applause. Like I said, I am a poet, so I recently went to an event where the MC was Paul Pops, I think, the comedian, and you know, that was the thing, like he MC'd and then he would pop some jokes here and there, and I was like, I can't do that, I'm not funny, I'm not that funny, but I will do a little bit of poetry here and there, just to, that will be my party trick. Is that okay? Is that cool? Yeah. I'm going to do a very short one now, it's like 30 seconds long, to show why are we here, what are we doing, what does inspire, connect, and empower look like and mean. There are wonders and whispers and untold wisdoms buried deep down within us, planted by the warrior woman who came before me, whose pearls of knowledge now adorn me. You see, no matter what the cost or the magnitude of a truth, we carry it in our wombs. We live to share it. with the old, with the youth. Heirlooms of stories may bend our backs in agony, but we carry it gladly, for we know that there's no greater gift than knowledge, from a her to a me. Thank you, ladies. We're gonna have a good day, nah? We're gonna have a really, really, really good day. So we have some housekeeping, just so that you know where the ship is going, how the ship is running, so that we can have smooth sailing after this. If you need the bathrooms, you will see the bathrooms is to my right, just after the bar counter there, so you can go straight there. If you do want to have a smoke, you can go and do so in the parking lot outside. And we're also going to be sharing lunch today. We've got delicious starters, main courses, and dessert. So please do have a look at the menus that are on your tables. And when you're giving your orders, give it in all at once. So choose now. What are you feeling like? If you want to balance the cheese with the mushrooms, or you want the chicken and the hake, I don't know. If you're feeling vegetarian today. And please note that the orders will come in stages. So if you see the table next to you has gotten and you haven't, don't be upset. It's like weddings, guys. Weddings and funerals, you know? There's the table number one, and then you come later. So that will definitely come out. The drinks are pay as you go. So if you order a drink, please do just pay for it on the spot, so we're not reconciling. You know what it's like when you go out with your friends, and then you're the one ticking at the end, and then there's one person that didn't pay. We don't want to do that, please. And also, we're going to be live tweeting. We're going to be on LinkedIn. We're going to be on Instagram. So please use our hashtags. Hashtag MSIS22, as in MentHer Social Impact Summit 22. We've also got Empower Her, like MPOW, her, so like empower her. And we're also doing this as part of the Global Entrepreneurship Week, right? So the Global Entrepreneurship Network has done this in order to, a global campaign in order to promote entrepreneurship, in order to connect everybody and remove barriers to entry. So you can also use hashtag GEW22 over there. Did people take photos? Did you guys take photos outside? Did you see the beautiful photo wall that we've got? Yes. Please continue to take photos. Please post them using our hashtags. Follow at MentHer_INT, so MentHer International, MentHer_INT, and be posting. And just to motivate you to do the posting, to answer the questions, to participate, we've got a whole bunch of prizes, which I'll get into a bit later. So please make sure that you do chat, you do post, you do ask your questions. Even for the listeners online, we do have a lot of prizes. I'm going to mention some of them now, but I'll go through the rest later. We've got things like hair hampers from Black Beauty. We've got Dermalogica hampers as well. We've got massage vouchers from Healing Body. We've got earrings from Medru. We've got silk hair bonnets because, you know, as you can see, these braids are old and I haven't been wearing my bonnets. They would have lasted longer. So we've got prizes such as that. We've got Ntiki's book as well. So we would love to hear your voices. This is a conversation. It's not just like a conference. We want to engage with one another. But without further ado, I am going to welcome Ntiki to the front. I'm going to first read her bio so we know who the real Mademoiselle is and what she's been about and what she's been up to as well. So Ntiki Nkize is the founder of MentHer and the founding editor of MentHer magazine and the self-published author of My Hall of Mentors, a certified 5-lens practitioner and resilience up facilitator with a master's in social innovation. So she knows what she's talking about when she hosts a social impact summit, right? She's an avid international speaker and facilitator. Ntiki spoke at TEDx Cumbernauld Women in Scotland in 2019 and was featured as the youngest speaker at the International Speaker Summit 2019 and the Epic Entrepreneur Conference 2020. Her TV career started as a guest host on ETV's Sisterhood, news anchor on ANN7, and later host of Career Connect on Business Day TV. She currently presents MentHer Moments on High Noon Live on LinkedIn and is the official host of Her Africa. Ntiki was crowned Miss South Africa's second princess in 2015. This is why she is so gorgeous. And featured on the Advanced Media host Influential Young South Africans 2022. an advocate for the advancement of women through business and mentorship. She has a private mentorship group called Tribe of 12, where she takes on 12 ladies every year to be part of a free mentorship program. When she's not on stage facilitating or coaching, Nziki grows garlic and herbs on her farm in the Mid-Vale. Definitely somebody who practices what she preaches. Nziki, you're welcome to come up.
Hello, everybody. How you all doing? Fabulous. I love the fabulous. That's the energy we're here for. Guys, thank you. I really appreciate you guys being here. Hi, so my job is to welcome everybody, but also to keep us on time. So I'm going to speak really short, but I'll talk to you guys later on as well. And I really just wanted to share the back end of MentHer and how it is we got here and what it is that we're doing, right? So I'm hoping you're all subscribed to the magazines. If you are, this is our latest issue. If you're not, head to our website and you'll get a free copy, okay? And to the people at home as well, you can do the same. But before that happened, I have a show and tell with me. So this is one of the prizes that 4 people will win today. It's a copy of my book. And I self-published this book in 2019. And I specifically say self-published because I wanted to be in a very fancy bookstore, you know the one? I can't say the name because branding. And I got a contract, and I was like, yes, the contract, Lena, broken, it requires someone to be a millionaire first before they can do business. And I was like, this is not suitable for an entrepreneur. So I did the entrepreneur thing, and I self-published, right? So after self-publishing, I did a book launch, and I was super excited. I was like, this is great. We're going to mentor people all over the world. And, oh my, thanks. I literally had this at my book launch in 2019, and I was like, guys, we're going to have a magazine, okay? I had no idea what I was talking about. There was no plan. I was just like, this sounds great. We're going to launch a book, and then we'll do a magazine. And then I left the country to go do my master's, and I did a master's in social innovation. And what was interesting to me is that working with women in South Africa and then connecting and working with women in Scotland and speaking to entrepreneurs, people constantly said, I can't find a mentor. And I was like, you guys are joking. I'm a mentor by everywhere. What do you mean you can't find them, right? And ladies would say to me, okay, sometimes I can find a mentor, but she doesn't want to help me because she thinks I'm competition. And it's like she's the only other person who does what I want to do. So I can't ask anyone else. Or she's the only other person from my community. So who else am I going to ask, right? And I thought, we can fix this, all right? And the objective is to create a mentorship community where you can find like-minded women. So you know the ladies that don't mind telling you, if I'm those people, okay? That is the MentHer community. And we wanted to find those ladies, get to share their stories in our magazine. And that is to inspire, to connect, and to empower. When you look at other people who've been on the journey and you look at their successes and you go, oh, but she did it. And I can do it. That's what we get through my MentHer magazine. So that was my bold, audacious idea. And we're now 6 issues later, guys. Oh my gosh. So we had our first issue last year, in March last year, and I was like, I'll put myself on the cover, why not? One, because I didn't have budget. So I was like, I can take a picture of myself. It's okay. I can style me. It's fine. We'll be... I'm an entrepreneur. It's okay, right? And then I hustled a friend, and then I hustled somebody else, and I got a shoot done. And also I was like, Oprah, duh. So on my own cover. And then we had our second issue. So while I was in the States, hi Alice. I wasn't in the States, I'm lying. While I was in Glasgow, I met this lady at an event, because we network, that's what we do. And she's a supermodel. She's an overall believer in supporting African women across the diaspora and giving them access and fashion, and I called her up and I was like, hey, you met me at the university event. I started a magazine. Do you want to be on the cover? And she was like, sure. And because she's a model, she sent me her own pictures, and then I saved on a cover because entrepreneurship, right? And then this cover was October, and this was around mental health. And I was like, okay, what's a really good thing for mental health? And we're all on our phones, and the whole gadget thing is a big thing, and it's comparison on Instagram. And a personal story is you start a business, and you're like, oh, I'm working really hard, but I don't feel like anything is happening, right? And then you look at the other people, and you go, Mara, why am I business and like AME is not doing the things? And I had an interesting conversation recently with one of my mentors, and I was like, I just don't think this thing is working. Like, it's getting there, but I'm looking at my competitors and like, they are there. And he was like, delete your Instagram. Like, just delete your Instagram. Do you, girl, and delete your Instagram. But in addition to that, he was also like, you need to remember that there's certain things that you will do in succeeding in your business that other people won't. Or there's certain things that other people are willing to do that you're not willing to do. And because he's a person who consults with businesses and he knows what happens behind the scenes, he was like, let's run through a list of your competitors. And we went through that list. And he was like, okay, that person, her boyfriend is this person, and so that's where she got the money. This person, her mom knows those people, and that's where she got the money. This person, they bought a database from India. That's why they've got 100,000 followers. I said, oh, okay, I'm doing the damn thing, you know? Because we are committed to organic growth, and we want people who want to be in the room, and we want people who want to be in the room so that 5 years from now, 10 years from now, when we talk about our MentHer community, we're literally talking about entrepreneurs who've done the work, who've figured it out, and who have value to add to the community. And then we had our Social Impact Founders Club. Shout out to all the Social Impact founders who made the list last year and those who are going to make the list this year. We're currently going through the nominees and we're looking forward to announcing those. I know some of you guys are joining us internationally. And so those are all our people from last year. And then we had, she's a lady that I met through a friend. I was like, I'm looking for a really great woman in corporate. Who do you know? And they referred me to her, and I was like, hey, would you like to do an interview? And she was like, sure, I just did my new corporate picture, so you can use that. And I was like, great. Notice how I haven't spent a lot of money, right? Because entrepreneurs. And then this one was something that a friend of mine did for me. I was like, I need a cover for women in tech, and let's just make it cool. So we did an illustration. And then this is our latest issue, because a lot of the people in our community are mothers. And so we wanted to do an issue just speaking to how do you balance a startup as a mother and a wife. And so Elena was kind enough to share her story with us, and I actually did Miss Teen with her. So when I called her up, she was like, of course I'll do that with you. That's really great. So I share all of that with you to say that we are a startup, and I know when people look at us on Instagram, they think we are like a multi-corporation. We're not. Guys, we don't have money for sponsorships. We don't have money to send you to school. We don't have, we're not there yet, right? We don't play with that kind of budget. But people look at our Instagram and they're like, oh yeah, you guys are like balling. And we're like, no, tell Forbes, and then maybe, But I wanted to genuinely share our story because I know everyone in this room and everyone who's watching at home is genuinely building their business. And I wanted to just share that with you, one, to inspire you on the journey that you're on, to say that the vision that you currently have, the work that you're currently doing, it's worth it. It's going to come together and it will have impact. When I launched MentHer May 2020, it was hard lockdown. I was working on my master's dissertation. Clearly I was bored because I was like, I need something else to do. I can't. I'm one of those people that stress and procrastinate by doing something else, so starting a business seemed to make sense. But when we launched during May 2020, we just launched on Instagram. And we're like, hi guys, we're starting a mentorship community. And when we started, I realized a lot of people didn't know what social entrepreneurship was. So a lot of what we did in that first year was just education and saying to people, hey, this is social entrepreneurship, this is what it's about. And also just finding out where people were at and what people needed support with. And our community has grown over 2 years, and I posted a link on Instagram to say, hey, we're looking for mentors, and so many people said, yeah, I would be willing to mentor for free. And so we're 2 years later. We have a network of 175 female social entrepreneurs across the African continent. We have a community of 50 social impact founders. We have about 30 mentors across the globe. And that's all been through relationships and taking the time to connect with people and understand what customers need and literally build from the ground up. So I want to say to you, thank you for being here, because you are part of the vision of the impact we would like to have as MentHer. And thank you for committing to yourself and your dream and the journey that you're on. And I hope that in everything that you face and all of the challenges that you face, that you continue to go ahead boldly, that you continue to go ahead with braveness, and like, because, if you don't do it, nobody else will. And that's really all I wanted to say. But welcome, you guys are welcome. Shout out to the Dalphono team. Thank you so much for hosting us today. You guys are fantastic. And then I want to say shout out to my team. So they are wearing MentHer tops like me. So Titty's over there, Uzuzile is outside, and Mr. has a camera. Oh, she's right here. She's recording me. Thank you to my team. They are incredible. You guys have been so lovely. Thank you so much for everything. And thank you so much to all of our speakers. I really appreciate you guys coming through. And again, it's been pulling on my network. And I appreciate you guys constantly being on the other side of the phone. Just like, yeah, we get it. Like, let's make great things happen. And for you ladies in the room, please let's make great things happen today. Please take your selfies, order cocktails, have a good time. Like today, you just get to celebrate yourself and all the hard work that you do throughout the year. And thank you so much for being here. Thanks.
Right? Are we ready for a prize? No? Yes? Maybe? No? Hi, Cass. Old varsity friends. First lady to come up and tell us here on the mic what they're looking forward to for today. We'll get the hair bonnet and earring combo. First lady, don't be shy. It's time to shake off the nerves. We're going to be family. We're here for hours, huh? Can't hide. First lady to come up. I know you want to. Free prizes! Come on! You can do it! There we go!
So excited, to meet new people and learn.
And somebody told me what is one of our hashtags, and you can get into his book, which is the Hall of Mentors, my Hall of Mentors. Today, one of today's hashtags. Just one, yes? Nice, well done. All right, so we are going to order our food now. I'm going to give us 3 minutes. 3 minutes to get our orders in so that we can go straight into our first keynote and get going with the day.
Sorry guys, I did forget one important thing. So behind me you'll see different logos, and I just want to say shout out and thank you so much to all of our sponsors and partners for this event. So this event is brought to us by the Alan and Joel Gray Philanthropies, as well as Megathos Legacy Catalyst. So thank you so much to them for their support. And the crew that you see at the back there is the team from My Big Smart. They're so wonderful. I think I've known Nico and Mike for like talk about it. I've known them for very long. And they are absolutely fantastic. So I wanted to say thank you to the team. Sorry. Thanks, Guido.
Hello, everybody, and wherever you are in the world, I hope you're having a fantastic time at HybridCon Conference 2022. My name is Rapelang Ravana, and I'm a technology entrepreneur here to share some interesting perspectives on innovation and tech fluency. Today, I want to unpack this conversation by looking at 3 big myths that I see playing out in the world all the time. Myth number 1 that large organizations and corporates have is that if we talk innovation, we will be more innovative. Myth number 2 that I see entrepreneurs, especially those not in the tech space, have in their own minds are, if only I can get enough funding to build my app, then I'll be able to launch my tech startup. And myth number 3 that is more general across the board is innovation is about that one powerful epiphany or idea. Let's unpack each of these myths and come to realize the real truth behind them that will empower you and your organizations to truly innovate. Myth number 1. Large organizations believing that the more we think and talk innovation, the more innovative we will become. I see this play out more often than I'd really like to believe. But essentially, I see it in all the technology showcases and innovation labs that we've seen large organizations set up with the view of, let's create a place where we pull in entrepreneurs, pull in innovators to come and showcase and work with us, and maybe we'll figure out how to get onto this digital transformation wave or ride the next innovation cycle. We see it in how organizations also have these innovation competitions, essentially every year or something like that, rewarding a business unit or a team that has managed to launch some major innovation in the business, and will be able to get rewarded or some kind of recognition for it. We see it in, any kinds of events or, town halls that we often launch, either through supply chain development programs, enterprise development programs that are meant to, put these entrepreneurs on a platform and say, guys, this is innovation. We as a company are supporting it, and therefore, by some great intentions, some deep hopes and great, faith, we will get to the point where we become truly innovative. And while all of these things are meant well, they do not translate. Because to truly be innovative as a large organization, especially, it's not about intentions. It actually requires a scientific process around it. The same way we used and learned about science at school, at university, let's not forget about it when we get into business. Rule number one in innovation for large organizations is that most ideas will fail. 80% of ideas will fail during the natural course of events. Another thing that happens in large organizations is that once you do start a project, you need to make sure that before you keep allocating resources to it, that it actually is the right it. The longer it takes for you to validate and answer that question of whether this is the right it or not, the harder it is to pull back and reallocate your resources elsewhere. The other thing we see happening here in large organizations is that the innovation is sponsored or supported not using customer metrics of what data is collected from the market, but the opinion of the highest paid person. We call that the HIPPO, the highest paid person's opinion. And there's nothing more dangerous to innovation than HIPPO-based decisions instead of customer-based data metrics. The real aim of innovation in large organizations should rather be to create a lean innovation framework that decides how innovation, or what the overall strategy of the organization is in terms of innovation, and what we need the innovation to do for the organization, how ideas are sourced, how ideas are prioritized, how it gets support, financial and otherwise, at various stages, and ultimately gets to a point where it can be proven to be valid or invalid before it secures more funding, and then ultimately getting to the scale point. That's where things fall apart, and you actually can't just, wish your way through it. You've got to design a lean innovation framework. Let's look at myth number 2. And this, I'm going to pick on entrepreneurs who are also my favorite people. And I just actually had a lunch today where an entrepreneur was saying, I've got amazing stuff that I can package into a technology product and be able to scale what we do. But how much money do you think I will need in order to be able to build this thing? And where do you think I can get that kind of money? That's really the wrong question to be asking yourself. One is that if you haven't even got that clarity yet, you shouldn't be spending someone else's money as a start. Today, in the world we live in, we have the privilege of no-code tools, which means that anyone, without being a software developer, without having technical skills, can build a new website, can launch a chatbot, can build a mobile app, can build a web application without writing a line of code. This was not there when I graduated from university 15 years ago. You had to do coding and bespoke software development. Today, I honestly believe that there is no good excuse for anyone with an idea who wants to get out into the market to not be able to do it themselves using all the digital DIY tools out there. Everything from website tools like Wix or Strikingly, chatbot tools like Landbot, mobile application tools like Glide Apps or Adalo, web application tools like Softer or Bubble, for example. Mega businesses today have been built on these kind of platforms and been able to raise money and get to their first 1,000 or million customers. It's time for entrepreneurs to get off that sort of a secret place where you feel like, as long as I can make the excuse where I don't have money to build something, then I'm excused from having to do this myself. It's no longer an acceptable reason. And the truth is, at the beginning, you don't actually know what you want yet, which is why you should use the off-the-shelf tools to get going and get into the market. That's how you're going to figure out what you really want. And then maybe 4 or 5 years down the line, when you really know what you want and you're really sure that it's not available using any of the off-the-shelf tools available, then you can have a conversation around, let's do some custom software development. You will have some customers, you will have revenue, you will be able to raise funding, you'll be able to get the support. And let's change that frame of thinking. There is no excuse today to not be able to build the technology tools that you need to launch your enterprise. Let's look at myth number 3, the final one. And this one applies really across the board. It's really to say that, I think at school we were taught about Isaac Newton having a eureka moment, an apple falling from a tree and suddenly there's an epiphany, or Einstein having these brain waves, etc. And we've associated the concept of innovation to these out of the blue, powerful epiphanies that, lightning strikes and suddenly you have the idea that is going to make you a billionaire. That could not be further from the truth. The most successful innovators, from the times of Thomas Edison to the likes of Steve Jobs, etc., are all about having the highest batting average. Do they get up every single day for years and years, figuring something out that has captured their curiosity, and over years building the unique know-how and insights that allows them to really figure out how this product can break constraints, can break the hindrances in customer experience, and truly, truly provide a remarkable product or service. That simply doesn't happen in a bolt of lightning. It doesn't happen in one godlike moment where you suddenly become a super genius. And this is why I am so confident that the people that are willing to wake up and bat, get to the crease every single day, over 5 to 10 years, will be able to have an extraordinary advantage over those that are sitting back and waiting for their moment of epiphany. We see this in large organizations as well as startups. In large organizations, it's the companies that recognize and reward the people that are doing the growth experiments, doing the growth tests that allow you to assess whether the customer will actually take this product or not. It's actually hard work. It's not the sitting in a brainstorm meeting once a year and coming up with the ideas. It's the people who go out and collect the data, engage with customers, and make data-driven decisions based on all the rounds of batting that they do every single day in their roles. Those are the true innovators. And similarly with entrepreneurs. And this is why it's so important. I always ask, why are you really doing this as an entrepreneur? Because if it's not aligned to your true interests, your values, I know that you're not going to be able to be around and batting for 5, 7 years, which is what is going to take you to get this thing to the kind of success you dream of. It's about a higher batting average and a consistent batting average, as opposed to trying to get that 1-6 or that 1-4 every now and again. Shifting your mindset to be a plow horse as opposed to a show horse is how you get into the real innovation game. So, ladies and gentlemen, those are the 3 myths that I hope I have busted in your mind so that you can truly encompass the innovator spirit. Corporate innovation is not about talking about innovation. It's about designing a lean innovation framework that makes the decisions on your strategy, how resources are allocated, how decisions are made, and how you provide support to your employees to progress their initiatives. Without a process, there is not enough individual stamina that will bust through the lack of a lean innovation process. Myth number 2, you as an entrepreneur need lots of millions of funding in order to be able to build a technology product that you can use to scale your ideas. With the no-code tools out there today, anyone can build a product. And finally, innovation is about the waking up and the batting every day, not the once out of the blue lightning bolts of epiphanies or insights. It's about being a plow horse and not a show horse. That is innovation and tech fluency from Rapelang Raban.
All right, ladies. Good. Hello, hello. All right, ladies, we are back. We are about to head into one of our first sessions. But before that, for our online viewers, we don't want to leave you out of our prizes. So if you can comment in the chat box, on the chat box rather, what you're looking forward to for today. We've got 2 vouchers that we will definitely give to you. We want to say thank you to our from Bliss Vibe. We've got free deep cleansing facials for 2 lucky online viewers sitting at home. We hope you've got your coffee, your morning breakfast. Maybe you did get dressed up even though you're online, maybe in your gown, it doesn't matter. But you're going to get a facial if you can comment. So the first 2 to comment, whether it's in the chat box or on WhatsApp, in the WhatsApp group that we've got going, these vouchers are for you. So we're going to have our first keynote before we go into our panel, who's going to be online. And she is the co-founder and CEO of Matawi. And before I even read out her bio, the invitation that I have to everybody in the room and everybody online is that when we listen, there are different levels of listening that we have. So we listen with an open ear, right? That is just to hear the words that we receive. That's just to hear it and understand it. And then when we listen with an open mind, that's when we're trying to comprehend what are the concepts that this person is talking about, what are the theories, what are they actually saying. But then it moves deeper to an open heart. Open heart, you're trying to connect with the person's why, who they are, what they're about. You open your empathy. But then the most important one is listening with an open will. And the open will is when we're saying, I am open and willing to have what this person is saying shape my beliefs, shape my outlook, shape what I'm about, and shape what's going to happen after this. So sometimes we get stuck at just the open ears, but I invite you, let's go to ears, let's go to mind, let's go to heart, and then let's go to our will. So I'm going to introduce you to Nokukanya. Matawi, which means branches in Swahili, is an alcoholic honey beverage company headquartered in Cape Town, South Africa. It was incorporated in 2018 when the drought in the Western Cape threatened to bring the province to day 0, marking the depletion of its fresh water supply. Matawi's founder, being mindful of the substantial employment and GDP contribution of the alcohol sector, sought to offer the market a less water-intensive alcohol brand. So we can turn up but still have social impact, basically. Let's get our hands together.
And I'm a co-founder and CEO of MentHer, which is an alcoholic beverage company. And all do is attracting from a broader set of entrepreneurial nations. As we know, Cape Town was in the grips of a drought just some years ago. And what was interesting about the conversation relating to day zero, which was us marching towards the taps running dry, was the knowledge that the water that was available within the province was ring-fenced for the agricultural sector. And so it was quite an emotive conversation, because on the one hand, we appreciate the fact that within this province, the wine sector, the spirit sector support so many people. And so we were mindful just about the GDP contribution, the job creation, the income generation. But we were also, as human beings who are having to sort of tap water and use innovative and creative ways, a little bit resentful about having to queue outside the springs to collect water in buckets. And so within my social circle, we started thinking about what are the ways in which these industries could innovate? What are the ways in which you could have your drink and keep it, but also have it be lighter on the environment? And so in the course of doing our research, we landed on mead, which in the South African context is known as ikulika amongst Xhosa communities, or as tari by the Khoi and the San. And because it eliminates the need to irrigate base ingredients, it can, with some of our product lines, use up to 90% less water than any other form of alcohol. And there were a whole confluence of circumstances that made it possible for us to develop a contemporary line of mead, which drew on winemaking techniques, distillation techniques, to offer a product that is just as sophisticated as many of the other spirits that are available on market. But I'm telling you about sort of further down the journey, and I need to take you back to the beginning of the journey. My former professional life was actually in the human rights space. And so I was used to being behind a desk, researching, or in communities, engaging with people on their concerns, whether it related to how corporate actors were behaving within their local communities, or how the government had an obligation to uphold their constitutional rights. And when I veered into business, I had no business experience, and I had even less knowledge about the alcohol industry. And so it was really a case of learning on the job, which I believe is the best way for any entrepreneur to learn. It's not theory, it's really grounded knowledge, which applies to your specific context. In our case, we had to obviously comply with the regulations relating to liquor, and those are governed at the provincial level. And so we applied for a microbrewer license. We did it through a specialist liquor attorney. And the reason that I would recommend anyone thinking of venturing into this field to do so is because your application is considered by the liquor board, which takes into account many factors, but you have an opportunity to appeal any decision that they make. And some of the considerations that they take into mind are things like proximity to a school, proximity to a place of religious worship, whether or not your alcohol is safely stored because it is flammable. And so it's helpful to walk alongside someone who knows how to undertake that appeal process, and who knows basically how to optimize your chances of success with your application. You also have to be mindful as a liquor operator that for every event that you participate in, you also then have to apply for additional ad hoc permits, and those include a certificate of acceptability. In most cases, a supervisor even comes out to ensure that your space is compliant, you have a wash station, your food is safely stored, etc. But our compliance obligations weren't restricted just to the license. Obviously, we also had to make sure that the product was safe to drink. We were fortunate to be pointed to the Elsenburg Agricultural Institute, which is a research institute within Stellenbosch University, and they assisted us to to access testing laboratories, to ensure that we knew our alcohol levels, to ensure that we knew that the product itself was in fact safe to drink. It didn't contain any allergens, which posed health risks to any future customers. And then it was a case of ensuring that the labeling conformed to both the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Health's regulations. And this was actually the most challenging one, interestingly, just simply because it's quite strict and it's quite prescriptive about what needs to appear on the label. And so I think many people think that it's just standard that companies do what they want with it, but in fact there has to be the health warning. You have to state your provenance, where the product comes from, where it is bottled. There has to be contact information. There has to be a citation of the lot, the batch that is brewed, in the event that there are complications, and you have to instruct a recall of product from the market. And so that, we slowly built up. And then there were also the fun elements, such as designing the logo and designing the brand aesthetic. And in Matawi's case, we went through, I think it must be about 5 or 6 iterations. So it was a very expensive exercise. And that's simply because we didn't know what we didn't know. We work with generalist graphic designers. We briefed them about what we wanted to do. But over time, as we came into contact with specialists who actually did product development specifically, they were able to advise us just about cultural connotations that attach to color. They were able to advise us about the distance that a customer may have to stand away from your product. And so the need to make sure that the font really stands out. If you just put yourself into the shoes of someone who walks into a liquor store, at times it can feel like wallpaper because it is also condensed. There are so multiples and multiples of product generally stacked together in the same category. So it can be difficult to distinguish. And that's why so much time goes into choosing a distinctive bottle, a distinctive visual look, distinctive colors, and making sure that they really do pop and stand out to your customer. And then there was the legal component as well. We wanted to make sure that as we came to market, our logo and our brand name and the cues, the visual cues that are associated with it, that they were protected. And again, we were fortunate to work with a law firm that specializes in trademarking. The patent of the technology was separate. And what was useful about it is that they were able to protect multiple categories that we're not even operating in at the moment. And that means that it gives us the scope to build our product lines. And they also advised us about the fact that a trademark is jurisdictionally, it's nationally bound. And so as we enter new markets, what are the steps that we'll have to take to make sure that the Matawi brand name and logo has protection, whether it's in the rest of Africa, whether it's in the rest of the world. And so we're able to incorporate those things both into our planning and also into our financial projections moving forward. In terms of the operation itself, there are things that I refer to as the Matawi special sauce or the Matawi special ingredients. And those are not the literal ingredients that we use for our produce, although those are important and a key aspect of the reason that we even exist. But our special sauce is really, one, I think it is the fact that we are located in South Africa. We have such distinctive flora across the different provinces that the honey that we are able to work with is very unique and very distinctive. There's the blue gum from the Highveld area. We have the avocado from Limpopo and Mpumalanga. There are different nut honeys. And then in the Western Cape, of course, we have the fynbos honey. And so our goal in the longer term is really just to build out a varietals of Ipulika in the same way that different grapes inform different types of honey. And when I made mention to the ingredients themselves, we are a for-profit venture, but we're very clear that we have an environmental and a social impact. On the environmental side, I've already mentioned the water saving. And on the social impact side, we preferentially procure from rural communities with a specific target on women and youth. And so we're building a value chain that can source honey as well as the natural produce that is used for the distilling of the gin from very localized cooperatives. And our hope, our dream, our vision is to ensure that as we grow, our suppliers are also able to grow and reinvest into their communities the profits that they realize. And so we're hoping to see the children of our partners being well educated. We hope to see the nutrition outcomes, the health outcomes, the infrastructure within those communities improving over time. And of course, our longer term vision, and I suppose this is encouragement to all of you, that don't despise the day of small beginnings, but keep an eye on the aspirational component of your work so that the day-to-day doesn't start to bog you down and make you feel weary. Our big aspiration and our hope is that we entrench a proudly African and proudly Pan-African brand. We want to grow beyond the shores of South Africa. We want to draw on the natural produce that this great continent of ours offers. And part of that produce is drought-resistant crops, because we recognize that as climate conditions are changing, there's going to become a greater need to prioritize food security towards livelihood sustenance. And of course, alcohol then has to take a smaller share of both the water and the food that we grow. And so we're wanting to create an alcohol brand that doesn't have to rely on wheat or sweet potatoes, or potatoes, in fact, in the case of vodka, but that really experiments with African produce, which is hardier, and also which is unique to us. And so in the same way that sake is Japan's proud offering to the world, and tequila and mezcal is that of Latin America, we would want to see, and rum, in fact, from the rest of the Caribbean, we're wanting to have a stable of drinks that is proudly African, that is aspirational in its outlook, but that welcomes you into our space as we are welcoming and warm people. And so on that note, let me thank you for your time and for your attention, and just wish you a phenomenal day. I pray that all of the women who are gathered today really make a concerted effort to identify each other, to follow each other, to support and encourage each other. May we be the pillars of support that galvanize this little collective ecosystem of entrepreneurs to achieving the things in the world that we want to see. May we accomplish them and provide those solutions and really just build an amazing country. Thank you so much.
That was really amazing. Sorry. 1, 2, 1, 2. That was really amazing. Hello. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Are you good? Ah, there we go. That was really cool. I love the part that she said about we need to not despise the day of small beginnings. So no matter where you are at with ideation, whether you have scaled a little bit, wherever you are at, to just keep going. And because I'm a poet, I always think of the images and the meaning behind everything. And if you just think of like the bee, right? Obviously because they harvest honey to make their product, a bee has to go from all the plants, all the flora, all the flowers, and while it's doing its pollinating, it's also helping the flowers itself grow and regenerating while creating the honey, which goes into her product, which empowers from a environmental perspective, but they also do preferential procurement. So as part of the themes of today, we're expanding our networks, we're repowering ideas to make sure we don't just have tunnel vision. We think of how this one thing I'm doing, how else does it reverberate in different areas, in different people's lives. The impact that we do will continue, sometimes intentionally, sometimes unintentionally, and that is just a brilliant example. One of the things I was thinking about, I grew up in a home where it's like no alcohol, none of the kids like don't drink, and we used to be like, yeah, but Jesus like turned water into wine. Now I'm gonna say Nogo Kanye is changing the world with alcohol, mom. But now we're gonna head into our panel discussion. I'm going to be introducing our moderators throughout the day, and the moderators will be taking over the steering of the ship and introduce the panel. I love panels because it's a time for us again to have conversations, to engage, and to double click on the topic at hand. So I'm going to introduce Yvonne today. Yvonne leads MTV SAF operations in Southern Africa. She has been instrumental in the development of MTV Sugar Down South as a brand and the birth of the MTV Sugar Peer Education Program. Yvonne has brand communications and general management experience of youth and entertainment brands spanning over 18 years across South Africa, Botswana, Kenya, and Zimbabwe. She has had the privilege of contributing to the development of South African creative and media agencies as local representative of the Cannes Lions Festival of Creativity, developing marketing campaigns for, and listen to these brands, John Legend, Andre Roux, Kelly Rowland, Seal, Sun City, Stir Kinnikor Theatres, the Miss South Africa pageant, just to name a few. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes up with her plan.
Good. Morning, everyone. I missed this one. Okay. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, much better. Yeah, so it's been an incredible morning so far. I was just chatting to my colleague. Ashanti, and we were just saying, it is remarkable, to have such spaces and platforms as entrepreneurs, because it's an opportunity for us to basically, take stock, but also recharge, because the journey of entrepreneurship can be a lonely one. And so, colleagues, it's really, really an honor for me to be standing in front of you, and also a privilege to have been invited to spend this morning with you, because we share a common purpose. We are all here because we want to inspire, connect, and empower. And so the purpose of our panel discussion this morning is to understand the practicalities of, if we want to launch a product in market, how do we move from ideation all the way to retail and distribution? And so I've got two powerhouse of ladies who will be joining this panel. To start with, I'd like to invite, let me just see what's happening with my phone. Okay, here, we've got it. I'd like to invite Ashanti Mbanga to come and join me. Ashanti is Director of SA Beauty Modeling in Centurion. Ashanti is the Program Manager for the South African Energy Efficiency Appliance Standard and Labeling Program at Senedi. She's board member and elect vice chairperson for the Association of Females in Energy Efficiency. Recently awarded by the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy for her role in gender equity and women empowerment in the sector. Ashanti is also passionate about youth development and mentorship in the workplace. Her varied experience includes a stint as a sustainable transport project manager for the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. She served as Miss Earth South Africa in 2013, owns and directs the SA Modeling Academy in Centurion, in fact, Beauty Academy in Centurion. And this is developed with the purpose to coach and build confidence in young girls and women through modeling. Affectionately known as Ash, she also enjoys traveling, documentaries, and learning from different cultural exchanges. So Ashanti, a warm welcome to you. If we can extend a round of applause. Okay, I think you can take the seat over here. We've also got another powerhouse of a lady with us this morning. Her name is Gigi Saleh, founder of Black Beauty Naturals. Gigi is the founder of this organic personal care products business. She's also founder of For the Sisters, which is an NGO that focuses on issues concerning self-care. In her personal capacity, She has managed to obtain a Deloitte bursary to study towards becoming a chartered accountant, and she qualified to register as a CA/SA in 2017. Her main focus is on encouraging self-care and academic balance. Gigi, please come and join us. So am I using... Okay. Have you got a mic? We'll get Gigi a mic shortly. Okay. Okay, great. Okay, cool. So do I. Okay, because I don't think my mic's on. Gigi, maybe use the chair and then we'll share the mic. Okay. We can share the mic. I can stand up.
There's another one.
Okay. Okay. Do you have a mic?
No, I don't. I'll switch out.
Okay.
So you moderate with this one.
What are we doing? Okay.
You
And
moderate
the
with
speakers?
this one, and then the speakers share that one.
Okay, cool.
Okay, great.
Perfect. Yeah, that's fine. So I'll mention your name. Okay, then we can share. So, ladies, without further ado, we want to obviously unpack what the process entails. If we are perhaps sitting at home with this brilliant idea, product idea or service idea, and work out exactly how do we make sure that it ends up on the shelves, right? Delivering on customer satisfaction, etc., etc. So I think before we kick off with our panel discussion, I'd just like to get an indication by a show of hands, the ladies in the room, who's already at a point of their entrepreneurship journey where they've already established a product. Maybe by show of hands? Yes, so it can be a physical product or a service product. Excellent. And then do we have any colleagues in the room who have already, who are already at distribution stage? So they have partnered with retailers perhaps? Wonderful, wonderful. And then what about colleagues in the room who have scaled up and are possibly trading beyond the physical store and are engaging in e-commerce? Fantastic. So there's room for learning for all of us in the room. Wonderful. So if we can perhaps start with Gigi. If you can please take us through the starting process. What happens when we believe that we've got this powerful idea and we think the market needs it? Take us through product ideation. I think he's going to switch it on. Gigi, do you want to try? Maybe testing? Okay. Hello? Yeah. Wonderful. We've got sound. Yes. So Gigi, we are at the beginning of the whole process. If you can take us through product ideation, please.
Okay, so I don't have an idealistic approach to product ideation, but I can speak for myself as an entrepreneur and how it came about for me, and then maybe someone will be able to pull from that. So I took a sabbatical. I qualified as a CA in 2017, and then I took some time off to self-care and recover from qualifying to be a CA. And during very painful. And during that time, I then got an idea that I felt like other black women needed to normalize self-care and productivity, the balance between the two. I think we sometimes get into the rat race of working and being productive and meeting goals, that we forget that we need to self-care and we need to enjoy the journey in general. So I then thought about what I was good at and what I enjoyed. So I've loved taking for a very long time. Over 20 years here, relaxed and natural hair. So I've been natural for about 4 years now. But I know in my circle of friends who growing my hair very long and relaxed, mostly relaxed and natural now. So I took that idea and I said, I'm going to make a self-care brand that is gonna utilize what I'm good at and what I've been doing for a long time. And I also want to make it inclusive. In addition to that, I have many friends in the hair industry. My girlfriend, now I have a girlfriend that has a natural hair salon. I have another girlfriend that has a natural hair line. But this time we have for hair. And I wanted to create a product that would be inclusive. So I really started with the idea of what I wanted, what I was good at, and then I tried to differentiate my product in the market. So despite the fact that I had friends that were doing it, I wanted to do something that would be unique, together with what I enjoyed, because I think that that really shows in terms of the detail that you bring. Because I love hair care so much, I really do go above and beyond for my clients, and I feel like that shows in customer service. So that's my ideation process.
Wonderful. What I personally draw from that, Gigi, is what really determines, that strong product idea is really about, is it going to resonate with the market? Is there a need for it? And clearly there's a need, for what you developed. Fantastic.
I think you get so nervous because you think the market is full. And this is something that a mentor of mine, Lebo Lyon, says. You always think the market is full. And I had many girlfriends that were in the hair care industry, and hair care has become natural, hair care has become very popular. And I thought, I will never make a name for myself. I'll never find my place in the hair care industry. But I think you just need to, you don't need to recreate the wheel. So you can take an idea that you've gotten from someone else, but just make it unique. Then you can find yourself in the market and slot yourself in there, and you'd be surprised at how much space does exist.
Wow, incredible. And Ashanti, anything that you'd like to elaborate on as far as maybe your journey and experience is concerned?
Thank you. So I come in from a services point of view, and I love how Gigi linked her journey to her personal experience. And it's pretty much the same with me, and I think maybe for many women in the room today, that we often find our calling within the business sector very linked to what we are already experiencing or doing. So just to touch on my story as a background to how I got to my business ideation and eventually to delivering the service that I give today, dating back to 2013 when I was Miss Earth South Africa. I had many opportunities through that experience, and a phenomenon took place for me when I would get DMs, direct messages on social media from young women who were asking me to assist them with getting or planning for their charity aspects within the pageants that they were doing. So one of the most difficult tasks when undertaking a pageant is to collect funds or raise funds for charity or to start a charity initiative within the time that you're being assessed. And obviously you have to do something relevant and meaningful. And I would have these young women from all over the country just inbox me because I had widely shared my journey on social media and all the different work that I was doing in communities. And I became overwhelmed because I was trying to help as many people as I can, but I knew I'm one person and there are thousands of them. So I needed to organize myself to be able to provide a service to coach models who would then be embarking in different opportunities within the modeling industry. So I pondered upon this idea, I think for 2 years, trying to conceptualize how I would build a business around coaching women who wanted to go into the modeling industry, because I also did do a bit of commercial modeling for the likes of Samsung and other brands. And I had a little bit of experience. It wasn't vast, but I had experience. I knew what a casting was. I knew what the expectations were. I had a feeling of what the industry trends were. And I thought if I could package this, I could possibly be able to help a lot of women. But I needed a way for them to find me on an organized platform, and then for me to package a service that I could sell. And so that's how the journey started. And after 2 years of trying to figure out how I would do this, I think I reached a point of paralysis because I was just overthinking everything around the setup of the business. And a lot of people experience that. And you have this popular saying that you should just go ahead and start. But the planning aspect for business is very important. And in any case, I then started to have conversations with women. And very similar to platforms like this. And at the time, one of the finalists that I was doing the Miss Earth South Africa with was already doing pageants in her hometown in Limpopo. And I thought to myself, why would I want to recreate something if I've met someone who's done something and has made a huge success out of it? And I think this is the power of the ideation phase, because you don't have to initially go. I mean, I put 2 years of work into drawing up a business plan, and I had to eventually be okay with throwing it out of the window because I had discovered somebody who was doing it very well already. And that speaks to empowering other women. We don't always have to be in competition, but how can I take somebody else's business model and apply it in a different province? So she was in Polokwane and she was doing it very well there. Her name is Katrine Barwise, very good friend of mine. And then we got to have a coffee and I said, you know what? I've been sitting on doing something very similar to what you're doing. I don't want to compete with you. Let me franchise your business. And that's how we then upscaled to having a branch in Gauteng. And so we drew up a franchise contract. That is the process in itself. And I franchised her brand. We developed material. She trained me in everything that she does on that side. And I was able to bring the brand to Gauteng. And today that's how people find me, to support them for pageant coaching. And we actually have quite a lot of services that we offer as part of the package. So I've grown to using modeling as a tool to empower young girls and women between the ages of 3 and 27 in what we do. I'm happy to go into detail, but I'll let your questions guide the conversation. Thank you so much.
Incredible. Ladies, we are also open to questions from the floor. So if you'd like to, put your hand up and then pose your question, instead of us leaving the questions for the end, because, we focusing on a specific part of the process. So it's nice to just unpack it further, even, with your input. So from what Gigi and Ashanti have just mentioned, there seems to be an overlap of that process. It's not linear at all, right? And some steps are actually happening, exclusively of the other steps. So from ideation to research, and even product design. So within Ashanti's experience, it was very much all happening organically at the same time. Gigi, as far as your product design is concerned, do you want to take us through your thinking and how that process panned out?
No, I think as Ashanti was explaining her ideation process, all the bulbs just went off in my mind, because that's basically what I did with my girlfriends. So because because my girlfriend had a natural hair salon and she had products inside her store, and then I had another friend, she has a doctorate in biochemistry, and she already had products kind of in the market. I wouldn't say, okay, well, they had an office, they had a shop store, but they didn't engage with retail as of yet. I've basically followed their process, and they mentored me and showed me basically how you enter the market as a new entrant. The franchise idea was brilliant. Yeah. I thought that was absolutely brilliant in order to scale her business. But I do think walk closely with the market leaders. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. You can go the franchise option. You can walk very closely and have a unique selling point that's slightly different, which create place for you in the market. But I think sometimes as entrepreneurs, we feel we have to reinvent the wheel or reinvent a concept completely in order to create a successful business, when I don't think that's true at all. I think there is a place for collaboration, definitely.
Absolutely.
There's no need for competition.
And Ashanti, you mentioned franchise earlier on. Because I think there's this common notion of I can franchise at possibly year 3, 4, 5. Let me first build this, this prototype, so to speak. So can you maybe just highlight for us what gave you the confidence to immediately, go with franchise? Was there a proven? Was it because there was already a tried and tested, model that existed? And then also, how easy is it within the South Africa framework to franchise?
So yes, the concept was tried and tested. As I mentioned, one of my co-finalists for a pageant I did was already embarking on the work. However, she was in a small town in Limpopo, and I thought to myself, hey, let's grow what you're doing, and let me be, the first to put a footprint for you in Gauteng, and we can see how we can partner to continue growing this type of model. Of course, I had to do a lot of market research within the Gauteng province to understand what are the needs of models this side, because the modeling industry here is booming, and it's more commercialized than it is in smaller and remote towns. So in addition to pageants, you have people who are actually looking to use modeling as a career or a professional skill that then they use to generate income for themselves. So that then gives us a little bit more of a scope that we need to look at. And in the franchising process, we together sat down and designed the different categories that we would go through. So I can take you through this because then it also speaks to your previous question of how you really package your service or your product. So I'm here with two of my models today. Unati, she won top model for our Gauteng branch. And I'm here with Nontlantla, who is a finalist for Miss Tembisa 2022. I met her for the first time last week when I was invited to do the Miss Tembisa pageant, and we got to chatting and I saw so much potential in her. So I decided to bring them along today so that they can also have an opportunity to rub shoulders with some of you who are already doing amazing things. I brought them too because they're adults, and so business and opportunities are readily available for them. So the kiddies are not with me, but I've got lots of babies that I take through my modeling school. And the reason I introduce them is because I always reflect, these are my clients, okay? Yes, they may look up to me for the different things that I've done and achieved, and they call me ma'am so affectionately, but these are my clients, and I take them seriously in that way. And often we do feedback sessions because they go out and they experience the modeling industry, and they can inform me whether what I offer is what they need. And in return, if I say, girls, is there something else that we need to add? Previously, we didn't have social media branding and influencer training, but through them, I was able to add that into the service offering for the Academy. So in the packaging of the services, we look at pageantry and catwalk, manners and etiquette, ramp skills and walking, public speaking and interviews, healthcare and fitness, makeup, hair and nails, specialized workshops, preparing for competitions, catalog modeling, personal growth, and then of course social media branding and influencing. So that's just an idea of how we've been able to build this really comprehensive package that we focus on in order to empower these girls. And modeling is not something you can do all your life. So I always emphasize that it's a step up. Use it the best way you can, and then launch into something meaningful. Unati is a second-year law student, and Unontlantla is a qualified aviator. So this just shows you, yes, that we're really punting the message. You know, some people will say pageants are irrelevant. I highly contest that. Yeah. It's really, it's an area to focus, to channel girls, to find gems and communities, to expose them to platforms like this, get them into networks like MentHer, where they can get connected with people who are really doing real and meaningful work out there, where they can see their own potential in the faces of other women. And we try to promote being a beauty with a purpose. So not just focusing on yourself, but also understanding how you can use your platform and influence to give back to community. So it's full-fledged. I'm sure you can tell, this is more than a business to me. And I did it for many years without an income, but I had to package it in such a way that people could find me and I could reach as many women and girls as possible. And then I was lucky enough for it to be a substantial business opportunity. And I think COVID was the biggest test of time, right? If your business didn't survive COVID, then you had to reinvent yourself. and think of how you're going to come back post-COVID. And I was surprised to see that my modeling academy survived COVID, because I thought it was a luxury. I honestly thought it was a luxury. But these children's parents come to me and they say, is there any way you can continue with these classes, because I've seen a real change in my child through the training that you offer. Yes, so it's very important to stay aligned with what your clients need and want in packaging your services.
Incredible. I think we've got a question from the floor, but before we move there, Gigi, did you want to maybe just compliment that comment, or shall we move to the floor?
What I was saying is, when it concerns product ideation, there are people that are serial entrepreneurs, so they can find a gap in the market and provide that gap. Like because of COVID, we needed masks and sanitizers, and there are people that will be entrepreneurs that will come through and provide that gap. But I do believe in passion entrepreneurs, like we were detailing, that it's actually it's important to care about what you do. So I have over 20 years Heke experience. I give Heke tips to my girlfriends all the time. The amount of detail that goes into the free services we give to our clients is a labor of love. It's really because I care about my clients' hairlines. I care deeply. So it matters, and it shows up in customer service. When a person is passionate about what they do, in the customer service you can see that above and beyond are the measures that are taken, and that's really what you need to get people to spend their coins, their intentional money on your product. So yeah, I really believe in that.
Absolutely. So key ingredient is for success, passion. It's got to drive you, right? Thank you very much for that, Gigi.
So much. Thank you, Gigi and Ashanti. Very, very informative, and it's also good to know that you don't have to reinvent the wheel, because that's what we always want to do as entrepreneurs, right? So I have a question about ideation phase, right? There's a lot of research that you do, and like you mentioned that it took you many years to make income, and in order for you to establish a good foundation in your business, you need a good accountant, you need a good lawyer, you need certification, and you need to set up systems and structures for your business in order to thrive. But now there's always a hurdle into how did you manage to do all of that with no income and still thrive? Because that is one of the things that personally in my services business I'm seeing that, it's our second year and there's no profit, but I'm gonna keep going, but you also need to set that good foundation. So how did you guys bring that across successfully?
Thank you so much. Great question. And I want to borrow from Tsiki's opening, because she kept making me laugh when she was flashing the magazine covers, and at every turn she's like, because I'm an entrepreneur, right? I would have otherwise paid for this, but I didn't because I'm an entrepreneur. Or this is something that I found challenging, and this is how I got around doing it because I'm an entrepreneur. And I think one of the key things about being an entrepreneur is creativity. You don't always have to go the sort of list route in order to get your business funded. One of the important things, I'm almost wanting to say even more important than financial capital, is your social capital. The people that you have around you are your social capital. These are people who are going to do things for you and with you without you needing to pay them. That's key. So I think more than running around to banks and looking for funding opportunities, make friends, buy people gifts, show up when you're invited, have conversations, check up on people. If they did something great for you and showed up for you, pay the favor back. It's about relationship building. When you build relationships, the day you need a circle around you to assist you in starting a business venture, you will not struggle. People will come from everywhere to assist you. There's a lawyer in the family. There's somebody who can advise you on where to get premises. I honestly did not suffer because I had to learn that social capital is an extremely important thing. And I actually learned it from an older cousin of mine, because she puts together events and weddings. And I realized how much work goes into that. And I remember asking her, do you own all of the stuff? Because every event has a different chair, different table, a different setting. I'm like, where do you get the stuff? And she says, no, we're a community of women who do events and we share our assets. So we're in a group and we post pictures. If somebody buys something new, hey, I've got a great new, chair. I've got a great new this. I've got 10 of these. And they literally rotate these assets at no cost, but to build one another. I also know in the modeling industry of a group of women, one is a photographer, one bakes a cake, so you all know wedding season is predominantly in spring and summer. So there aren't that many weddings in winter. So what they do, and I knew about this concept because I was invited as a model for one of the wedding gowns. And I thought to myself, this is cool, but it's a big undertaking. How much did this cost? And they said, no, it doesn't cost us everything. Everyone you see here is a service provider to a wedding itinerary. Every year in the down season, we come together to shoot campaigns to promote the dresses, the person who does the cake, the person who does stationery, the person who does, do you see what I'm saying? That is social capital. And again, it goes back to we shouldn't be competing. We should be trying to complement one another in trying to grow our businesses. So get the right people around you and you might not struggle at all.
Wow. Definitely a round of applause for that one, ladies. We've got another question at the back. Let's just pass the microphone.
Can I respond to that question?
Yes. Do you mind coming forward? Gigi is just going to make a comment as you move forward, and then we'll take your question using the mic. Thank you. Go for it, Gigi.
So I just wanted to respond to your question about making ends meet when you're not in the profitable phase of your business. Ashanti's given us such great ideas. I've never heard of any of this, but I don't have a notebook to take notes. But I personally pulled from my career. So even though I was on a break, I did qualify as a CA, and a lot of the finance concepts were coming from my career. It's a great thing to be able to pivot what you already have, which I also think you should try and do in all contexts, because entrepreneurship, okay, there's a legal aspect to it, there's a finance aspect, but there's also a customer service and street smarts aspect, and I think everybody has something to bring to their business that they already have personally. And then I would totally agree about networks. It's very important to network. It's important to leave your house. During COVID, we didn't want to leave the house. We just wanted to be Netflix and chill. It's the worst thing you can do. It's very important to build networks and then innovate the way that Ashanti was discussing. Innovate about how you can barter what you have to offer with what somebody else has that you want. So yeah, that's how we do it in the Black community in general.
It's definitely the same values as a stockpile. Definitely. Would you like to go ahead?
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. My name is Kwati Koka. I work for SIDA, which is Small Enterprise Development Agency. I am quite excited to hear from Ashanti and Gigi regarding how they've been cooperating with each other and the other people in society. When you hear people talking about cooperatives, they will tell you, but the model is not working. Here is evidence that if you cooperate, definitely you're gonna go to greater heights. I felt so inspired when I heard them saying that, because this is my bread and butter. This is what I do every day, assisting the South African community to establish and build cooperatives that will be able to access markets nationally and internationally and be competitive. So, ladies, well done. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that appreciation. To Ashanti and Gigi, so now we've got our brilliant idea, we've got our network, the product is here, the service is here, we've got our paperwork in a row, we've got franchise opportunities, etc., the legal framework is in place, right? Now we go to market. Any advice in terms of, taking this product or service to market? How do we go about doing that? Also considering that we're living in a digitized age, and also there's globalization. So what opportunities, new opportunities, do those kind of like characteristics of the modern day economy present?
Okay, in terms of product development, What I had recommended as you go into market is, again, something very simple, your unique selling point. So don't reinvent the wheel. I think we can all agree that that's not necessary. But you want to find your little niche or your little place in the market where you're doing the same thing but a little bit differently. In terms of globalization and e-commerce, I think COVID has normalized. Okay, there's still scams that happen online where you can purchase from an Instagram store and then it turns out that the person doesn't exist, and there's still that kind of stuff. But I think COVID normalized digitalization. So you can still run your e-commerce store without maybe a storefront just yet because of COVID and the fact that because of COVID, we don't normally go out and go and meet or go to the store. We can get our products delivered to us. We have shops like Checkers and Pick and Pay that deliver our groceries to our house. So digitalization has made it a little bit easier for entrepreneurs in the beginning stages of their business. You don't need to pay the rent expense. You don't need to go retail just yet because of what COVID has normalized. So that's the biggest takeaway that I would say.
Thank you so much. For me, I would definitely want to emphasize that there is an opportunity to borrow from corporate. I'm in corporate. I have a full-time job and I do my business as my 5 to 9 and weekend gig. Where, you know, the gig economy is a real thing. If you can do more than one thing to get multiple streams of income, you should really explore it. I think it also just removes the threat of being laid off. To know that you have something small that you're working on that you can always upscale when you eventually get more time on your hands. So I would encourage all women to try to look at that as well. But to your question about what happens after we get to market, and then to my point of borrowing from corporate. In corporate, you can never come in with your qualification, work your job, and just never get any further education, development, and training. At least that's the case for us. I work for a government entity, and it's important to constantly keep training because the world is changing all the time. So if you're not doing like online courses or further development and training, it means you're not advancing with the world, right? And I'm in the energy industry. I'm in a very high-tech industry, and so advancing with the changes is something that's very important. And it speaks to a lot of the points that Gigi made about the type of market that we have today. It's completely changed. And yes, COVID did boost that and it normalized e-commerce. But we have to take it upon ourselves to continue training ourselves to build multiple skills. I know people who own brands and they are literally the face in front of the camera. They are the handyman behind the camera. Yeah. They do the accounting, and it goes back to the question you asked earlier as well. There's so many free online courses. You have access to different people who may be doing the things already. Please build your capacity so that you're able to stay relevant in a market. And then I also made the earlier point of getting feedback from your clients. Am I still relevant? Am I still doing the right thing? So when you are delivering chicken to one of your clients, you ask, Mam Ban Ban, is the way I get your chicken to you still satisfactory? Or do you think there's a better way in which I can do it? Do you think there's a faster way in which I can do it? How would it be more convenient to you? And if you want to upscale your business, what services are out there to enable me to be able to reach more people in a much faster time? Because with changes and competition, we always have to stay building our capacity to be able to remain relevant. So that would be my advice after you launch to market. And I think sometimes you can never have a perfect situation in terms of your launch. So go ahead and launch small, because the best way you learn is from your mistakes. It's in the messing up that you go back to the drawing board, refine, and go back out again. And believe me, I've messed up so many times. And the reason now I have a robust service that I can speak so easily about is because there was a lot of background work. Our academy in Centurion is in its 4th year now, but there's a lot of trial and error that's gone into that process. We started training on Thursdays. It didn't work because Gauteng parents get stuck in traffic and kids were late for classes all the time. And then I moved the training to Saturday, and then I realized I don't have a life anymore. And then because every single Saturday you need to show up, so you can't go away for the weekend, you don't have a holiday, and I actually still do that because I prefer to be a little bit more hands-on, again, driven by passion, to see my business through. But you need to keep working on it to see what does work. Now I'm looking to employ and outsource. That's a new area for me. I haven't done it before, but I'm actually at a place where I can employ someone. It's an exciting venture. It's scary, but I actually need the help. And I'm like, yes, you know? But I need to build capacity on what it means from being an operations person to now leading a team to assist me with growing my business. I don't know anything about that, so I have to build capacity to be able to do that. So I really encourage that. Trial and error, test your market, speak to your clients, get feedback, and build your capacity so that you remain relevant. Thank you.
Incredible, and congratulations on reaching that milestone. I actually would like to just expand on that, but Gigi, you go ahead first.
On the spot, I struggle to remember my thought about product development, but I agree. Sometimes we do a lot of planning in terms of what we think the clients will do, but the reality is clients do things that sometimes are the opposite of what you expect. So you have to just take the leap of faith and start selling your products as is. If the product is not completely ready, sell it and let the clients drive what they want from the product. And you'd be surprised at the things that they want. I sometimes feel like your business has its own identity. So, okay, besides the fact that Black Beauty is registered with CIPC, it has its own brain, it has its own personality. And my clients tell me who Black Beauty is. And if I let them drive what they want, profitability happens naturally. Right, and I also think your sales value, your sales drive, is it sales drive? Like how quickly you're selling products should inform your decisions. So if you have your product and you sell it, and you struggle to sell it, something that Intiki says, your minimum viable product, whether it's selling price, etc., needs to be relooked at. If you're selling a product at too high a price, that the market is not ready to pay for yet, because already you know your product is not necessarily ready. So you're taking a leap of faith and you're going to start selling, but you know it's imperfect. And then the market tells you the selling price that they're comfortable paying for that product. Like you need to adjust to those type of things. Don't allow yourself to not be making sales for prolonged periods of time, because that's also a message from your clients. So let them drive what they want from the the selling price for what you're capable of putting in the market at the moment, and then relaunch, develop, relaunch, and bring it back into the market. That's really all you can do. You just have to do trial and error. And also because it's passion and it's something you love, you sometimes have to take your hands off it. So as much as I'm super passionate about Black Beauty, I've learned that Black Beauty is its own person. And Black Beauty does what it wants. My clients tell me who we are, what they want from us, and I let them drive it. That's how you become profitable, I hope. So we're still very young. I started working on the business around about 2020, but COVID delayed us in terms of receiving funding from NERDA. So we've been in operation for about 6 months, but I've learned so much during that 6 months. You really just have to listen to your clients.
Incredible. A huge congratulations to you too, Gigi. Well done. Wow. So we've got this wonderful product in market. Clients are receiving it well. The sales are coming in. You know that, everything is aligning positively. So when that moment comes where we have to now hire staff or potentially move from our own personal premises, maybe our home, and start renting spaces, how do we go about making sure that we don't expose our business to risk and possible failure because maybe we're taking a step that's just too big? Yeah, if maybe we can think about that. Do you mind maybe coming forward? I see a question from the floor because of the mic, right? Let's take your question first, and then we'll just talk about the risks that we need to just stay clear of once we go for market expansion.
Do I speak into this one or this one? Hi everyone, my name is Debo Fosebeta. I am a marketing director for a photographic and film production company called Bakone Pics. We are 11 years in the business. we focus mainly on corporate events and lifestyle photography and sports photography. I'd like to say thank you guys for being here, all of you, and I commend you guys for the bravery. Starting a business can be very daunting, and as I'm listening to you, I get the sense that most mistakes that academics make when we start business is we try to go by the book. And everything that you ladies have said here is nothing that we have learned about, be it marketing, be it accountancy, whatever we do. They don't tell you the challenges that you would meet. And what I want to ask you, especially Gigi, is when you were marketing your business, what was the first thing that you thought of? And what are the obstacles that were in front of you? And what did you do to say, I'm doing it anyway?
Thank you so much. Excellent.
Thank you so much for your question.
Over to you, Gigi.
Yeah, I totally hear you. So there's theory and then there's practical. I wasn't a scientific girl. I was always the finance girl in school. And you'll have your theory of what you think, what should happen in an experiment. Let's say entrepreneurship is an experiment. And then you have the practical application, which is such an important part of creating anything. And I think from a finance perspective, from the finance background that I come from, we do numbers, we make sure that the controls of the company are good, to protect companies from any kind of financial theft, etc. But I definitely had ideals about how entrepreneurship should be, especially customer service and how you interact with clients. But I think profitability eventually breaks down those walls. When you see that, okay, well, we've been in the market for 6 months, and like my products are completely organic, there are no preservatives or anything like that inside. Our best before date is 18 months. So in 18 months, if I don't get the story together, I'm going to have a monster or monsters in my cupboard because there's going to be microbial, etc., going on with the products. So when you see, that's why I really think profitability should drive it for you. If you see that you're not selling month 1, month 2, then clearly there's something that you need to adjust, which you have to do, or you're opening yourself up to financial risk. You invested capital. I was lucky enough to get capital from government, from NEDA. But if it's your own money or money from a loan that you've gotten from the bank, if you delay in terms of adjusting and adapting, you're putting yourself at financial risk that way. So I think I definitely had the ideals. I think definitely around, because I'm from such an astute environment, and the CASA brand is so astute and so formal, it's very different from what a self-care brand can be like, or personal care brand. And I had to let go of those ideals. I had to let go of them. I simply let go of them. I had to do that. And then once I changed it, the other challenge that I had was around selling price and your most viable product. As much as you, and this is maybe off topic, as much as you will enter the market with the best possible product that you have, your clients will have commentary on that. They will have commentary on the packaging, they'll have commentary on the quality of the product inside the bottle. And you have to take that feedback and do something about it. So as much as you're going to go in with the best possible you have, adjusting in terms of selling price, not the value of the brand per se or the aspiration of where you're going, but at the moment where you are, adjusting that can be great for you. So as soon as we did that, then sales just started going, and it really started to pick up. We're definitely not in the position Ashanti's business is in, but I'm very, very pleased to see that, we are converting, and that passion and effort is really starting to reflect in our sales. So yeah, you just have to let go of those ideals. But I see the business as a separate person. That's really how I'm able to do it. So I can be the strict accountant, and Black Beauty does what it wants. Yeah.
And I suppose when we do have to let go a little bit and loosen up those corporate, confines, right? Then we unleash the opportunity to learn and unlearn, right? So it's and we all want that, because that's what's going to bring about the change and the progression and all of that, all the good stuff that we're looking for. What about the risks, ladies? Let's talk about expansion and risks, scaling up.
So just going back to your question about premises, yes. Because I wanted to touch on that point before we go into the risks, and perhaps this will also overlap with the risk aspect. I'm sure you all know the modeling industry comes with a lot of stigma around human trafficking, girls getting called out to remote locations and being catfished, for those of you who are familiar with the term. And so it was very important for us to make sure that we are located in a place where our models and their parents can feel safe. And so in looking for premises, I had so many options, and sometimes some of the more affordable options were in warehouses or somebody's rented space on a private property. And I would really think about, if I had a daughter, would I be comfortable coming every week to drop her in a location like this? We give training 1 hour weekly. So again, distances in Gauteng, are quite big. If I'm dropping someone off, what am I going to do in that 1 hour that I'm waiting for you to finish the training for me to pick them up? So all of those factors went into how we selected premises. So as a result, I approached a gym inside a shopping mall, because once again, my target market is models and model moms, right? Model moms shop. They come and ask you, what must I go and buy her? Are you missing anything for the photo shoot? And so it's perfect to be located in a mall or a shopping center. And then we're in a gym because that promotes healthy lifestyle. And we've got a studio in there with the wooden floors and mirrors, and our models get to see what they look like as we training. So that was a very important aspect for our business, also to mitigate the risk of that stigma that comes with the modeling industry at times. So to provide a really safe haven where we're conducting training every week. Some of them are Ubered to the mall because, once again, it's a safe place. They're familiar with the mall. The taxi will drop you at the entrance and you can make your way. They really have developed a trusting with the brand, because we are located in a safe and convenient location. I can have coffee while I'm waiting an hour for my daughter to finish up with training. I know exactly where she is. There are cameras in the mall. So to leverage on existing spaces that assist your business in having a more comfortable feel for your clients, I think is very important, and it limits the risk then of that stigma that this is a bit dodgy, right? So that was a very important aspect for me. Yeah.
Incredible. So colleagues, we're about to close our session. In closing, just a 30-second comment. Perhaps, we've looked at the risks. Let's look at the upside. Any words of encouragement to the ladies in the room and those online about, this journey of entrepreneurship, your new product in the market, etc.?
Yeah. Okay, perfect. If it's a passion that you have, it's so fulfilling. It's so fulfilling when people place value on your product or service by being willing to pay for it. So the process, you take a few knocks when you've developed a product or a service that the market is not enjoying initially, but when you eventually do start to find your sweet spot or your niche where you're really doing your thing as an entrepreneur, it is so fulfilling. So I think initially it can be hard, but I think just continue pushing through and letting the process change you and adapt you, and then also don't be too possessive of your idea. So like Ashanti was saying, she franchised and scaled up. She involved other people, and I also think that that's a great way. It's not something that we've looked at yet, but from listening to the session, I'm learning as well, along with the other participants. I know that it is something that can really aid your business. So as much as you're passionate and you can get possessive, you don't want to adapt with what the clients want from you. You also don't want anyone to come into your business because you know how you care for your clients. But I think sometimes make the circle bigger, sometimes include a few more people. It really can help you to scale.
Thanks, Gigi.
Thanks. My takeaway, very closely aligned with what Gigi has said. My takeaway is that, business is turbulent. And I think we should put it out there from the bat. Even when you're successful and you really know what you're doing, it can be turbulent. I've had moments where I've trained large groups of models, and I'm approached by people doing international competitions, asking for my time to help them. And then I've had moments where we're just like 4 models for a season. And I find that there's intention in things like that. And so if my numbers have gone smaller, there's a reason for that. Maybe it's so that I can have a detailed time to invest in each of the lives of my client at that time. If it's like a mass production, then you use that season to grow yourself, to promote yourself, etc. So I think we shouldn't be afraid of the turbulences we experience in business. They don't mean we fail, but they simply present an opportunity for redirection. And you need to be comfortable with redirection. And I say it's closely linked to what Gigi's shared, because it's about the letting go. It's okay to say, this is really what I wanted to do. But if it's not working, redirect, reinvent. And you'll surely find that in those adjustments, you can keep your business successful and relevant. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much to our speakers, Gigi and Ashante. Our key takeout from this morning session is that entrepreneurship is truly a journey, right? With twists and turns. There's challenges and rewards, but at the end of the day, it's all well worth it. So onwards and upwards. Thank you for listening.
What an incredible panel. Let's give it another round of applause. We are going to head into a break, but before we do have some more prizes. So as was spoken about now on this panel, it's all about collaboration, it's about cooperation. And we need to not be competitive and also envious. Because you know, as Nziki mentioned, you go on Instagram and you see somebody else doing exactly what you were doing, and they've got 3,000 likes and you've got 10, and 7 of those share the same surname as you. And that doesn't help, right? It's not cohesive. So, the first prize that we have is going to be a massage for anybody in the room who can access Rosebank easily. Or a friend or family member along, you were like, hey, we are going to this thing. Did you? These two? Okay, come on up, you're going to get a prize. Give a round of applause. You guys are getting 30-minute neck, back, and shoulder massages from the Healing Body Therapy. Congratulations. Thank you. And for the brave ladies who came up, who asked a question or who made a comment, I know this guy lady already received a prize. I'm going to skip you. I'm so sorry. But to the ma'am from CEDA, thank you for what you do in our country, in our community, in small businesses. So this one is for you. And also for the lovely lady with what you're doing in media and photography. It's incredible. So our break is going to be 15 minutes, and we're going to encourage you guys to mingle, to get to know one another. But we've made it easy for you because I know I'm like extroverted introvert. So that introvert side, you just like, can I just stick to my mushrooms? So we've made it easy for you guys. We've got bingo, as you see over here. So this is easy for you guys to ask somebody a question, see what's relevant to them here. If you find somebody who has a statement or an experience that is relevant to one of the blocks, you cross it out. And when you have the most amount of bingos, if you're the one who gets the most amount of ones in a row, whoopsie, you'll be the one who can get one of our prizes as well. So please do that in the break. Also, from a more businessy perspective, when we are networking, you are welcome to go over into my right-hand side if you want to have a deep and intimate conversation about the businesses and pick some of the speakers' minds. There is some tables that side that you can go to, and you can use the other page as cues, as prompters of what to ask, what to find out. It's like speed dating, guys, which I've actually done. It's not that scary. It's really, really fun. And the last thing, when you're ordering some drinks, we've got something new here at Dalforno, which is the social club cocktails, which links in with our collaboration and our, hanging out. So if you do want to check out the new social club cocktails in our break, please do so. Have fun, enjoy, speak to one another, and I'll see you guys in 15 minutes. Ooh, nice. Those mushrooms were delicious, just by the way.
I tasted some and I was like, I don't know if we should
It's like the less guilty snack
you can make so too often. And in fact, I'm the perfect candidate of this. If you'd spoken to me 4 years ago, our boundaries look like scuffed chalk marks on the floor. And so I'm here today to help you really understand, what are boundaries? What are the biggest myths about boundaries that we often hold? How should they feel? What makes us boundaryless in the first place? And in addition to that, really, how can we start to hold boundaries that really feel easeful within our lives, rather than really these sort of rigid, reactionary boundaries that too often we really do hold in our lives? Join me for that. The biggest myth about boundaries is that someone else is crossing them. A lot of people find that a very controversial statement, but really it is the absolute truth. We allow others to cross our boundaries. It's really within our power, as we hold space for ourselves, saying no to the things we mean to say no to, rather than saying yes to everything we instinctively know that really is a full body sort of reaction from our side. So start to think about, as we go into boundaries, what are the things that you're saying yes to in your life that you know within your gut, within your body, should be a no? So what are boundaries? Boundaries are the delineation between you and myself. It's basically where I end and you begin. And it's not something that can be an either or, it's an and statement. It's you and I. I can love you and I can love myself when we start to hold boundaries that are clear, consistent, and kind. And it's so important to bring that energy to when you're holding boundaries, because we often don't think about the energy behind our boundaries. When we're stressed out and reactionary, and we haven't really been holding boundaries for a long time in our lives, or similar to my earlier statement, they feel like scuffed chalk marks on the floor, no one knows where they are, including yourself, well, then it becomes incredibly difficult for us to really then begin to hold them. But it's the most essential thing we can do. So how do those, I spoke about how boundaries feel. I want to give you a few clues that you can really bring back into your sort of emotional state around how your boundaries are feeling. Boundaries that are clear, consistent, and kind should really feel like a gentle garden gate, rather than an electric fence or a doormat. But too often, we sit in one of those wounded states from a boundary perspective, really not holding space for ourselves. And when we start to become resentful, having overgiven, having said yes when we really mean no, that is really where we know it's the number one sign that a boundary is needed. Where we feel that resentment from overgiving, that is the number one sign as well that we're out of alignment with ourselves. We're not holding our own sense of power, and we're really moving out of that boundaried state, which is just so powerful when we really tune back in to that inner energetic state within ourselves. So what happens when we move into, for example, that more electric fence feeling state of boundaries? Well, really, that's when we almost haven't been holding that space for ourselves. We're chasing something else outside of ourselves. And so pay attention to what those stories are that have crept into your narrative for so long. It could have been you're chasing a delivery that leads to a sense of self-worth. That often builds us into that sort of perpetual people-pleasing where we just say yes to all of these things. And when we get stressed out and everything starts to happen up close and personal to us, that is where we react. That's where we almost trigger back very reactionary rather than responding like that gentle garden gate that boundaries should feel like. The other side is those scuffed chalk marks on the floor, as I mentioned earlier, where we start to feel like a doormat. We're just saying yes to everyone else's agendas and not holding that space for ourselves to really build and hold that energy for ourselves. And that's why I often say that boundaries are the cornerstones of our resilience. They allow us to hold that space and say yes to the things that really matter. Because when we say yes to the things that don't matter to us, our bodies feel it. we know that we're giving our best energy to everyone else other than ourselves. And that's such an important piece when we start to look at the level of burnout and stress responses that we're seeing with so many people at the moment. That's really where we have allowed ourselves to be boundaryless for way too long. And it's so important to then come back and start to hold boundaries for ourselves. So how do we start to hold boundaries for ourselves? Well, in my experience, and having been a leader in corporate for over 22 years, trust me, this is one of the hardest things I had to do, especially with people that used to trigger me, that used to really sort of, have those moments where I sort of reacted from a stress perspective because I'd almost anticipated their needs. And it is so tough when you've been boundaryless for a long time with certain people, because all of a sudden you think, well, what are they going to think when I'm now holding a boundary for myself where I haven't previously allowed myself to hold this boundary? It becomes incredibly challenging, and often especially when our lack of boundaries has been convenient for another person. That's often where I think we feed into that energy of, I'm going to let someone down. What are they going to think if I'm now drawing this boundary? And it should really be more than a chalk mark on the floor. It should be something that we hold clearly and consistently. We can't hold a boundary in one area of our lives and then not in another area of our lives. It's important that we become consistent in all areas of our lives. And so start to think where you can start to hold boundaries within your lives. I encourage people to really start to almost make a boundary inventory. And I know that sounds very structured, but it's so important to reflect in all areas of your life. What are those areas where you do hold boundaries and maybe where you don't? And give yourself credit for where you hold them really well and you hold them with ease, so that you don't feel like that electric fence, but you feel more like that gentle garden gate, where you can start to say, no, thank you so much, but it's a no for me. And that's why I say to people, once you've started to analyze where you hold those boundaries, think about the ones where you're going to give yourself that thumbs up and say, that's a good job, but also the ones you want to improve on or where you want to start holding those boundaries. And when it comes to looking at that list of places where you want to start to hold boundaries within your life across relationships, work, any area of your life, don't just think about one area, think about your life holistically. And then we come to what I call the 3 S's of boundaries. It's so important that when you think about these 3 S's from boundaries, it starts small, starts safe, and start succinct. And so when we start to think about starting small, use an everyday scenario where you need to hold space for yourself, telling you that your body, your nervous system, and your stress responses, that it's okay to hold space for yourself. If your coffee gets delivered incorrectly, or someone walks past you and you don't say anything, it's important that we stand up for ourselves and we let our bodies know, our energy know, that I'm going to just calmly hold the space for myself. So practice on the small things, the everyday things. Then think about how you can start safe. Starting safe is so important because you don't start, as I mentioned earlier, with those people who've triggered you for so long. You start with a family member who you know you can fumble over your words and you can really start to talk about, what this means for you and why you're changing your behavior. Talk it through, help them understand why you're cleaning up your side of the street, and help them understand that, you really would like them to help you respect and clean up their side of the street as well. I mentioned earlier that boundaries are an and statement, you and I. And that's because I can love you and I can love myself at the same time when we hold boundaries that are clear, consistent, and kind. And then we start to think about the 3rd S from a boundaries perspective, and that is start succinct. As a woman, specifically, for too long, I used to over-explain my no's. I used to think I had to have a really good reason why I was saying no to something. But really what we have to understand is that no is a complete sentence. We actually dilute our personal power. We dilute our energy when we don't hold that space for ourselves without having to over-explain it. The other person will sense that you're not really solid and sure about that boundary, and often they'll push back. Often they'll test a boundary. Just ask any kid who's tried to push boundaries with you. That's what happens when we set boundaries every single day. So you have to be succinct. For example, if you're getting an invite to go for a social occasion, it's so important to just say, "Thank you, but I'm busy." You don't need to give a reason why. So really, this has been how I've been speaking about boundaries for a long time, and we'll talk more about it in the next segment as well. But I really want to recap just a few key points for you at the end of the segment. It's so important to understand that we hold boundaries for ourselves. No one else crosses them. We've allowed them to be crossed. It's so important to understand what made you boundaryless in the first instance. Was it the fact that you were chasing self-worth outside of yourself? Was it the fact that you were playing small in one of those wounded victim states? Where have you been overgiving and then becoming resentful as a result of it because you weren't holding space for yourself? And then start to think about how your boundaries feel and how you can then start to hold boundaries by starting small, safe, and succinct.
got a musical act in the house. You mentioned your sister's here. Who's your sister? Oh no! How family? Why? Anyone else from your family is here? You must give them small presents at Christmas. Chocolate eclairs only. Chomps. All right, we are back. We are back into our second stream. We're talking agriculture, access and scale. We're going to have a keynote first and then we're going to go into our panel discussion. But a short poem just to get us in, because we're talking about the land, right? We're talking about the land. It's an important conversation. My name means harvest, and that's what the poem is about. And I thought it linked really nicely to this conversation about agriculture. I am Puno, Puno the poet. I invite you to understand my words and me. I've been told that I should have been born bitter and angry. In some spaces I am too woman, too black. The words I utter, too woman, too black. But I say no. My words are birthed from the soil in my own chest. People keep digging graves with every phrase, but I'm planting flowers instead. I am not angry. I am brave. I am not abrasive. I am determined. I am not too woman. I am woman enough. I am not too black. I am a dark chocolate delight. And I will work these words and toil the soil until the joy in my bones grows. Here, this tongue is sharp, and I will shape my own exceptional reality using only the finest materials, like hope and humanity. What will your words be? Choose wisely, and let's use words that grow well here in South Africa. Thank you. So, we've got another wonderful speaker who's going to come up. Her name is Pelisa. Ms. Nkomo is a development economist by profession, a feminist and social justice activist with her experience rooted from community activism and Black Sash and Global Economic Justice Organization dating back from the Global Debt Cancellation Movement, Global Coalition Against Poverty, and Global Coalition on Climate Justice Network. Ms. Nkomo is a focused, strategic thinker, passionate, experienced person who relies on her expertise to drive change through forward-thinking approaches. She is a structured yet flexible solution-thinking person. She believes that no challenge is insurmountable in life. She subscribes to collaborative, ethical, and transformative leadership, as well as diversity and inclusion. She's an optimist who is driven by impact. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes to the front.
Sure. Hi. I get so shy when this profile is actually read. So when people are saying, can you please quickly send your bio? So I'll send it. But I just feel like sometimes when I get to events, I feel like, don't read it, just say Pelisa Nkomo, and that's it. Oh, thank you so much, Nsiki, for this. This is beautiful, by the way. It's such an unconventional setup. So I spent about 10 minutes trying to drive around because I'm looking for a conference venue, isn't it? I mean, she said to me, no, I have this social impact, Pelisa, please come and speak. So I'm looking for the usual conference. I'm saying, I'm at the mall. Am I really getting lost or something? This is so unconventional. Actually, that's very nice. In fact, it really speaks to the younger generation of industrialists that are coming up, is that you're quite innovative. So if you can't afford a space to rent a space for venue, use the space that is available. In fact, next time take us to a parking, by the way, and we can meet there and you ask people and say, please bring your chair. What is important is knowledge that you're going to be sharing over there. Well done, Tsiki, and thank you so much. So I'm really not going to be long because I was saying to Kerry while I was sitting here and says, okay, so I'm that heavy intellectual person. So I'm going to have to really try and bring the conversation down so that there's a lot of value, from what I'm going to be sharing, and people actually see that there's a lot that needs to be, they can learn from this conversation. So this conversation takes place, MentHer, social impact, takes place on the back of several constraints in the economy, right? The first constraint in the economy is what we call macroeconomic austerity measures. I'm going to break that down, right? So the first part of macroeconomic austerity measures is around monetary austerity measures. And I'm going to break it down again. It's the interest rates, right? So all of us who actually have debts have received an SMS or WhatsApp that says hey, interest rates have just gone up. We're going to increase either your car or your house. Now, I look at you, all of you are still probably staying with parents, maybe. So it's the parents that... So your parents have received the SMS, or your cousins, or older cousins. But I know, I don't think you guys already have bonded houses. And by the way, stay away from them. Just try and save a little bit of money so that you don't have to pay a lot of interest rates. So that's one component. And I think the second component is really around the fact that interest rates, once they increase in an economy that is not growing, right, they have an impact that's called extractive impact at a household level and as well as businesses, right? Because what it does is, right, so if you have 400 Rand and then there's an interest, they take it. They just take it because interest rates have gone up and you have to pay for it. So, and the reality is that it means that household, when their interest rates, they don't spend a lot of money. I think people in the tourism industry, even in the restaurants, will tell you a lot of story that we've actually had to firstly reduce our staff because we don't have a lot of footwork coming in to come and sit and have something to eat, right? So tourism industry is always the first industry that gets affected when you have interest rate hikes, right? And obviously, generally, all the businesses, by the way. So the businesses, for example, amongst those that they don't take up credit, and they pick because it's becoming more, they're more sensitive into taking credit because they know that they'll have to pay more. But also, even if they have plans to expand their businesses, they don't do that because they're worried. And also, even households, they start cooking meals at home instead of going out. So there's always a culture that Friday, Saturday, or Sunday on in between meals, you'll want to sneak out to the restaurant and have something to eat you want, including as well as your driving patterns, right? There are certain areas where you're just going to decide, let me take public transport instead of driving because I need to manage my petrol and, save a little bit more, and you're worried about the cost of wear and tear in terms of the car that you drive as well. So that's called macroeconomic austerity measures. And then in the leg of macroeconomic austerity, there's something called fiscal policy, right? So fiscal policy is when government, so it's called fiscal policy austerity measures, it's when government reduces its spending, right? And what it does, it cuts down on housing, on road infrastructure, on this and this. So that's called austerity measures, fiscal. And now, in the context where an economy is growing at less than 2%, so when the minister was delivering midterm budget, he said we will be growing at 1.8%, and IMF, International Monetary Fund, had said South African economy is going to be growing at 1.1%. So when you're growing at 1.1%, colleagues, is that there's really nothing that happens in the economy. It means that the sectors that have actually been growing the economy are actually going to be the same. There's nothing new that you're going to see. So often, as economists, what we then expect is that when the economy is growing so low, is that then government needs to spend some money to activate the economy. So we'd call it fiscal expansionary intervention, right? So, and it needs to, amongst those, support young businesses. It needs to support small, medium enterprises. It needs to support youth capacitation development programs. It needs to provide some form of support to businesses who need support, but also even rally the private sector to come into the party by creating supply chain opportunities, for businesses. And we've not seen that in South Africa, and that's why our economy is not actually growing, because there's a lot of conservatism. So government, when the economy is not doing well, instead of government opening its hand and spending more, instead it just becomes more conservative. And then what it means that it makes structural poverty, unemployment, and social inequality even much more higher. So, of course, when the economy is growing at 1.1%, there are also opportunities. One of the opportunities is actually going into the agricultural sector. Agricultural sector is a massive opportunity, but obviously there are certain requirements that you need for even agricultural sector to grow. So in economics, we have something called to build a vibrant economy, there's something called factors of production. So in the factors of production, you need land, infrastructure, you need land, infrastructure, you need finance, you need technical skills. But now, I think in 2022, we know that you're actually going to need access to data. So infrastructure, broadband infrastructure, you also need to access to have energy. Now, we've just had our electricity switching on and off, right? So for you to run a vibrant business, you need to actually have those 6 things. So in essence, in the agricultural sector, it's important that once you have access to land, then you need to think about infrastructure, you need to think about finance, and you need to think about the technical expertise. Now, more often than not, as I said, our fiscal policy is not really supporting people who are actually saying, I would like to start a business, right? So what we then need to do is that we need to start looking and saying, what are the opportunities to set up cooperatives, right? And I know that more often, because most of us are quite active in the mainstream economy, so there's always an assumption that cooperatives are labor intensive. And it's true, they are labor intensive, but there's always value in cooperatives. And I'm going to break down what are those. Firstly, you get to rely on multiple skills that are brought in by individuals within. So you get someone with a finance expertise. So it means that you don't have to hire an accountant immediately. You get someone with marketing skills. It means that for marketing your product, you don't have to need to do a bit of PR. You get someone who knows how to do business development and market access, right? Then it means that you don't need to actually immediately do that, right? You also need to get someone who is actually going to help with the actual product, right? Which is anchoring the actual product that you're actually producing. And the value about that is that, so the immediate cost kind of like becomes sunk cost. You don't have to carry the burden of running the business in the immediate, because you rely on each other. In fact, there are certain grants that are really targeting younger people in this sector, right? But when you go solo, normally the business would be you're going to take a strain, because you have to run from pillar to post. And there are also opportunities in the supply chain. So in South Africa, for instance, if I stick into the agricultural sector, 2 things that are quite important you need to know is that the agricultural sector is dominated by 8 companies that feeds 50 to 60 million, actually 60 million South Africans. 8 companies, from primary production right into the table of what we've just eaten, the mushrooms and stuff, right? So it means that there are massive opportunity. It's a highly concentrated sector, but it needs individuals now to start working together and get their minds together and say, how do we make it sure that we actually break the industry and actually, participate? If you look at the issues around even BE compliance, the agricultural sector has not even been able to meet even above 20%, and they would argue and say, we don't know where to find suppliers, right? So Kerry was telling me in the 15 minutes I sat next to her and say, I have suppliers that are around, but also some of them are actually subsistent, but also at the same time, the private sector is not willing. But these conversations, but also a robust development of a movement that actually demands space into the market has to be built, by the way. Transformation is never achieved, just small, sweet talks, right? It's achieved through demanding a space and sometimes that disruption. So I was saying to Kerry, amongst the key things we need to promote and encourage young people is to be part of local food markets. Because once you're part of local food markets, because from cooperatives, once you start setting up local food markets, people are not going to walk into, to these other big shops. I don't want to give them free advert here. But we know the shops that you walk to. And statistics shows that 85% of South Africans, before they start cooking, they go to the shop. But can you imagine if they walk around and find a local food market that is there, that is reliable, and they know that they can buy to any other time, right? You can imagine that it means that you're going to reduce the numbers of footwork that goes into those shops. But also the shops are going to start taking the disruptors quite seriously. That in fact, they actually mean, they mean businesses. I know sometimes we'll also follow the model of wanting to set up shops, and I think Kerry will share a little more about that, set up shops where people can come and buy. That's also another alternative as well. But we need to start investing also in psychological shift, in trusting what we produce as well, because most of the time we trust what we see in those big shops, right? You don't trust what your neighbor is doing. So the other time I was speaking in Soweto, and I was saying to the other woman, I said, can you imagine if 10 women start a bakery, that you don't have to walk into these other big shops, and you know that you can have access to bread anytime, but in fact, you can even bake bigger loaves of bread, because we know our families are big, right? But we rely on these other big shops, whom then compel us to have to buy 2 loaves, isn't it? Right? But if you make our bread a little more, because you know that we, on average, in a black or African family, we live about 6 to 8 people, for example, and you have brothers who are doing the bigger chowing. Either there's a brother or there's a cousin, and sometimes there's going to be even a neighbor who says, I don't have a bread. And you know that once you give 2, he's going to say, oh, it's not enough, man. Please go add add some more bread. So you know that on average you need to give 6 to 8 slices of bread. So, I do think that we really need to start thinking about building the economy from the bottom. And that's what economic constraints provides an opportunity for. And institutions like SIDA and SIFA are actually starting to support those initiatives of cooperatives, right? And I'm really starting to see the shift in the model, right? Is that firstly, they're not hands-off, they're hands-on. They pay attention and they understand the sociology of building businesses from the bottom. That you know what, you can sell your tomato and stuff, and then tomorrow you have no stock. You don't have money because you have to give money to a child to go to school tomorrow, right? And I do think that part of really relying, and I think that's what makes us special, by the way, in Africa, is that Africa by design, we are so reliant on each other. The deep sense of social solidarity amongst ourselves, by the way. And we actually, in economics, we call it's a social capital. We trust each other, we have social solidarity. Those 2 variables are so important in building businesses, and as well as making sure that we actually leverage on each other's, capacities. So the nice thing as well about agricultural sector is that it's labor intensive. So you can even recruit our younger brothers who now are actually drawn into drugs, for example, right? You'd say, you know what, we need to wash the cabbage, we need to wash spinach, we need to wash this, we need young men to come and help us, okay? In essence, you may not even have to have a full-time staff members, but you'll remain the 4 and 5 group of people who are think tankers, who are actually driving the business, and people who are buying stock. But when it comes to packaging your stuff, you get young people within communities to be able to do that. So we really need to shift in terms of how we do things. And I know that we've also, post-democratic dispensation, we've actually inherited a very organized, conglomerized economy, but which is actually quite exclusive of us. Now, I'm older than most of you in the room, so it excludes me. It's even worse with you, colleagues, right? So you must always see yourselves as a first generation of industrialists, but that industrialist is not going to just come from the floor, or from the sky, sorry. You have to build from the up here. Agro-processing sector is very important. The packaging. So for instance, now we know that when people are having gatherings, black families, they were like, oh, if we can get someone to come and peel cabbage for us, Kerry, that's another opportunity. If your shop can start peeling potatoes, cabbage, and onion, and start selling, and because a lot of African families, we have work every weekend. There's that work, there's a wedding, there's this, and by design, we always come in numbers, and in most of the time, you actually don't have hands to do that work, and part of it is because a lot of people now are starting to be engaged in labor. So that could be something else. Once you hear that there's work in that family, you say, hi, I can come and drop you already, a vegetable that's already been made, and with a little bit of a labor cost, and the relief that family would have, because it would mean that you've just bought them extra time of actually ending to focus on other things that is related to the actual work. Exactly. Yes. So in essence, the point I'm trying to make is that I think, just to conclude, is to say that this today, in what you're doing, it's all important to invest in outreach. This is an outreach. This is a conversation, right? And it must upscale itself into a capacity development area. So we need to be able to say what kind of capacity support we need to provide for younger people to participate actively in the agricultural sector and fully understand. I'm a development economist, and I've just learned and got involved in honey. So I do honey. It's labor intensive. I work sometimes from 12 o'clock until 6. I am so tired of going to other meetings where I need to speak big English. But I wake up and, and go to the meetings. So there is a bit of hard work that you need to do. But also at the same time, just also look at it and say, how do we facilitate grants? Grants, a grant of 20,000 to young people, a grant of 50,000, a grant of, 100,000. There's a lot of money globally post-COVID that is actually floating around. But all that's amongst the key things, and I liked your first session, it looked at ideation, right? Is to really actually help young people to get into that ideation phase. Invest in technical assessment. A lot of young people have ideation, but technical capacity of writing. So one of the boards, so I chair a board of Oxfam. So amongst the key things, we do support, but it must be community-based organizations that are doing a community social impact. Amongst the key things I was saying to the board, I said, I want us to have a woman who says, send an SMS, say, hi, I'm from this community, this is what we're doing, blah, 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 in a voice note. We convert that into a proposal, because we can't expect someone who is not well educated to put together a document. But in fact, they can say what they're doing. So it's my role and I think this is exactly, again, that leveraging, right? Because remember, every generation leverage on each other. So it's for me to listen to that voice note and convert it into a proposal and say, this is what these women are doing, and then instead build in what you call due diligence systems, where then once I've received the voice note, converted it, then go and do a vetting. We must do that as well with young people, because the confidence of young people, it lies in us trusting what they do, right? And if we don't invest in young people, which I think for me it's actually an urgent issue, is that all of us are going to experience social instability. One of the things in South Africa today, we live in gated communities, is a signal that we live in fear. But in fact, when younger people have access to money, and there's a circulation of money in the economy, they enjoy their lives, and they would be able to. And start thinking about in your own family, by the way, whenever there's food, your younger siblings are well off, they're good. You know what? Firstly, they never grump even towards you. They give you the respect that you need. They are chilled, and they can have a constructive conversation. But if there is no food day in, day out, there's no electricity, everyone else starts turning against each other, right? And that's why in our communities you find that a lot of people are telling us, because the basic needs are actually not addressed. So people aren't feeling that they live in dignity. So in essence, and that's why the value of this conversation is to make it sure that young people, because access to information, in fact in economics, we even quantify the cost of access to information. Because access to information allows you to open up, and I do think that it would really be nice to start moving into the townships and say, you know what, there are few opportunities. There are opportunities, but we know there are few, but you have access to information. Just to close as well, to wrap up and say, we also need to invest in what we call evidence-based, systems where we allow young people. If we had a conversation with a young person, it's important to start saying, young people, there are many young people that are thinking, because there's always an assumption that young people have to be invisible, they shouldn't be known, they shouldn't be seen. Young people are thinking. So we need to support young people when we have institutions where their ideations, you start recording and demonstrate that young people are thinking, and all they require is an additional technical support for them to see them. And the nice thing about this generation as well is to really build on what you call multiracial initiatives, okay? Because this country relies exactly on making sure that we build a much more unity. The multiracial, because immediately different groups bring in different capacities within, and part of it is to then make it sure that the social enterprise market is actually known, because a lot of young people do a lot of things, right, by the way, but it's never recorded anywhere, and we don't even know exactly what they're doing. And I think we need to take part of us as a call to action after attending this session today is to say, I'm going to take time to listen to what young people are saying, starting from home. When a young person says, I'm going to say, oh, hi, Ska, where to? Hi, Ska, I'm going to take my phone, or what? Say, let me, I've just finished my call. What were you saying? You know? Because building self-esteem is much more deeper, and it means that amongst those is that young people need to feel that they're actually being listened to. I mean, industrial development is really important as part of agriculture. In fact, agriculture is such an important sector because the capital costs are much lower, and that's why it's important now. We really need to get land in South Africa. Land is a very important variable for us to live dignified lives and also be able to produce food and lead a life that has no insecurities, because you can always not only produce food, but also you'll be able to to sell some of your food. And I mean, just the last point is that we need to create what we call co-creative learning spaces, right? And the co-creative learning spaces allow us to share ideas. And I take today's, for example, conversation, it's about that co-creation. And make a commitment to yourself that I'm going to work out with 1 or 2 contacts that I intend to meet after that, and really explore ideas on what is it that we can do jointly. And actually don't feel bad. You start something and it fails, actually just don't give up and continue to do it, because co-creative learning spaces just really allow us to be able to consistently acquire new knowledge, but also to have the zeal to actually consistently build your networks and widen your networks even a lot more. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for the big English. Very macro tontons. There was a lot there. A lot. And for that, if anyone could name one economic term that you remember, I will give you a book. Anyone? Can you even tell me what is our growth rate percentage? Yes, ma'am. You can give me a big word. That'll do. There we go. Come on. Get your book. And for the second book prize, I'm going to ask you to take out your phone, and I'm going to ask you to follow somebody on Instagram. And the first person to follow that person and show me that you're following them, because this is me putting you on. I think she's called the Black Girl Farmer, who is farming like 84 acres of land on her own, and she's doing incredible stuff, and she's also an influencer, and it's just amazing. First person to do it and to show me. Yes, ma'am. Come through. You're on it. Come through. There we go. Awesome. So we're changing things. We're doing a little bit of a switch up. We're going to go into our next keynote, and then we'll have lunch immediately after that. So I hope you guys are settled in. Are you still with me? Are you still engaged? You're feeling fresh? That is great. I'm glad people are hydrating as well. We're going to be speaking about technology and the trends and opportunities which we have within those spaces. Our keynote speaker is Jumoke. Jumoke Dada is a visionary and techie who's passionate about educating and empowering women in tech. Just as a side note, we know that tech is still predominantly a male-dominated space. So this is such a cool and important conversation, because one can't survive without access to the digital world and to tech-powered industries as well. With over 18 years of experience working in corporate IT as the owner of Signature Red, she provides technology consulting services to companies and creates tools for women interested in careers in technology. Two of her creations include the Tech Woman Network, an online platform for diverse women with technical skills, and the annual Hue Tech Summit for women of color technologists. Presently, she's leading the efforts for the hashtag Making Space initiative and Cyberbase at the R Street Institute to ensure that there is more diverse representation in the field of cybersecurity. Dada is a passionate leader and international speaker who toots no more hidden figures as part of her commitment to advocate for women in tech. In addition to speaking, she writes and has contributed diversity in tech article to Forbes Woman. Dada holds a Bachelor's of Science in Computer and Information Sciences from Temple University School of Science and Technology. She's a certified Scrum Master and is currently pursuing a Master's in Cybersecurity online at the Georgia Institute of Technology. I believe we will have even bigger English now. So turn your attention to the screen and let's enjoy the keynote.
Hello. Okay. Am I live? Okay. Good morning. Well, good morning from my side. I'm here based in the States. Is everything? Can I get a thumbs up if I'm good to go? Okay. Great. So good morning, women of South Africa. I'm really excited to be here with you at MentHer, at the MentHer Social Impact Summit. I consider this invitation to participate an honor, and I'm really looking forward to sharing with you about a little bit about my career path and trends in technology. So just give me 1 second. I'm just going to share some slides to get started. It looks like I need the ability to share my screen. If someone can just help me out with that. But in the meantime, I will start to share a little bit about my background. Yep, I just need the ability to share my screen. Okay, while I'm waiting, send a little note. Gotta love technology, right? So, okay, we'll get that squared away. Let me just do a quick check. All right, we're good to go now. Hold on. Okay, I think we're good to go now. So again, thank you, women of South Africa. I'm really excited to be here at the MentHer Social Impact Summit as part of Global Entrepreneurship Week. I've had the pleasure of visiting your beautiful country, Johannesburg, Cape Town. I've been to Durban a couple of times, and yes, it's a beautiful country. So I consider it an honor. And let's get started. So my name is Jumoke Dada. I'm the founder of the Tech Women Network. Amongst other things, I do wear a few hats, and I will share more about my background. To start, I'll walk you through a little bit of how this girl became this woman. My background: I am of Nigerian descent, and I'm a Nigerian American, and with that, I can relate to being an African woman, thriving under different circumstances, and really being resilient to make it to make your dreams happen. So let me just get started. Here are some of the work that I've done over the years. I thank you for the lovely introduction. This is a bit of a collage or a summary. Let me just move this screen down. It looks like, okay, here we go. Okay, so this is a summary of my work over the years. Signature Red being my consulting company. I worked in tech for a number of years, and eventually I started working independently, and I built platforms. The Tech Women Network is an online platform for women with technical skills. The HUTech Summit was the first summit for African American, well, for women of color technologists. Techies Who Brunch was a meetup where women and others could get together to just talk about tech, and Techrapy being a self-care retreat because we need balance. Project Aloe was something that I did to give back to girls that were going off to college. I ran it for about 8 years, just making sure that they had supplies that they need, like toiletries, shampoo, toothpaste, mouthwash, lotion, all the things that they needed just to kind of get started. And Forbes, I've contributed articles about diversity in tech. Okay, and in my more recent years, I found myself doing more advocacy work for women in tech. And what you see here is an image of one of the last live HUTech summits. So what has been my path? I went the traditional path of studying computer science. I went to college, and I'll say that I didn't always know that I wanted to work in a STEM field. I've always found myself to be more of an artsy, creative person. Just when I was younger, I was very into like dancing and drawing and music. So I was always more of an arts person. But with going to college, long story short, I just started noticing that I was stronger in math and science classes. And I just knew that I didn't want to go into medicine or become an engineer. So I settled for computer science. So after that, I began working immediately in the corporate world. I went to a job fair with recruiters, and that's how I landed my first job. So once I graduated, I started working in the corporate world. And as I shared with the last slide, I eventually stepped out on my own to start my own company where I was helping women. I took a break from tech for a bit and came back and started managing projects as a consultant, and then having different opportunities come my way, like writing and doing public speaking, and then advocating for women. So what changed, or what's slightly different, is that during the pandemic, we know those were some times when we all started doing some I guess self-reflection, and I just realized that I needed to kind of continue to stay marketable in the tech industry, with managing the Tech Women Network and planning the HUTech Summit. I had stopped consulting for some time, and I realized that I want to stay marketable no matter what happens with the industry or events or things like that. So I said, well, I think I should specialize in something. And just because of the times and everything that was happening here and around the world, quite frankly, I decided to learn more about cybersecurity. So I went back to school. I'm currently a student again, and I'm pursuing a master's in cybersecurity at Georgia Tech. So that's been my path. It hasn't been a straight one, but it's been a great one. It's been my path. So I share that early on, just because I think it's important to know that it's your career and what you want to do can look very different and can take lots of twists and turns, and that's okay. And it's okay to still be figuring things out if you're in a space where you already have experience, but you're thinking about moving into something new. Okay, so I do want to kind of touch on careers in STEM and just briefly in the broader sense. We're hearing a lot about opportunities in STEM fields because of just the growing need. And for those that aren't familiar, I'll just share. When we say STEM, it's science, technology, engineering, and math. So within science, you can be anything from a researcher to a doctor. Technology, it's so vast. Engineering, you have all kinds of mechanical engineers, civil engineers, electric engineers, software engineers, and mathematicians. You can be what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, excuse me, it just escaped me. But actuary, researcher, but the opportunities are limited. So you hear a lot of talk about STEM just because of the growing needs, especially for women. Things have started changing with more and more people putting an effort in getting more girls and women in the field, but there's still not enough of us, and we just need more diversity in the space. So just to kind of give you some ideas of like STEM careers, like I shared, you can be an actuary, you can be a civil engineer, computer systems analyst, data scientist, and just due to time, I didn't go too deep into each one, but feel free to like screenshot this and look them up if you're interested in STEM in a broader sense. But again, information security analyst, a mathematician, nurse practitioner, physician's assistant, statistician, and web developer. And I share this just, again, this is on a more broader sense, and I know that obviously on the continent we have all of these fields, but then the needs and the opportunities for specific jobs may be greater than others just because of the needs of the continent. And then when you think about your career in the STEM field, these are specific roles that you can look into, like analyst. As an analyst, you read reports, you analyze data essentially. A developer, meaning you build something, you code. Engineering is similar. A manager, you can start out as a technical person and then grow to manage teams and work more with the business area. A project manager, which is a lot of the work I've done, it's just you kind of pull all the pieces together and bring everyone together. And scientists, we know, can be scientists and technicians. So those are some roles to look into. Okay. Here in the States, as of this year, this number actually is still similar, but there were over 700,000 students that graduated with STEM degrees. And even with that, there still wasn't enough talent to fill all of the needs. So let's talk about opportunities in tech. You see this technology cloud that just kind of gives you another like broad overview of the opportunities, but we'll touch on just a few. So here I'll jump into like tech roles specifically. So you can be a computer network architect. These are some of the top tech roles that I've found. You can be a network architect, computer programmer, computer systems analyst, a database administrator. If you like working with data or like Excel reports and things like that, and finding out and doing more research into what's behind the scenes. Like if you go into, let's say, a store, they have a database. There's a database of their merchandise, right? If it's a clothing store, if it's a supermarket, there's a database of what food they have in stock, because they want to know when it's time to order something, new products. Okay, so that's an example. Like if you like to work on that kind of data, that would be a database administrator. Data scientist, information security analyst, IT manager, as I shared before, software engineer, and web developer. And I would also say app developer, but it wasn't on the list. Okay, some best paying roles and things to think about for the future. The blockchain, that's really tied to like cryptocurrency that's growing, even though there's still a number of things that are, still in progress with it. It's definitely the way of the future. The cloud, again, computer systems analyst, a database administrator, I'll just hop around, DevOps, engineer, Internet of Things. Those are all of the devices that talk to each other. So you can have like your Echo, your Alexa, your security system in a home. All of these things are Internet of Things devices. So if that is something that's of interest to you, it's something to start to think about a path in the world of technology. And software engineer and web developer. I do want to touch on cybersecurity because I'm currently in the field, and now I'm just learning so much about it, about what's going on in the world, about just the growing opportunities, and it applies everywhere. The cybersecurity, the issues that we're having with cybersecurity are global problems and affects us in our everyday lives. So I'm really advocating for people that are looking for a role or a space to consider cybersecurity, because even within cybersecurity plays a role in every area. Small businesses, our cell phones, our emails. It's everywhere. So I just highly recommend it. And I listed some roles and some things to think about when you're thinking about, if you're thinking about cybersecurity. You want to think about applications. Again, that's on your phone. All of these apps we're using, cloud, how is data stored, critical infrastructure, which I'll dive into in the next slide, Internet of Things I've already talked about, and network security. That's just how things talk. The job market, I'll just touch on again. I shared this. There were over last year, over 400,000 jobs. This year, there are over 700,000 jobs have gone unfulfilled in cybersecurity. And I've been paying attention to what's happening on the continent, and I've seen that there are more some organizations and groups that are formed like cybersecurity groups to try to get people trained in it. There are tons of certifications. There are tons of free resources as well. So I just highly recommend looking to it, because it's a major place for job growth. And as you can see, as you all probably know and hear, there are tons of cybersecurity. There are not tons, thousands, more than thousands of cybersecurity crimes that are being committed daily. So I touched on infrastructure. If you are considering it, just to kind of give you an idea of critical infrastructure, that's our banking systems, our food and grocery stores, energy, how data is stored, space. There's a lot happening with going into space. Our educational institutions, universities, transportation, communication systems, televisions, again, radios. There's just a lot happening. Water, healthcare, and just our national defense in every country. So just if you're thinking about, if you're going to consider cybersecurity, the opportunities in the areas are vast, and that applies around the world. And again, if you just want to just think about ways to connect, ways to start thinking about it, or to determine if you're even of interest, these are some things that we do every day that can start to connect the dots to where we need to start thinking about data and privacy and security and all of those things, right? Through our emails, we know that there are phishing campaigns trying to get information and data. Depending on your home, you may have some form of keyless entry. Maybe it's not as popular there, but keyless entry, again, that's security. Our mobile devices, passwords, if you have any kind of controls for children, tablets, these are all things that require some form of practicing good security. Okay, so start to connect those dots. And there are several pathways if you decide to go into this field. Like you can become an analyst, a CISO, which is top, probably the highest level within an organization. If you're in security, engineer, a hacker, you can try to break into systems for good reason. Penetration tester, just checking if your systems or another architect. So I encourage you to start preparing future and start looking through fields in technology as a whole, in STEM as a whole. And these are some areas that you can start paying attention to. Again, space, aerospace, aviation, agriculture, foods, the chains supply was destroyed. Well, it's still, not as it should be because of COVID. So there's a lot that can be done in the agriculture, like the farming with resources. So again, this is an area.
Ladies, I think we have lost connection. Apologies about that. Is she back? Okay.
We use to train other people online.
Bye.
We use things like Zoom and other online platforms. So education is big. Healthcare, again, with hospitals, they have systems that they use to track patient information. Those are systems that if you can start to become knowledgeable of it, you can help change the industry. Real estate and Web3, which is growing, and it's definitely an area to watch. Okay, and before I go, I want to just quickly touch on technical and non-technical skills in tech, because everyone doesn't have to be a software engineer, developer, or any of those things. If you choose to, great, but there are several roles that don't require that. And it's important to just make sure that you are well balanced and that you have soft skills too. So start to pay attention to like critical thinking, interpersonal, how do you get along with others in the workplace, in your home, leadership skills. Do you have the ability to negotiate, even when it comes time to talk about salary? If it's fair, it's fair. If it's not, are you comfortable negotiating? Networking skills. Are you an organized person? Do you write and speak well? Can you solve problems? Are you the one that people call when they're trying to figure something out? Again, being professional, and can you find information when needed? So those are research, and those are some soft skills, again, that would be very beneficial to have regardless of your role in tech. Here, and I tried to find some resources, but I believe you may have access to some of these. There are a number of like free resources where you can start to learn. It's going to be important to commit to being a lifelong learner just because of the nature of the tech field. It's always changing. And like I shared, I'm in school myself just to kind of stay on top of what's new. But these are some resources that you can check out, and there's several online. I know that even on Twitter, there are tons of people that share information. You just have to follow the right hashtags, like, Africans in Tech or Black Tech Twitter, and just by field, like software engineering or cybersecurity, or just follow those hashtags. There's a ton of people that share free resources to learn regularly. And lastly, if you don't want to work for someone else, or if you're thinking of a different path, like I've shared mine, there are other ways to be in tech outside of working as an employee or within a larger company. You can start your own business and start offering some sort of technology services, build a product. You can consult, which is what I've done over the years, and just come in, you work on a project, you leave. Similarly, you can be a freelancer too. You can teach. As I shared, there's a lot of resources now for teaching on different tech topics. You can find an area, learn it, master it, and train other people on it. Or you can, start nonprofit services if you want to kind of give back in some capacity. You can find something there in that lane that's tech related to do. So I just wanted to share those potential paths, as well as the tech roles that we've talked about. So I encourage you to get started. Whatever it is that you're thinking about, just get started. Time waits for no one, and you can do it. Like, don't feel intimidated. There is a lot of information out there, but just pick one thing, one area, and start there. And if for some reason you don't like it, you can find something else. You don't have to feel pressure to know exactly what pathway or what role you want, but just get started. Okay, and if you want to stay in touch, that's my information. Please do keep in touch. If you want to join the Tech Women Network, I encourage you to do so. I'll be launching a new site in the next 30 days. So thank you again for having me at this summit, and I hope that you all enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
For the information and showing us the different pathways and avenues that we can in order to get into the STEM industries and the digital careers that exist out there. And I love how she matched it up with, like, what are you good at? What are you're used to doing, or what is your personality style? STEM is not just the maths and science that we know that some of us left in grade 9. It's a whole world, and even if you're a creative person, creative industries right now are kind of supported by the STEM industries in the digital age. So, 2 prizes before we move on. Is there somebody in the room who does already have either an idea or a startup or something that you've scaled up that is in the STEM industry, and you can pitch it to us in 90 seconds? It's challenging, it's hot now. We've been here for hours, so we're not playing small. You can try, come on over. Let's give a round of applause. 90 seconds.
Okay, so I'm starting a digital magazine. It's a Christian digital magazine, and what I've done is to employ and gather around you to talk about social entrepreneurship. That's what I'm doing. So I've got a legal person, I've got an investment person, I've got a finance person, I've got a doctor, I've got everybody. And I just say, tap into your skills, tap into your gifts. We're doing once a quarter, and Zik is part of it. Where is she? She's somewhere there. Because I know nothing about digital magazine, but it's one of those things that I'm willing to fail and fail hard, but it's what I want to do because I know I'm helping somebody. Hope that works.
That was amazing. There we go. That is amazing. We should do more of those. I think the next prizes, we're going in that direction. Who's done their bingo? Who's got at least 5? Who's got 5 in a row so far? 4 in a row? 3 in a row. There we go. Have you already gotten a prize from me, though? Did you get a prize from me, though? Have you? No? No? Then come and get your prize. Earrings from Mibu, as well as all things coily. You can enjoy your hair bonnet over there. Awesome, 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 awesome. So, please recharge your glasses, get some more cocktails. We're not stopping. We're all steam ahead now. We're going to have lunch served so the kitchen can bring out the lunch, and we're going to go straight into our next panel. We're going to unswitch up. Remember, we switched up, now we're going to unswitch up. Unfortunately, Jumoke had to stick to that hour because she's in America, so that's why we put her first. But now we're going back to agriculture and we're having that conversation, okay? You guys are still with me? You still have your wigs on and fine? You're good? Hang on tightly. So I'm going to ask Alice to come up again, and I'm going to read her bio from one writer to another. I love those bios, so I'm going to take my time reading it even. Who I am. What best describes Alice Dlamini is that she's a woman of quiet confidence and possesses a clarity of purpose to be a faithful servant of Christ Jesus before anything else. A hard-working, strong, tenacious, determined, stubborn, yet humble being whose mission is to uplift and encourage others to find their voice, discover their gifts, and unleash their potential. Alice Dlamini endeavors to live in a manner that is good and pleasing to God through Christ, and believes that her character is the sum total of her experiences, good and bad, happy and sad. Her role is to be a wife to her wonderful husband first, then a mother to the 3 beautiful children and 2 St. Bernard dogs, crafting and skillfully executing those roles with a form of consciousness and self-awareness that has enabled her to nurture the gifts and talents at home as a priority, then transitioning into serving others outside her home. I hope you guys are taking notes, how to do life. These are the facts. What she does, what Alice Dlamini does with great skill and leveraging her talents is storytelling, writing, and embracing life's changing seasons to adapt and create her successes. Alice Dlamini has a knack at reinventing herself and dealing with ambiguity when opportunities and circumstances call for her to do so. She's a creative and an innovator who has evolved from corporate, primarily in the supply chain and procurement space. Please come to the front and introduce your panel.
Hi, everyone. Are we all still awake? Yes. Hi, everyone. Hi. Are we all still awake? Yes. Thank you. Can I move around or do I have to stay still? Sorry? I have to take the mic. Okay. So the reason why I like moving around is because I used to be a lecturer. So I don't know how to take this off. Someone help. I don't want to break it. No, I don't have gentle hands. Thank you. Okay. So we've been talking about social entrepreneurship. And I like what Pelisa said. She was giving us like economic background and everything. And she said, what's the term that she talked about with social entrepreneurship? What's the other term? The economic term. The macroeconomic term. Guys. Yes. Social economic capital. Thank you. What I want to ask is how many of you are social entrepreneurs? Social enterprises? Sorry. I would guess all of you would want to be. Yeah, the fact that you're here, the fact that you want to be here, the fact that you took the time out of your Saturday to be here, you invested your time, yeah? So there's something that you want out of it, because if you're here but you go out and you have nothing to take away with you, what is the point of being here? And I think you need to ask yourself that, what am I doing here? But it's not what am I getting out, but what am I giving in? Yeah, because there's a saying that says that your gift will work for you and put you before great men, yeah? So you need to use your gift for other people's benefit. Because what you want others to do for you, you need to do for somebody else. So that's why I'm asking, why are you here? What are you doing here? What are you hoping to get out? So if you're saying, oh, some business contacts and something to do next week or whatever it is, wrong place. Because it's all about you. If we're talking about social enterprise, if we're talking about social economic capital, yeah, then it is about society as a whole. It's about everybody. Yeah, so I've already spoken to Ashanti and Yvonne. I'm getting something out of you because I know I'm giving you something back, yeah? So it works like that, and that is life. In life, if you're not going to invest in somebody else, it is hard. Ashanti said it. No one will want to invest in you. It will be difficult to be like the Ntiki who is doing everything, but yet the investment doesn't all come from her. Correct? Okay. So I'd like to introduce my guests. So I'm going to be different. I'm going to put my guests into a little bit of a spot. I'm not going to explain it, but you'll understand why. Because I think not a lot of us like to fail, but fail we must. We had our guest, what's her name, Jamaica, speak about it. Pelisa also spoke about it. You spoke about it. We see the pandemic as, oh my goodness, it's such an inconvenient. It wasn't. A lot of businesses started during COVID. We see failure as something to be shunned at and something to shy away from. And it isn't. It's building character. So you need to decide if you're going to start a business, how many times are you willing to fall? Denzel Washington likes saying, a man falls 7 times but gets up 8. Yeah? Your nose is going to break in the process. Just switch it back in and keep walking. You have to keep walking. Don't reject yourself because everybody else is rejecting you. Embrace yourself and accept it. Accept that it's going to be hard. Accept that you're going to push to the limits, even things that you didn't think you're going to do. I just spoke about it. I don't know what I'm doing, but I will do it. If it doesn't happen, oh well, I tried. Yeah, I'd rather would have tried and put everything in it than sit back and say, I'm scared. Don't be scared. The fact that you're breathing, the fact that you're here, the fact that you are means that you have a purpose. So understand who you are, understand what your purpose is, understand what your role is. Those things are different. And understand what your gift is. 4 different things. If you can't define it for yourself, somebody else will define it for you. And I promise you, people wake up every single day, different sides of the bed, and I promise you, your character will change every day if you leave it into somebody else's hands. Yeah, sorry about preaching, but I'm a speaker too. So, to introduce my guests, can I please have Pelisa? Are you still coming? Would you like to come? No. Okay, so good. Siviwe. Imagine before I needed to learn names because I used to say Siviwe and I was told no, it's not Siviwe, it's Siviwe. So Siviwe, can you please come? Siviwe Njozela. She is the CEO and co-founder of Somandla Farms. She's also a distributor of organic and aquaponics products. Anyway. My next guest is Mochi Marishani. Mochi is a Rice Cake Adventures founder and also a cannabis farmer. So we're going to learn a lot. So her and I are ex-sprinters. So we found something in common. So yeah, you know what? When I say how everybody's doing, and everyone's like, yeah, we're okay, and I thought of asking Ntiki that next time we should get Nike to sponsor some shoes, some tackies, so that after 3 hours, everyone just goes for a run, a sprint outside, come back, then we get Unilever to sponsor some aerosols, then everyone freshens up, and then you sit down. My next guest, is Kerry Ma. She had to correct me and tell me her surname is Ma, not Mayor. So Kerry is a founder of Farm Table. You can sit. So guys, what I have here, you can pick one. Don't look. Pick. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm okay. Thanks. Don't look. Okay, what numbers do you have? Can I put this here? Thank you. One. You've got one? Two. Okay. So, number 3. So you're going to tell everyone what you've got 90 seconds. So 90 seconds, you tell everybody you're pitching. You're pitching your business. You're telling everyone what your business is all about and why you start your business. Number 2, you are telling us again, you're pitching your business, but you're telling us the objectives of your business. Number 1, pitching your business again, what keeps you going? Go.
I'm not very familiar with microphones, so please, if anyone can't hear me, just let me know.
You're buying time.
Okay.
Sorry.
The Farm Table was started almost 7 years ago. It is an organic and natural grocery store, and it was started primarily from my interest in food and from learning about food and doing my chef diploma. I found out the origins of our food and where it came from.
I'll do 2 questions.
And the importance that the future of soil and soil quality has for our planet. It evolved into an interest for natural skincare, an interest in empowering women, and today we are a female-owned, founded, staffed, and largely supplied business because women are the ones that feed their families and women are the ones that are interested in the future of food and health.
Thank you. Well done. 2. Number 2.
Do I just jump right in?
Just jump right in.
Okay. Well, okay, my name is Mochi. My full name is Muhumuchi Marishane. And initially I got into cannabis because of curiosity, kind of dabbled a bit during varsity. But then I came to, my background in varsity was actually genetics and microbiology. And what a lot of people don't know is the way that you react to cannabis is genetic. So you have endocannabinoid receptors in your brain. So when you consume cannabis, it's affected by your genetics. So what I actually want to do and what my objective is with Rice Cake Adventures is to essentially curate cannabis in such a way that it's specifically tailored to people's endocannabinoid receptors such that you don't experience the negative side effects of cannabis as much as you would otherwise if you were just picking something off of the shelf, so to speak.
Thank you.
Hi, ladies. Okay, so I'm Siviwe, as I've been introduced. Somandla Farms is my business. I absolutely love what I do. So Somandla Farms, basically, we do processing and distribution for organic and aquaponic produce. And what that, in summary means is we procure from various farms that exist, and then we take it to market. So we've got a list of clients that we supply to. So we procure from these farms under like a white label sort of structure. We label everything, and then we take them to our various clients. What keeps me going is the fact that I really feel very purpose-driven in my business. Feeding my people is such a huge motivator for me. It is the reason why we started doing what we're doing. We wanted to go into farming in the first place, but we realized, let's first understand the industry, let's first get our feet wet, let's first see, what can we take to the market, how does the market work, what do clients want, how do you manage those kinds of things. So we kind of put the horse behind the cart before the horse to understand the market, and it's been so enlightening in that sense to understand what actually is needed by my country and Africa as a whole when it comes to food, and also, finding ways to support sustainable food and food that's actually good for the earth, food that's good for your bodies, food that is good for just in its entirety, the way that it's grown and produced, and that is definitely something that our heart and our entire ethos evolves around. So yeah.
Thank you, ladies. You nailed that. My question for each one of you is, and Pelisa spoke about it, that we need land, and she gave us a macroeconomic study. When you're looking at sustainability and climate change, given that agriculture is one of the culprits when it comes to climate change, how do you navigate around that? Because yes, we need land, but at the same time you have to clear land, the natural resources, which is limited, to then make space. And understanding that yes, food is a requirement. Yes, people are hungry. Poverty, we have unemployment. How do you manage that? I'll start with you.
Okay. Initially, when agriculture started, I feel like, yeah, it was kind of motivated by end objective, which was the farm must be successful. But I don't think that it has to be that clean cut, that black and white anymore, where you can have an agricultural system that is also economically, environmentally friendly, so you don't necessarily have to kill everything on the land in order to grow your crops. You can kind of have a system that kind of integrates with the already surrounding areas, such that it's, yes, a kind of ecosystem that works together with your crops as opposed to against it, as opposed to fighting nature, rather work with it.
I think you and I are going to have some crossover here as well. I don't know if I actually mentioned that Farm Table is a grocery. We're a grocery store. Exactly what you said there. Farming doesn't need to be destructive, and a lot of the farming that is done at the moment and chemicals that are used has not been done with foresight. It hasn't been done with soil health in mind. And it is that entire ecosystem, that whole microbiome. We know more about our gut microbiomes and how that needs to be in balance, but we need the soil and its microbiome to be in balance, which also involves a lot of bacteria. We need that to attract the right predator species and the right prey for those predators. It's not a problem to have worms if you've got the right thing to eat them. And that in turn leads to having the right birds. And you live with this beautiful little sustainable ecosystem that means a healthy planet for all of us. There's also a lot of innovation in the farming space. There are obviously a lot more people to feed, and as you say, there is a lot less space. So things like you're doing with aquaponic farming, there is a lot of, I think globally there's a lot of vertical farming happening, which is using safer chemicals or food for plants, probably nutrition, to farm in high density vertically. I mean, and as much as climate change brings challenges, I think it also does bring opportunities. Unfortunately, if we're looking on the positive side, the South African wine industry is experiencing amazing innovation, amazing growth. What is being thrown at grapes and dryness and soil, it means that the country is producing some of the most incredible wines and is really becoming a global leader. There's a lot of young people involved. There's a lot of women involved. So yeah, we have to also look at the opportunity that comes with where we are today.
Yeah, I think I can only add to what Kerry's saying. One of the things that we experience, because I mean our business is very, it's like a baby. And I come from a corporate background and now come into a very different sort of industry in farming and agriculture. But one thing that we've really learned is that there are so many people who are willing to share a lot of knowledge. Even in sitting with somebody like Kerry, you learn so much about, how is the food grown, what actually the effects of certain chemicals, all that kind of stuff has on the soil, but then eventually has, for you in your bodies, etc. You learn so much just by asking the questions. And then when you ask the questions, you get to a point where you're like, okay, but how can I be part of the solution? Where do I play my part in this entire value chain so that I can add as much, towards the positive change that is required? And I think that's something that really needs to be pushed for within our industry. I think understanding that there is this problem of sustainability and having good quality food, etc., and the effects that farming has on our planet, we know that this exists. But now that we're in the industry, what can we do? And there's so much shared knowledge in agri, so much shared knowledge from the retailer to the farmers. Yeah, and there's certain bodies that also exist, something like the PGS, for instance, which is like a network of retailers and farmers who are in the organic industry, who also just have a lot to share and a lot of support that they can give to farmers. I love also one of the things that was mentioned today is kind of forming cooperatives, because when it comes to organic farming, it's difficult to farm organically and then scale as well. You're doing very little to condition the soil, right? You're putting very little into the ground, etc. So to scale is tricky, But as soon as you start saying, okay, I've got 4 different potato farmers who are organic farmers, all of them certified, they are able to supply to that specific client. And that sort of co-op of farms then is able to fulfill the need that we have for food. It's just a transformation of how we think about it. Like Carrie's saying, there's so much like that's developing and there's so much technology, there's so many things that are possibilities. It's just opening your mind up to saying, okay, cool, now that we understand that there's a problem, how can we be part of the solution?
Something. I know we are talking about agriculture, but if we can just take it down a notch, it's food. It's what we put in our bodies every single day. It's a decision we make many, many times a day, and it comes down to consumers at the end of the day. And if I can say one thing, just think about where you're buying, what you're buying. You have the potential to support so many people. The trickle-down effect of supporting small businesses. Find a farmer in your area, support your local veggie box. You, by your food choices, have the power to make a massive impact on so many people.
Thank you, ladies. That was splendid. I think the running theme is about the consciousness and the conscientiousness of how you do something. But also going back to what Ashanti said, it's about asking and working with others versus working in a silo and doing things because you think you have it all. My second question, again, coming back to sustainability and climate change, but then looking at the South African economy. What is the scale of employability? And by that, I'm talking about self-employment, I'm talking about employing others, and I'm talking about scaling, and I'm talking about access to market. I'm talking about growth, economic growth, contributing to South African GDP. I will start with you. No, you. Yeah.
That is quite a mouthful. Yeah, it's a tricky question to ask because, like I said, okay, so I come from, corporate, and corporate, it's structured, you know what I mean? Like there are exact budgets for how much headcount you've got, and these are the jobs that are required, and this is the need or whatever it is. Then you get into, food and agri, and you realize that it's very, very volatile, if I can say that, right? And the reason why, one of the main reasons why, is because it's a very seasonal business. If I'm growing bananas, they only grow for a certain period in the year, and then I don't have the bananas anymore. So then how do I make sure that I've actually employed people like on a full-time basis? What happens is a lot of farmers then end up having to employ people on contract terms, and it's so tricky, so it's quite a difficult thing to manage. However, I think it goes back to the point that I was making before, that as soon as you start to form all these little networks and all these partnerships within food, it kind of helps to sustain even that part of how you retain and maintain jobs within the industry. An example is like for us, for instance, right? Even though we don't have our own farm, our service allows us to retain clients for a farmer even in the time when their season is over. So let's go back to the bananas as an example. They have their bananas, the season for bananas is over, client comes back and says, no, now I want winter crops, I want beetroot, carrots, whatever. That banana farmer doesn't have that for the client, but instead of that client now finding somebody else, we retain them, we find those beetroots, the whatever they need. The banana farmer then has their time to toil their farm, do what they need to do, maintain it, do all that stuff during their off season, and then we come back to the same client in the same year. So it's kind of forming like those, you kind of have to see, like I said, which part do I play and how do I sustain this sort of industry in its entirety from the role that I have to play. It's not necessary that I come through and become another farmer. Yes, maybe we have the capability to do it. Yes, we have the capacity to do it. But I think you find where your value is, and then you kind of just do that at to the best of your ability, and then everything else kind of falls into place, I think.
need to revisit that question. Entrepreneurship and scale and
So the employability, yeah, within what you're doing. So
Employability.
self-employment and then employing others and growth.
Right. So obviously the first part of that puzzle is self-employment and actually taking the leap into self-employment. And I think the message that has come up again and again is start. You will fail. You will fail so many times. For every loyal customer that I have now, I've got at least an hour of tears. For every success that I've had 40 failures. And there's a message that also comes across quite often when people say, work on your business, not in your business. And I have to disagree with that at some points. I think initially you work very, very hard in your business. You know your business inside out. You know that you can do every single part of your business. And once you've done that, you buy yourself the luxury of trying to figure out a way to extricate yourself and work on your business and actually employ other people. But until you know what the processes are and you know the type of people that you need to fill those gaps, you aren't really anywhere. So I think, yeah, it's just focus on doing what you do it well, and you will be able to employ more people and employ people that share your ethos, employ people that you are happy to come to see at work every day and that you're happy to be around and that actually add value in your life. Because to track back to that working on your business, when you are working in your business, you are also working on yourself. You are getting your MBA from the School of Life tenfold. You will learn lessons that you cannot pay for. And yeah, so just like get stuck in, keep going, and try to provide jobs where you can. This country needs more entrepreneurs. We need small businesses. We need things like this, and we need a network.
Thank you. That's good.
Well, I don't have much experience in terms of the other, aspects of agriculture. My thing is purely cannabis. And what I've come to notice is that because it's still such a new industry, there's still, anything is possible. It's like the gold rush at the moment. So whether you're self-employed or whether you're trying to be employed by a pre-existing company, there's always something for someone. Not even just from the agricultural aspect, but also in tech. There are now companies that literally create softwares that will monitor your crops for you, specifically with cannabis and the pests that come with it, etc. So I think that with regards to agriculture, there's always something that can be done, and there's always a gap in the market that you just need to kind of find or just insert yourself. And given the high unemployment rate in our country, it never hurts to try. It never hurts to at least put yourself out there, because you never know.
And don't think that you have to know everything, because actually ignorance is bliss. Every new thing I'm starting, and I look back, I'm like, geez, if I had known, I definitely wouldn't have done this.
Thank you, ladies. So just to summarize all of that, you speaking about opportunities, and it almost speaks to stream one, finding opportunities. So the banana season is over, so therefore let me find out what my customer is looking for. And you have to go out and ask. They will not come to you. If you don't offer anything, everybody will move on. You then spoke about working on your business versus working in your business. And if you work in your business, you're also working on yourself and finding out where your gifts lie and how you can best utilize those gifts, cultivate your gifts to manage your business and manage your life as well. And then you spoke about adding value. And the thing is about adding value, you always need to understand what is it that my immediate environment is needing and how can I assist. Correct? My last question, because I've been told time is up, is tell us about your biggest failure and your biggest success, and how you manage your biggest failure and how you manage, because you have to manage your success. Because again, the higher you go, to whom much is given, much is expected, but it's also, once you're up there, it's very easy to fall, and the fall is quite a long way down. So how do you manage that?
stopped even thinking of them as failures. They're just like little blips along the way. There's too many to mention. I think that is the trick. Just learn from your failures. Just put them in your back pocket and carry on. There's nothing you can do. It feels like the end of the world at the time, but you have your whole big, bold, beautiful life ahead of you. You feel old. You feel like you're not going to make it again. You will. You've learned a lesson. You've got something from your failure. And mine for success, save the money. When you're making money, when you're self-employed, when you're making money, don't be fooled into thinking that it's just going to be like that forever. And I think COVID was a very valuable lesson for us all in just having savings, having a backup. When you are also self-employed, you're going to have to make decisions. You're going to have to spend some money on growing somewhere. You're going to have to take some leaps of faith. Some will be wrong. Actually, one of my biggest lessons is overcapitalizing on my new store now. But also, I didn't know it at the time, so I'm definitely not going to cry over spilled milk. It's done. We move forward. But yes, success, save the money.
Well done.
My biggest failure and my biggest success were a combination. It was just insane. So as I said, our business is quite young. So we've been in operation for a year and a bit now. And so last year everything started to pick up. We started in July of 2021, and things were really, really looking good towards the end of the year. We've got an incredible support structure. The mention of social capital, like for me, it resonated quite a bit because we really have an amazing support structure that kind of allowed us to, So everything is looking good, everything is amazing. And then we get this really big deal to do processing for a huge consignment of ginger that comes in from Tanzania. And we are just so excited, okay? Because in this particular case, it's only the processing part. This person has their own client, so all they need us to do is wash their ginger, make it look amazing, size it into different, the A class, the other classes, whatever, and put it into the packaging, and then they take it to their client. It's the easiest, most wonderful thing to do, right? That's what pack houses do. So here we are celebrating, having a great time. And it was really like a big win for us. And that client literally racked up so much work for us to do. And the invoice kind of just went, whoo. And as the invoice is increasing, I'm talking to this guy and saying, man, do you really have this budget? Because you're asking us to like rewash things and pack things again. And it was such a mission. And then eventually we find out that he actually did not have that money. So here we are. Bill is like sky high. Okay, at this point, we're probably like, 7 months old, 8 months old. And we are immediately in a pile of debt. Immediately. There have been laborers, there's water bill that has to be paid, electricity that has to be paid, storage that needs to be paid. We procured boxes, all of that stuff has to be paid. For somebody to turn around and say, yeah, I'm not going to do this anymore. It was
a nightmare.
A nightmare. It literally took you from your dream to like the pits in like a millisecond. But in saying that, it was a very, very important lesson for us to learn. And I say, like, I'm so glad we learned that lesson right in the beginning. You know what I mean? Because we learned it for us, it was like an insurmountable, this huge thing that we've had to like patch up throughout the course of this year, sure. But I think to myself, where we're going with our business and what we want to become at the end of the day, if I were to learn that lesson 2-3 years from now, it would have been a much bigger, and not to say I'm not going to have challenges that come in future, but I think it's just to look back and to appreciate that each challenge comes in its own time, but it makes you a better person. It makes you more shrewd. Now when that kind of an opportunity comes by, I know what checks and balances that I need to have in place. I know exactly how to charge the client, what are like what's the trail that I'm following in terms of his processes, etc., etc. Like there's a lot of things that I learned in that process. So I think I resonate with what you're saying, Kerry, that I can't really call it a failure because without it, I don't think I would have. Yeah, it's a huge lesson. It's a very big lesson. As you say, we're getting our MBA in the School of Life, and that's the way it is. You know what I mean? Each time you just keep on learning, and it's exactly what you're saying about like you fall 7 times, every man falls 7 times, but you get up 8 times, and you have to do that. You just have to keep going, and knowing what drives you and what your purpose is at the end of it all. Yeah.
There's sometimes fast, hard, and expensive lessons, but you've got them, you've learned.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so in my case, I was one of those gifted kids, and that's in no way a brag. I was very strong academically. I was a great athlete, but it also led to my biggest failure, which was my own ego. So especially in the beginning, I didn't ask for help because I thought, well, no one can do it as well as I want it done or as well as I could do it myself. So as a result, I ended up kind of drowning in my own pile of work, drowning in my own creation, so to speak. I ended up taking on way more than anyone should have, and essentially I was reinventing the wheel where no one needs that. So that was my biggest failure, and my biggest success was, you know, once I actually got the help, I was able to, you know, meet new people and branch out and kind of scale up, which wouldn't have happened if I hadn't failed and, you know, kind of crashed and burned in my own in my own doing. So I felt a bit like, you know, that story of Icarus. I flew too close to the sun, I got burnt, but, you know, I fell down and I was able to pick myself up and learn from that and understand that it's easier to, or it's better to work in a community and to just ask for help. Even if you feel like you don't need it, if it's too much, just ask for help and you will go a lot further than you would by yourself.
Well, thank you guys. Mochi, don't fly too close to the sun. That's the lesson. So, but guys, honestly, thank you so much. I think in ending is that you always need to ask yourself, what is this teaching me? What am I learning from this failure? Because if you're going to look at it as I have failed, you haven't failed. The process has failed. So what are you going to do differently? That's the question you should always ask yourself. And yes, I agree with you. Now you know better, checks and balances. So you know the questions to ask. The first question to ask is, what is your budget?
Show me the money.
Finished. So I hope you enjoyed yourself. Thank you so much and have a great lunch. Thank you. Thank you.
And out. Another one, 1, 2, 3. And out. One of my favorite things to do is to scrunch my shoulders up real tight, like all the way up into your ears, and then release it. You can do it again just to release all the tension. And out, and you can have a seat. You can have a seat within your seat. Please know that at the end of today, we've got the big MentHer prize. And I think I'm going to give that to the person who's been the most engaging, either in the room or online or on social media or a combination of all of or some of those, okay? So please be tweeting, please be using MSIS22, please be following ment_her or MentHer_INT rather, and we're definitely going to be doing that. The prize that I want to give out now is for a Pilates session. I think you all in your packs have a 10% off for a Pilates session, but the prize is going to go to somebody who's online, whoever's going to comment what they got from this session, the first comment. Our social media gurus and the people that are online will be able to track who that is for before we carry on. Who wants to pitch their business 90 seconds in order to get in Tiki's book? Anyone? Will you do it? Come on over, please.
Afternoon, ladies. So we spoke a lot about, product ideation, etc. I didn't get a chance to really put my business, so this is it. So I am the co-founder of Nubian Crown Hair Studio. It is a a natural hair salon in Hyde Park. We also specialize in microlocks. So I'm also the founder of Microlock South Africa. And really, our key differentiator is we're all about beauty that will not cost the earth. We mean it literally as well as figuratively. So the techniques that we use in the salon, the products that we use, the styling, it's synthetics that are lightweight, because we're about beauty for the long haul. So even in our 90s, we still want to be looking good and retain all our natural assets. So that's who we are.
Before we move on as well to our next panel, and I will be calling on Komishni, I just wanted to read a quote from Prime Minister Mia Amor Motley. I think she's the female Prime Minister of Barbados, that ties into the previous conversation that we had, which says, if we can find the will to send people to the moon and solve male boldness, we can solve simple problems like letting our people eat. And I think that speaks to what the ladies were speaking about now, about like finding solutions, thinking differently. Yes, you go through hardships. Yes, there's failures, but those are lessons. Let's keep going. Because if one of the people who was a South African can start sending people to the moon, Elon Musk, we can definitely solve for our food crisis and also get people to eat well again, get people to eat good food and be healthy in the way that they do it. So well done to the ladies who had just come up. So this panel that we're speaking about is going to be linked to the tech and STEM conversation that we had. And is Komishni around? Hello, I love your color, I love your dress, it's so pretty. So this is who Komishni is. She's the director at Zella Tech Legal. I must say, I did study law, I did finish law, then I did an off-ramp on the highway towards Adams and Adams. I was like, I'm going creative. So maybe you'll make me regret it, please. She has specialized in commercial law with a focus on technology contracts and legal risk management for over 15 years. Through her work, she's engaged on projects for expert advisory and insights work for a range of organizations nationally, regionally, and internationally. She's presented at various forums to raise awareness of navigating technology risks. The tech legal topics include regulatory compliance for businesses, privacy and data protection, social media advice and implementation, electronic marketing, tech contracts and negotiation, internal policy development and training. Her client list has included tech companies from startups to corporates, multinationals, government and non-governmental organizations in Africa internationally. As a mentor to tech startups in and out of South Africa, she ensures that the legal implications of tech law in this fourth industrial revolution are understood by the next generation of emerging techpreneurs shaping the continent's future. She serves on various forums, committees and boards, including Women in Tech, Internet Governance and Technology Innovation. Her passion is the upliftment of African entrepreneurs, especially women, enabling the tech-inspired futures in Africa. So as we enjoy our lunch, please, I think this is a session we need to engage in because this could save us a lot of headache and heartache. We have things like Poppy Act. If you violate that, you don't want that to affect your business. You'd rather be working in and on your business than in a courtroom fighting a weird battle, right? So Commissioner, you can come up and definitely introduce your panel as well. Let's give a round of applause.
Good afternoon. I think I have the hardest job in the room. Obviously, my job is to keep you entertained while your tummies are being filled and keep you from dozing off, right? I'm not the funniest one either, so that's going to be a challenge for me. But welcome to everybody that's seated in the room. Welcome to everyone that's online. A big thank you to MentHer and to Dalfornos for creating the event, hosting the event, and really creating this forum for sisters in entrepreneurship to be together. So I'm really keen and glad to get going, but I'm also thrilled that my session is after all the other sessions. I think it's important to draw on the previous speakers because it kind of brings us to full circle with this discussion. So coming from ideation, creating your product, commercializing it, getting out to market, all of that's amazing to do. But if you can't reach your target market, no matter how great the product, there's a fail, right? And on the tech side, we say fail fast, so that you use that learning and you continue with your journey. I think the past 2 years have been challenging for all businesses, but sure, it's been a blessing to have experienced COVID in this age. So as a tech lawyer, it was the most exciting period for us. We saw a number of acts being pushed through Parliament like never before because there were so many things that needed to be dealt with. We saw platforms being created all over the world. We saw challenges solved, challenges that most probably were never dealt with previously. But of course, the digitization boom really was a major thing globally. It was something that if you did it right for your business, you suddenly had global reach. And so when you're an entrepreneur, of course, that's the dream. You want to service a market, but you shouldn't confine yourself to the local market, right? And I think what I want to draw the entrepreneurs in the room towards is bricks and mortar stores are fantastic, but never restrict yourself to just that. Align yourself with a tech strategy for your business. So beauty products. I know you need to hit the South African market because that's who you're targeting, but plan for an e-commerce store so that slowly over time, more and more of your products find their way there, because the younger generation are definitely into online shopping. They're not doing it old school any longer, right? Advertising is all about platforms these days. So whether you do have the store or you have an e-commerce store, you still have to get your marketing right. And that's done over all the social media platforms. And then, of course, like we had the previous speakers speak about cyber security, that's one of the key things that you have to be aware of, because you need to keep your business safe as you go through these different areas. And then, of course, you know, as an entrepreneur, the drive that you have within you is what pushes you every day. So I'm asking each of you to just think about when you are driving your motivations, think about how you can do that easier by leveraging technology. You know, if it means you need to expand and create new accounts on Instagram and all the newer platforms as they emerge, do it if you feel you're going to be able to reach a new audience. Just to share with you, my husband is in a very traditional sector. It's logistics. He does office and corporate rentals, corporate moves, but very male-dominated, very old school. Did not want to get onto Instagram. Had no idea how to navigate Instagram. What did we have to do? Employ a digital marketer. So as founders sitting here, your job is to empower yourself, because you're never going to know everything, but you do need to have the right advisors to your business. So this session is about looking at tech trends and opportunities. And I'm hoping that my panelists are really going to give you a lot to think about. This is not the big English like before. This is even more obscure. It's tech concepts and tech words. So yeah, I'm going to pull you into a journey with me. But I'm hoping that you're going to find it insightful and really valuable once you walk away from this. So I've lost a panelist just purely because she had a previous engagement and she couldn't get out. So we're sorry to have lost her. But the two remaining panelists that I do have, I'm hoping really will engage you. So please join me and welcome to the stage Kelebogile Malapiane. And I've known Kelebogile for many years now. I was fortunate to be a mentor under her program when she was at the Innovation Hub. So she's an amazing, amazing individual. She's an entrepreneur. She's a mindset coach, published author, and currently the CEO of Africa Beyond 4IR. Please welcome her. Good to see you. I am the founder of Zella Tech Law, and I have a panelist from my team that's here today, and her name is Leandri Pretorius. She's another technology lawyer in my team. She holds a master's in law. She has joined us for the past 2 years. She has done amazing work inside of South Africa and outside of South Africa. She mentors out in Kenya to a university called Pausti, and we work with the Center of Excellence. She is someone who is very key to the business we run. She's an amazing tech lawyer and advising on privacy and data protection across the borders. She works across the continent and also across the UK. Please welcome Leandri Pretorius. I'm going to move this. So, as part of the kickoff, I would like to just say that everyone talks about 4IR and what that means, and how we all need to be so conversant with technology, and how we really need to embrace it, because it really can bring us all of the benefits that we're seeking in terms of business. As you sit here, I'd like you to just think about your position in a business and ask yourself the questions around what are you learning and embracing and bringing into your business as tools to help you leverage and accelerate your business. I have a question for Kelebogile, and of course, her experience is so vast and spans across all the tech ecosystems for years and years. And I suppose one of the things we want to understand in this session is what trends and opportunities did you observe that also allowed you to sit back and think that as a founder, I now want to create a business and I now have a vision to follow through with?
Good afternoon, everyone. I have a bit of ADHD. And is it possible, though, to ask the kitchen staff to be mindful? Hello? Is it possible to ask the kitchen staff to keep it down a bit, because we can barely hear ourselves talk? Thank you so much. I'm Kelebogile. As you have said, my mind just works a bit overtime sometimes, and I'm one of those people that can see everything in the room and just try to put it all together. So I just needed that peace in my mind. In terms of the trends, well, I must say it was less about the trends of the digital space as opposed to access to resources that actually got me starting this thing. So I've been in the enterprise development space for the past 22 years now, if not more. And I've seen how everything seems to be in Sandton, Bryanston, everywhere but in the townships. And at the end of the day, it makes it a bit null and void. So if we're talking about what we are doing now, the digital divide, which we're trying to address, where is the sense in me putting something in a place that is not accessible to those that I am feeding? So I run a business incubator called AB4IR. Please Google, please find it. Your next prize will be based on it. It's an ICT incubator that's based in Mabopane. We do gaming, animation, virtual reality, and drone technology for the kids in the townships. And basically, that's just how it started. And I'm having a private summer right now.
Okay, so Leandri comes back from the legal space, which is slightly different. So there, I think we focus a lot on trends. We try to anticipate what are the worry areas for entrepreneurs. We try to anticipate what are the risks that, we're going to see for the following few years. And I think what we want to know from you today is, through the work, what are the trends that you've observed for business, and what are the risks that are coming at all of us, regardless of the type of business we run.
Thank you, Commissioner. So, coming from a legal point of view, we do observe a lot of risk, particularly following the COVID-19 pandemic, with a lot of businesses moving online and a lot of employees starting to work remotely. Businesses really had to start approaching particularly data protection differently, and cybersecurity. So, for example, if your business initially had employees working at the office and now suddenly everyone is remote, that affects how are you going to manage your company devices? How are you going to manage your employees using personal devices in order to ensure that your business's confidential information and personal information from your clients are sufficiently protected? So that definitely has been a major consideration for businesses. I think also looking at businesses working in the digital space, working with companies maybe not in South Africa, maybe you're working with a company outside of South Africa, from a data protection point of view, you're dealing with cross-border transfer of information. And our POPI Act requires that should you transfer personal information outside of South Africa, you'll need to ensure that the country that it's going to has sufficient laws in place to protect that information. And I think looking at, for example, third-party cloud service providers, that is also a consideration for businesses. For example, the servers of those third-party service providers aren't necessarily located in South Africa, so you are transferring information outside of South Africa. But normally, those servers are located in regions such as America, Europe, which have pretty robust data protection laws. But for example, if you're dealing with a company, let's look at Africa, the African continent. There is a lot of opportunity to develop data protection laws in South Africa. In Africa. Many African countries don't have data protection laws currently implemented. So, there's a lot of development to be done in that space. And then looking at just emerging technologies, as that's coming up more and more in the digital space, businesses moving along with technology and starting to work with AI. For example, South Africa doesn't have a national AI strategy, but it is important to ensure that these types of technologies do protect the people at the end of the day. For example, these types of technologies has to be human-centered and human-focused, right? But currently in South Africa, the laws around that aren't fully developed yet. However, there is a lot of movement in terms of research and development. South Africa actually, part of the Smart Africa initiative, led the development of the African blueprint for AI, which notes opportunities for the use of AI in Africa, and also notes important policy developments in the space. And then also, quite recently in September, our Department of Communications and Digital Technologies announced the launch of an AI Institute for South Africa, which is going to, or one of the aims of this institute is to, it's in partnership with UJ and TUT, and the aim of that is to expand on the coding and machine learning initiatives that's currently in public school curricula. So it's very positive to see that these kinds of technologies are making its way into the education system in order to promote capacity building and learning in that regard. But there's definitely quite a lot of risk that businesses still need to look at when they operate in the online space.
Thank you, Landry. Just by a show of hands, I mean, in the room, how many tech entrepreneurs do we have here? Is there anyone on the coding side? Is there anyone on a platform? No one here? So that for me is interesting, right? Because we're sitting in a room and we're saying there's not one coder here. I'm a board member to a business by the name of Girl Code. And their entire mission is to prove that in the tech sector, we can have girls who code. They have a number of boot camps that they run annually, supported by big business, in order to just boost female representation in the tech sector. If anybody does know of girls that want to code or girls that want to get into the tech space, like on a technical skill level, please come and speak with me. I'd love to put you in contact. But I think that is something we as sisters in entrepreneurship, that's something we all have to look out for the younger generation, because they don't want to do business the traditional way, right? They want to do something new. It's about innovation. It's about digitization. It's about what's exciting. And so it's our job as this generation of women to empower who's coming up the ladder. And speaking about empowering the younger folk, Kelly, as part of your work with the gamers and with the digital tech startups, what are the technologies, the actual tech that they use inside of the business, and what is essential versus non-essential for different ones? If you can share just some things for us to think about.
Are you talking in terms of the languages they use for
No, not
development?
language. Maybe just in terms of operationals. So like these days, I think most businesses can't do without a Zoom account or a Teams account, right? Is there anything else that you are seeing that's coming through? And
I think just generally, social media is playing a really good role. I mean, you were asking now if anybody is in the tech space, and literally nobody answered, but that's not true, because you all are. You're running a business, you're talking about how you have put things up, how social media has done this, that, and the other. And whether we like it or not, technology is cross-cutting. Technology is involved in every business. In fact, because I also write for MentHer magazine, the theme for this month, I think, is to re-look, reinvent, like take stock of my part in it is technology. So how has technology worked for you or not? I mean, I was one of those that were crazy enough to actually start this business after the president said hard lockdown. I left my full-time job in 2020 and I started this thing called AB4R. I had gotten funding, and I'm talking about setting up so that people have resources, and then the president says you can't go out and set up. I had to buy stuff, do this, that, and the other. Somehow I had to figure how to do things that I needed to do physically, virtually. So that was challenging. I had a fight with my chairperson because I kept saying, but this is like conflicting the very reason we've been set up. We want to go out there for them to come to our center that we can give them the digital skills. And now COVID and 2020 was saying, you're not talking to anyone, you're not seeing anyone. And then I was challenged to start. The other thing that we spoke about earlier on, start. We had to start now offering a lot of our courses online, and social media played a very big role because almost everybody's on Facebook at the very least, and there's some hotspots here and there that people can access. Another thing is we just tend to underestimate township capabilities as well. I was one of those, I must say, because I keep seeing lack. But I am blinded by the fact that already they are in that space that are performing in. So most of the ones that are coming to our center, they really don't understand so much the language or even the technicalities around technology, but they're already involved, which makes life that much easier. So we start talking to them about decoding already what you have, because we're talking about also 4IR. We think we don't know it, we think we're not in it, and then we start talking the cell phone that you have. Like you've been doing such amazing work, you're taking pictures and videos, and once upon a time, that was three things. There was the phone, there was the camera, and the light, and everything else that you needed, but it's all in one, and that's where the smart component comes in, that's where the integration comes in, and that is what 4IR is about. And then they start thinking, oh, because we talk big English, big jargons, we make it sound so, I don't know if you want to sound intelligent, but in the quest of doing that, we are losing so many people at the end of the day, you know? And then people start, and you want to ask the question, but exactly what does 4IR mean? Because you think you're the only one that doesn't really know what it means, since everybody's throwing it around, right? So they are there, and then we start introducing them to different languages. We start getting them to understand how the basic things that they can do, because the challenge of being an entrepreneur, a startup, is, like someone said here, you tend to think you must do everything by yourself. And yes, maybe you may need to because you're bootstrapping, right? But you are not cashing in on the things that are already at hand. And sometimes it is just basically because you don't know what you don't know. But you get into setups like this, and then you start realizing, actually, there is so much more that I know. There's so much more that I have, and there's so much more that can help me just get started. And yeah, the rest becomes so much easier because then we start opening up their minds. I always request people that come onto our program to just become empty cups, if not at least half empty. Because when you come in and you think you know it all, then we really can assist, you know? Yeah.
I really like what you said about, even though everyone in the room thinks they're not in a tech business, your business actually can't perform without tech in it, right? I mean, if you even think of just your accountant and them servicing you, I mean, all those systems are tech related, right? Those are, I mean, Sage, it's Pastel, the way they do the payroll, your payments to SARS, if you're at that point where you're starting to pay as you earn and VAT. I mean, all of those payments are electronic. If you do internet banking over your phone, you are so controlled by tech. Your business, I guarantee you there's no one walking into the bank here and making payments, right? Everyone's, pressing those buttons and paying their bills. So, as much as we all say we're not in the tech space, we're all in it. We're all with each other right there, grappling with the issues, grappling with the risk. And I mean, it only pays for you to be informed about what those risks are. And of course, when you have a product, there's also the product risk you have to navigate, right? So a tech business that's purely on a platform has different issues, but for those in the room that have actual products, so you've created a new skincare range, you've created a new hair product, it's new innovation regardless, right? And you're competing with all the other famous brands. But of course, how do you protect your brand going forward? Because you might be the next large label. So from an innovation perspective, Leandri, for those that have created some unique product, what are the intellectual property risks that they need to guard against?
Sure. I think for a lot of businesses, it boils down to really understanding the types of intellectual property that you are working with, and how to effectively commercialize that intellectual property. For example, many businesses that we've assisted don't really understand the nuances between, for example, copyrights or trademark. Copyright, for example, exists automatically. You don't have to register it, whereas a patent, you would have to register it in order to protect it legally. But with copyright, once your idea has some form of has taken on some form of expression, be it physical or digital, copyright vests in that. And particularly looking at your brand, the trademark of your brand, it's important. There is some registration process around it in order to prove that this is your brand, right? So it's always, in the trademark regard, it is very essential to register your trademark, just to be able to prove that this is your brand. And when someone comes and tries to leverage on your good name or to gain customers or sales based on your business's goodwill, you have a leg to stand on. I see there's a question. I'm not sure if we're taking questions.
Hi, yes.
That's a very good question. I think with trademarks, you are able to prove prior use, right? So the point, or it's in many instances beneficial to get your name out there, right? You don't have to necessarily disclose the product, but to get your name out there and to sort of get a sense out in the public that this is yours, right? This is your business's idea. You don't have to go and disclose the whole full thing. Yes.
Are you asking in terms of sharing with them and you're worried that they can steal it? That's why you get them to sign an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement. So then should anything happen, you can come back and sue them on it, kind of thing.
Thank you for that. There's contractual ways in order to deal with that as well. Yes.
Okay. Are you happy with that? Okay, great. So I suppose the other question I have, the other part of my discussion is now going to take you all on this mad journey with me, right? I'm going to assume everyone in the room has played Monopoly at some point in their life. And if you play Monopoly, you can't use real money. You've got to use the money that comes with the game. You get a little token that represents you in the game. And you can buy property in the game, but you got to pay with the Monopoly money. And then you get a card, which is part of the game pack, right? That shows I own this. So we all now, over this year, I think, have heard more and more of this concept called the metaverse. And it's really stemming from the gaming industry. And if you've been on social media platforms or if you've played games, you also know about this thing called your avatar, your digital person, right? So you can customize it, you can give it curly hair, straight hair, makeup, all sorts. But that's you in the metaverse, right? And then, of course, the currency. So you can't use Monopoly money, but they have their own currency. And here's all the words coming at you: cryptocurrency, NFTs, which is non-fungible tokens. So that's your trading ability. So if you want to buy something in this new world called the metaverse, you've got to have all of these things so that you can buy and own. And an NFT is basically the equivalent of the card you get in Monopoly. So it's proof that I bought something and I own it, right? And what Mark Zuckerberg has said is over the next 10 years, them as a company called Meta, they are gearing up to build products and services in this metaverse. And that's their vision for the future, because they believe that that's going to be where the billions of dollars lay. Now, for all of us sitting in the room, we're all sitting here thinking, where am I going to go here? Really, right? I mean, where are we going to go? None of us understand the currency that's working out there. None of us really know the products that are going to go in there. None of us understand the services that they're going to offer in there. So it really is something that for now is vague, but it's coming. And I think for the ladies in the room, including us as service providers to business, we all have to think about how does that change what we do. So for the models in the room that came with Ashanti, the question for you is, if you were to walk into the metaverse, how do you change your game plan and offer your services there? Does it mean you are now able to offer global services by using a digital space and have global, global clients versus just South African clients? For Gigi there in the back, I mean, what does that mean for your products? How do you get your hair care products out? Does that mean you have an online store in the metaverse? And how are people going to pay for it? So it becomes a big issue. It's a payment issue. It's a representation issue. It's expansion of my business on a technology plane, but one that I haven't worked out all the things to. So I want to highlight that because as you walk through your journey, I want you to think about what is your tech strategy for those next 10 years. And you are going to see Meta roll it out. You will be the consumer they roll it out to. So you're going to be consuming. And as you consume, I'd like you to think about, in my business, what are my consumers consuming from me, right? The question I have for Kele now is, you're in the right space because you see all of this really unfolding and you're upskilling the future generation of leaders for South Africa, and we hope they'll scale it out to Africa. But what do you see as the opportunities for Africa as they unfold now in the businesses you work with?
The future is digital. It is here, it's currently in it. Our vision and mission of existence is literally to create a pool of entrepreneurs drawn from disadvantaged communities that will be global players. So for me, that is such an exciting move because it puts a foot forward for us. It makes it that much easier. When we are running boot camps and training programs, and we've recently now embarked on doing coding for kids, and we open up that world and we show them new possibilities, it is not even that they have to imagine it, it's that they can see it. So when we do hackathons, we're challenging them at something that already they can almost touch, as opposed to something that was a pie in the sky. And thank God for digital space, in fact, because when there was a person working on the moon, Neil, it was different, right? If he had worked now, my God, it would have been so different because we would have been a part of that. We would have seen him. We would have been right there. And this is how we're gonna all be wealthy enough to be on that thing with Richard Branson, take the first one out to go to planet Mars, right? We can see it. So it becomes possible, it becomes plausible, it becomes feasible. It's not just a pie in the sky. So an average child sitting in a shack somewhere can now engage and can now visualize themselves. And for me, that's like one of the most amazing things. I had someone during the week send me a message that was telling me, because there's a program that I alluded to earlier on called the Drone Diva. We send out an invite for young women in and around Mabopan because we need them to be in the space. So whoever could come, even if they were coming from far, we had one or two from Durban and Mpumalanga that attended. She was not sure about this whole thing, but long story short, she went through the program. We were placing them for internship.
There's a lot of work to be done from the legal perspective, but it's exciting and it's really exciting.
Thank you. Hi.
Sorry, just another example. Like, I started at NU, so in our class, we studied creative. So we had a virtual reality class where you could literally talk to your classmates and we created an image of ourselves and then we were communicating with one another and we always saw each other in imagination.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's amazing. Well, I know I'm about to close. I know the MC is looking at me at the moment. The reason we're all here today is because obviously we are female. This is a summit and a business that's empowering females. And of course, I would like to know, just from the two panelists, 2 sentences or 3 sentences around your thoughts on how we go forward as females. You know, what is the strength in our sisterhood? And have we got all the people that are important coming to these discussions and these summits? Or do you feel there's a stakeholder that we need to grab on and pull back into this discussion?
Okay, I think, yeah, just from the work that we do, it is the number of female-led businesses that we've seen is very small, actually. And so I think as Zella Tech Law, we do have a very strong female agenda that we are driving. For example, wherever we are part of accelerator programs or things like that, we try to request, if it's possible, to mentor 2 female-led businesses. But I think it's great to see initiatives like Girl Code running coding education for girls. So I definitely think things like that we should leverage a lot more. And just try to promote female-led businesses as far as possible.
I think as females, we are our own worst enemies. Firstly, critical to the self, and sometimes even more critical of the other woman because we're projecting. I wish and I invite that we could just literally embrace. There was somebody that spoke here earlier on that was saying they were fabulous, and I made a mental note. I was like, that is super amazing. If the more you realize your own strength, beauty, and you start recognizing it in other people. We are all about projection at the end of the day. If you think about the things that you criticize with other people, the things that you are uncomfortable with. I woke up fabulous this morning, and then I switched on to social media, and suddenly there was that woman wearing that beautiful dress and colors, and suddenly my dress doesn't look so good anymore. And now I'm angry, and I'm gonna see. You know what I'm saying? Let's embrace ourselves a lot more. Every step that you take really makes a difference, right? And let's just lift as we rise as well. Take somebody else. There's nothing special about you being the only woman in the room. We need each other, guys. When I'm sitting around the boardroom table, sometimes I wish Commissioner was here because I could say it in that way that only a woman can get it. Make room for the next woman. It will work to your benefit. Thanks.
Thank you. My parting sentiment is exactly the same. I was at a Women in Tech forum, and we had a director from IBM come up and speak. And my key takeaways from her were the following. When you see a junior woman come up the ranks, she is not competition. She is your sister. Your job is to educate, empower, and lift her up. At the Standard Bank Top Woman Conference last month, there were 2 takeaways for me. Don't be critical. You are enough. You are enough for the world. And 2, extend the kindness within to the outside. Thank you for listening to us.
Amazing, 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 amazing. I got the strong hint to give away a prize based on AB4IR, and I will oblige. So, first person to tell me, give me one of the values of AB4IR that you will find on their website. One of the values. You'll find it on the website. Go onto the website, Ceci. This is for the Dermalogica hamper that we've got here with 2 lovely products inside. And it's not those pikinyana ones, you know, the free ones that they usually give you, one use only. Values of AB 4IR, Africa Beyond 4IR, on their website. Is that the gap, eh? That's the objective, Ceci. Right, next. Do you not have a prize already? Somebody else. Come on. It's ab4ir.org. I've literally sent you the address, the pin, the location, everything. Arrive. Yes, you can go for it. Yes, one of the values. 110%. Congratulations. You see what I've done there? Because now Google knows what you just Googled. Now it's going to keep popping up and other things. This is how. And because we're doing a lift as you rise, I'm going to give 2 to 1 person who's going to promise me they're going to give it to another woman who's not here. And you're going to tell me who and why you're giving it to them specifically. Yes. Yeah, you can come through.
Okay, I am Nosi Popumula. I'm 16 years of age. I'm the founder of Smart Org. So what I do is in my hood, I'm a youth. I empower the youth basically. So I have girls that I talk to every month, and we just gather. I have girl conversations. So if you give me one of those, I'll definitely give one of the girls that I mentor. Thank you.
That is really, really, really awesome. Is that Gen Z? Is it what gen? Is it Gen Z or is it another Gen Z? Oh, is it at 16? Yeah. We've got one more voucher. This is for anybody who's feeling a little bit fatigued, end year fatigue, feeling what do you call it? On your way to burnout. Are you on your way to burnout? I'm even going to ask you a question. Just come and have your voucher. Here is a massage. So we're going to go into a quick comfort break. It is 5 minutes long. Before that, shameless plug. We just spoke about the digital age, social media, all of those things. If you need a digital marketer, that is what I do. And I'm about to establish it as a freelancer-based agency. So get in touch. Shameless plug. Enjoy your break. See you in 5 minutes. You can find me on Instagram as @punoselisho. I've also got a website, punoselisho.com, but also harvestbooks.co.za. We sell African literature only on there. If you find me on one of those, you'll get me. Puno Selisho everywhere. Hello, hello, hello. Ladies, I hope you are relieved. I hope you are refreshed. We're going to go into our final panel. And I promise you we'll have more time for the networking and connecting. I'm loving what I'm seeing. We feel like a beehive. So if we can come back and take our seats, please. We're about to get going for our very last panel. This is your final call. The plane is leaving, and it will leave without you. Ungasali. Please, we're about to begin. All right, so we're going to go into our resources panel, and our moderator for this is Wushe. I promise you, ladies, we'll be able to carry on with these conversations afterwards and be able to exchange our details. We've got one last panel, which is going to be around resources, and then we're going to have time to mingle. So is Bushe here? Can Bushe give me a wave? Hi. So Bushe is a vice president at Casada Capital with a demonstrated 10 years in the mergers and acquisition and private equity spaces in Africa and other emerging markets. Armed with an MBA from the said business school, Oxford University, amongst other qualifications, Bushe's work includes investing in economies, growing businesses, and building sustainable business ecosystems. She has a great passion for education, mentoring startups, and growing businesses doing work across the African continent. She is an MG 200 2021 fellow and co-host of the Just podcast, Doing Business in Africa. Bushe continues to be extremely passionate about contributing towards African growth and making the finance space more inclusive. We know that finances can be scary. It's a topic that we struggle to talk about, but I think Bushe is going to give us the wind in our sails that we need.
I hope so.
Over to you.
Lovely, lovely. I told Ziggy I'm not one of God's strongest soldiers, so I'm going to sit. There's absolutely no need. So for someone who actually, I spend a lot of time listening to myself, so we're going to try to make this conversation as interactive as possible. If you have questions, please feel free to sort of ask them. But I'm actually going to sort of just, where are my lovely ladies? Tammy, Boneng, could you please show me? As someone who actually gets tired of listening to their own voice, I'm actually going to let the ladies sort of do their own introductions so you can sort of see how amazing they are from their own words. Tammy, let's start with you.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's always so nice to just have women in the room, except for a couple of men there at the back. I do believe that we are better together. I loved what you said about putting our egos down, because that is really what makes you a solid social entrepreneur. We run an organization called Clothes to Good in Pretoria. We, in a nutshell, our mission is threefold. It's exiting people from poverty, inclusion of people with disabilities, and caring for the environment. And we're very much about micro-business development. So in a nutshell, we empower micro-businesses from all kinds of communities to resell second-hand clothing. We help them to start their own micro-business. We mentor them. We see them once a month. We have 108 micro-businesses that we support, of which 56 are mothers of children with disabilities, because we are very passionate about disabilities. We are the national recyclers for H&M, Levi's, and Barloworld Nike. And we've just came out of a conference, and we're very happy to also work now with brands like Cape Union, Mart, etc. So to us, it's all about what can we do with waste, how can waste be a resource, and if you have any ideas in terms of fashion and social entrepreneurship and growing new crops for new materials, that's the space that you can fly in at the moment.
I should have started. I'm Boneng Sishia, co-founder and managing director of Imizizi.
So Imizizi is more, I'll say what it is, but I was trying to structure it for where we are. But Imizizi is a people management and advisory company. And then we look at the hire to retire hire to retire and project delivery and strategy. But one of the things that we do there is business advisory as well. And then the other business that we've started is Imizizi Evolution, and that focuses on acceleration of small businesses, we're inclusive, so women, LGBT, disabled people, so those people are our target people in how we grow businesses, how we grow people, and how we grow the economy eventually.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. I guess I'll start with a disclaimer. I'm clearly not an entrepreneur. I'm definitely a 9 to 5 or 9 to really 11 p.m.er. But I kind of wear a couple hats. I also sort of am a co-host of the Just podcast, which really looks at and speaks to entrepreneurs across Africa to sort of tease out key skills that they've sort of learned, things that sort of drive them, but also sort of trying to garner lessons from different entrepreneurs and work out really, can we learn from each other? How do we grow our businesses? If someone's doing this in Nigeria, is that applicable in Kenya? And then from a 9 to 5 perspective, I invest into businesses. So very much on the quite larger side, like 20, 30, 40, $50 million. So I'm kind of like at the tail end of sort of the investment sort of cycle. And so really here, these are your resources to sort of just work out essentially where can you go for support, where can you sort of find resources to support you within business. And again, I said we really want to make this as interactive as possible. So if you have questions, please feel free. Let me start with you, Boning. From scratch. I'm starting my business. What are the 2-3 things you think I really need to know, I really need to think about when I'm setting up my business?
Yeah, so it's a different question now versus when I started my business, in the way that I'll answer it in any ways. So for me, I think the most important thing is why. Why are you doing what you're about to do? Is there passion behind it? Is there a need that you've seen in the industry? Like, why are you doing the stuff that you're doing? That's going to be the first one. And how? How are you going to do this? You know, what's your model going to look like? Who are you going to be partnering with? Do you need access? Where do you need to be? Those are like just the basic stuff. How am I going to be actually realistically operating my business? And then the last thing is for who? Who am I doing this for? You know, who are my clients? Because those 3 questions, really what they do is that it doesn't matter how the economy changes. It doesn't matter how your own business changes. Those are your core structures of the business, right? And as you evolve in business, those will probably evolve as well. But the one most important thing I need to tell you guys all is your why can never change. Your why is your true north. And so if that's going to change, then you don't actually know what you're in business for. For instance, we in people development, right? We started by saying we're placing people, and then we started recruiting for people, and then we started training. But the point of it was that we were in the people management space. And because we knew that about ourselves, that our vision is to give back, is to develop people, it was very easy for us to evolve our business, our model, our services, as the economy was growing, because we knew our why.
No, I completely understand. Tammy, Kirstygood's been around for quite a while. What would you add to that?
Yeah, so we've been around for 11 years. I'm quite an old entrepreneur, so it's always good to see young up-and-coming entrepreneurs so that I can retire someday. I think I want to start by what you're saying is I think passion is the most important thing, because that is the thing that's going to carry you through the difficult times that's everybody's spoken about. Now, when you feel that you are going to lose the game, that you are a failure, that this business is never going to work, that everybody is looking at you and saying, but when are you going to get a real job? You know, because that happens. That drive, that inner thing that you desperately believe that God placed in your heart, that is what you need to do. You need to be passionate. If you are in a business just because you saw a gap in the market, I'm not sure that you would have the grit later on to deal with all the difficult times. I think the second thing for me is to not be too full of yourself. When you start your business, you have to say to yourself, I am willing to change. I'm willing to listen, I'm willing to change my mindset, I am willing to just put my ego down because I do not know everything. And I can't remember who said that, is that you have to be in the mindset of, I will ask for help when and that those can sound very philosophical, but they're really, really important. And I think the third thing is, for me, is that you would be willing to collaborate. What I've learned in the last couple of years is that when you go to a corporate for funding, whether it's SAB Foundation or FNB, the questions that they ask, who are you collaborating with? So even before you start that business, think about who are you collaborating with. As Close to Good, we would collaborate with schools because we get our recycled clothing from there. We have corporate business volunteerism recycling drives. We collaborate with the fashion industry. We collaborate with the recycling industry. And we learn from everybody, we learn something that we can use in our business. And true collaboration is, to me, is there as much in it for the other person or organization as it is for me? Because when you can find that middle ground, you're going to be successful partners.
Lovely, lovely. Perfect. Let me take a step back. Practically speaking, I've started my business. I'm going. I think the one thing I sort of hear very often, everyone kind of says, look, you just have to start, right? You just have to start. You'll figure it out along the way. But from a practical perspective, like accounting, HR, etc., practically within your business, should I be doing this all by myself? Should I be outsourcing this? What am I?
That's a very good question, actually, and I think it's a very important one, right? Because, and maybe just as a background, small businesses, we feel like we need to do everything ourselves. Mostly because we're just like, oh, I don't have the money, I don't have the resources, and so I have to do it by myself. And I remember one of the ladies I was watching earlier, one of the ladies was saying that the beauty about entrepreneurship is the partnering, the collaboration, right? So for me, no, you don't have to know everything, because that's not your business, So what's core, again, to know is, what is it that I'm doing? What is my value? How am I doing it? How am I providing the service to my clients? What's important is your business and how you are, how am I selling?
Yeah.
What is my at the end of the month? What needs to be there? How then you operate some of the things operationally? I feel like outsourcing is the smartest way to go. For me, it's as a small business, and I'll say this, tongue in cheek. One of our core things that we love doing is partnering, right? In the whole Rise as You Grow. And that is mostly because we are very aware that we are not an accounting firm. We're not a marketing firm. We're not trying to be. Yeah. We're not a techie firm. We're not trying to be. But what we will do is we'll partner with the new marketing company coming up. And as part of that, actually, if we need to, we train. Mm-hmm. One of our website developer, for instance, he had tax issues. So we brought him into a program of incubation. We took him through, we helped with his taxes, and now we then converted him to a bigger supplier than what he was, Marketing, we've outsourced. Those things don't need for you to carry them in-house because they take up a lot of time. It's admin, it's information you don't have, you don't know how to do. Like literally small things like social media, guys. You can get a student who can assist you with social media. You can get a partner, and I think for me the symbiotic partnership is really beautiful. We partner with a lot of tech firms because we can deliver their products. So we co-sell in a way, So no, short answer, but I needed to give the detail.
I think my advice would be find a sister, or a brother if you want to, but find a sister. I'm just going to maybe share a little bit of a story to give you some context. In 2003, a colleague and I'm an occupational therapist, she's a speech therapist, we were lecturing at the University of Pretoria. We were assessing these children with very severe to profound disabilities, and we had to refer them to schools, and they all came back and said, but there's no schools for our children. So we decided that we're going to start a little group for children with disabilities. We looked around, we try and find premises, we looked at churches, and everywhere we went, we had closed doors. So I decided to start the center in my living room. So we had no money. I was pregnant 6 months, I think, with my second child, and we just started. We had 5 children. My friend, who was a bookkeeper, who we sent through a crash course in disability. We had a couple of resources, and we had 2 facilitators, and we literally just started. But because I had a sister that had different skills than I had, she was very good in intervention with therapy, and I was more organized. I could do the admin and one day we sat down and we said, but who are our friends? Who can we, and I'm the eldest of 5. My brother, who's just younger than me, was severely ADHD, and he was very good at coordinating and connecting people. And we had our first golf day, and we made 40,000 rand. And 40,000 rand is a lot of money if you are an entrepreneur and you need things. My second brother is in IT, and he built a little bit of a database for us, and we did a little bit of marketing. My third brother is he's very good with his hands, so he started making us some chairs for disability, and my younger sister had a printing business, and she printed all our golf day things, and that's where we started. And then we asked them, who do you know? Where can we connect? And I think for me, you will find that person that can help you with something. And like you said, there's so many people out there, so many students that will work for 50 rand an hour. If that's all you have to give, they will work for 50 rand an hour. Find your resources in your communities, in your family, because they are there. And if you can't find them, go online and go onto Facebook. You type in, I need an accountant that's going to not cost me an arm and a leg, because there's so many opportunities that you can do that on social media.
Definitely. I think, thinking about this, I guess when I often speak to businesses, a lot of them sort of have gone through perhaps an incubation program. Maybe let's shift to that a little bit. Have you guys been... Actually, I like the fact that the both of you really have. So can we talk about incubators? Which ones have you come across? Your ones? Can you talk a bit more about the skills that you sort of hope to sort of transfer within that? But also, if I'm an entrepreneur sitting here, what are some of the incubators around here that I can actually sort of tap into?
So yes, we have been part of an incubation program. It was CEDA, actually. And that was actually very good. It was also a women program on how, and that was mostly on, at the very startup of you framing your business, how does that look like? How do you come up with your vision? How do you come up with your mission? Does that make sense? How do you structure your business DNA? What type of a leader are you? So it was very informative. And I think a lot of incubators, for me, it's very important for them to understand the person more than the program that is being rolled out. I feel like that's the one thing that lacks, which we actually try to include in what we do. So we partnered with Growth Wheel, and we have very one-on-one relationships with the ladies that we work with, right? So we were actually saying we're going to develop you as a human being, and then your business as well, because those two go hand in hand. I'm trying to think of the other incubation programs that I know. There's a lot though, and I think if you just Google, you'll find them. So I know CEDA, Imizizi, Evolution. Check it out. Plug. Who else do I know? I can think about it, but I'll probably give it to the lady afterwards to put on her website.
Yeah, actually, I think I want to also really emphasize the importance of sort of being a leader within a business and sort of knowing your own story. I think when I look at a business that I'm trying to acquire a business, or I'm trying to partner with a business, really one of the key things is that I have to believe in the CEO, I have to believe in the founder. You can sort of work with someone who is very passionate, who actually knows their stuff, but like if a business has sort of is on a trajectory, but you don't really believe in the leadership, you can never really, I'm not going to give you a cent of my money. There's absolutely no reason. So really, more than anything else, you could have your business plan, you could have, projections going here, but if you as a founder do not have your story straight, you're not going to get funding.
And to finish off, and I mean, this is just going to be a very basic example of what you've just mentioned. When we recruit for clients, culture becomes a very key component of what we look for, because we always say we can't teach culture, but we can teach skill. So I match the culture, the person and the company culture, because otherwise then it won't work. So it's very key for the individual to be able to carry that passion through, to be able to, visionary, forward thinking, how am I going to be able to, if something sidesteps me, how am I going to get up again? And the lady said earlier, nose broken, fix it and move on. And those are the kind of things that you need.
We have been very fortunate since 2018 to receive quite a bit of grant funding. Now that's the best funding to get, because you don't have to pay it back, you don't have to give part of your business away. And maybe I can speak to what we've been involved in. So SAB Foundation, I don't know if some of you may know SAB Foundation, is having a fantastic program that also would take you through some form of incubation. They teach you to pitch. They're incredible, an incredible foundation to work with. Every year, I think they take 60 people that they choose from various proposals, and then they take you through a program, and then I think they then choose 20 finalists, and they choose 6 in disability specific, in the disability world. So they're called Disability Empowerment Awards. So just while I'm talking about that, I think one of the reasons why we were fortunate with funding from SAB, Google Impact Award, last year we were top 6 in the Tommy Hilfiger Frontier Challenge Award, where we won, I think, 15,000 euros for what they call it, the audience prize. We have fortunate to have over almost R1 million from H&M in COVID to support mothers of children with disabilities, and I can go on and on. The one thing that will differentiate your business from any other business would be, are you inclusive? Whether you make beauty products, whether you make hair products, whatever your business is at the moment, if you include people with disabilities, people will sit up and look at you. That's the one thing. The second thing is, South Africa has an education crisis. If anything you do is to work with, empowering children, vulnerable children, in low-resourced ECD centers, self-care programs for ECD teachers, those are the things that would let people look at you differently. And I think that is the one reason why we were fortunate, because disability is in the forefront. We're a business. We support 108 micro businesses. We have a for-profit and a non-profit. So our for-profit is making money because we sell clothes onto our micro businesses. That money supports our non-profit, and that our impact is then for people with disabilities, early childhood development, etc. So I think from the SAB's perspective, we won the SAB Disability Empowerment Award because of disability. But we could have also entered the other side, that was just social entrepreneurship, without the disability, because we're social entrepreneurs. In terms of Google Impact, they were really, I think, fascinated by our Mothers of Children with Disabilities program, where we empower mothers of children with disabilities through sewing skills to make disability-specific products. So the moment you bring disability into your world, I think that would, and just one last point, if you decide to do that, be smart. If you are not passionate about disability, get somebody who is passionate, because SAB Foundation will look right through you from the very beginning, because they've worked in this space for very long. So I think Google Africa, SAB Foundation, if you're in the sustainable fashion world, something Tommy Hilfiger, there's a lot of eco world grants that's out there that you need to look at.
Perfect. I think so. As I like the fact that you actually touched on the grant funding, right? So I think the one thing, once you actually have a business that's sort of working, what people really want to know is where do you go for funding? I am on the very end of this, right? So for me to sort of give you funding, you have to have a proven business that's already scaled. You have customers. You're looking for a few $1 million. But also, if I'm buying your business, I'm actually buying it. So I'm buying 80% of your business. And a lot of people actually don't want to give away 80% of our business, right? So when we talk about funding, perhaps we can talk a bit more about some of the avenues for funding, donors, grants, and sort of the like.
So, because of BEE, most huge corporates need to assist small businesses. So I would definitely say that would be your first bet. Anything that you're doing that is aligned to any larger corporation, that would be, that's easy, because those guys, and I mean, you might not have to have a proven working business, like you were saying. It could be at idea stage, but you just need assistance with coaching, and those people will give you grants. Government, a lot of government departments, a lot of government will give you, they've got a lot of programs that they do. NYDA, I think, is another one. Things like DTI, I think, is another one. But it's really, really important to understand where you are, what your business is, what industry you're in, because then you can align yourself better with those kind of grants and donors and stuff like that. But actually, there are some venture building companies that offer loans and finances, not loans, it is loans, that offer loans at pre-idea stage. Those then will also need to understand, your idea must be so strong, and your passion that comes out must also be so strong that that's one of the things that they look to consider, because you haven't done anything. So they're taking a huge risk on you. And I know one of them is Founders Africa. Google them. But yeah.
I think something else that comes to mind maybe with CIFA. I don't even know what CIFA stands for, but CIFA has constantly called us last year, specifically looking for small businesses in rural communities. But something that I've done in the past, because I was just so desperate for funding, I don't like the word desperate, but I'm sure you'll understand that desperation of, for me, it's not about getting the product out there. For me, I need to empower. I need to the impact. I need to see people grow. I need to see children with disabilities in schools. I need to see mothers who can't go to work because they have to care for a child with a disability. How do I get that first bail of 700 Rand into her hands? Because the moment she has that first bail, she knows how to sell. She's going to make 3 times that, and she can buy another bail. So I think if I took the CSI directory, I don't know what it's called. Do you know, they bring every year, there's a corporate book, Trilogue. Yeah, Trilogue came out, that was a couple of years ago, and I sat and I Googled every single one. Who is ABSA giving money to? Who is Standard Bank giving money to? And Alexander Forbes and Nike and I try to align our business, new things that so if they're into sustainability, see if you can build something into your business that's honest and true, that would speak to them. I mean, I think I Googled 250 organizations, corporates, donors in South Africa, because you have to start somewhere. And I think when you Google them and you know what they are funding, ECD is big in First National Bank. The environment is big in Nedbank. And I can only speak from a sustainability point of view. But if you think about an H&M, and some of you work in the fashion industry, makeup and hair. If you think about H&M's vision for 2030, none of their garments will emit microfibers in 2030, meaning that when you wash your clothes, nothing will go into the water stream that's microfibers. So if you can speak to the sustainability part in your business, You know, there's no reason why they should not fund you, but it's hard work. And I think something else that I want to say, at Close to Good, we love mentoring young people. We can't help everybody, we don't have time, but if you in the sustainability world and you in the disability world and you need assistance with writing a proposal or just somebody to look at your business model, you know, like Ntiki can give you the email address.
You guys still here? I thought this was supposed to be interactive. Like, do you have any questions? You guys, no one's looking for money. Sure, please go ahead.
Go for things that they don't understand. To find yourself sitting on a huge problem, it's a day you don't know what to do. You thought it wasn't yet. How would you?
So your grant is free. They'll give you the money. It's free.
The criteria?
The criteria differ. Thank you. So most of the corporates, large organizations will give you grants. A lot of ESD programs, actually. If it's a ESD program, they'll probably have different things that they're doing, whether it's mentoring, they're giving a grant, they're giving you a loan, they've got the different aspects of what they give, but a grant is free. They give you the grant, you do your work, and that is what it is. A loan will differ depending on where you're getting it. Some loans won't have interest, so those are some of the things that you're asking. Is it generating interest? How much is it generating? La 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 la. Some will, again, depending on where you're asking. If you go to the bank, they'll definitely always do interest. And then there's the big guys. The ladies at the side, they can give you big amounts of money, but then they want a piece of your business. Only when you get to a point where they say exit. Exit could be that they're going to be assisting you with your business maybe for the three years is usually more or less. And assisting is just, they invest, there's investment committees, they'll help you out. But at the end of 3 years, you're either paying it back or we are keeping our percent. You can correct me. You're either paying it back sometimes at interest, or we're keeping our share in your company.
Maybe I should ask, because 1.4 million for me is a lot of money. For an entrepreneur in this room, is 1.4 million a lot of money or a little? Is it a lot? Okay, all right. No, I just wanted to ask that question because SAB Foundation, the first prize is 1.4 million, and every single finalist, up to finalist number 10, gets 250,000 rand. Because even that, as an entrepreneur, was a lot of money to me because we needed to buy scales and all kind of things. So it's for free. You don't have to pay it back. So I don't want to keep on talking about SAB, but it's not just SAB. There's a lot. H&M they had a grant, but it's very specific to, because we have a relationship with them. So 20,000 rand is a lot. And your corporate grants, let me give you an example. I work with a lady who does murals for early childhood development centers in rural areas. They gave her to paint 60,000 rand to do, I think, 5 murals, afboop. And the only thing they wanted their little name on the wall, which was a big issue because the ECD center didn't want it because it was in a rural area and there's a lot, So they do ask their sponsorship, but some don't even ask. They want to be mentioned, and that's it.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the information, ladies. And I think one thing that I would like to ask from this willing table here to everybody else here is to pledge, to say, I appreciate what we did here. Can we all pledge to the person either next to you or across the table to say, we will connect and we will see it through. So should we get together again, we will say, yes, I remember you, we connected. Because it's no point for us to be here, and then when we walk out the door, you can't even pick up my phone. I find some of these sessions very senseless, and I'd like to take away something from my phone.
No, definitely.
And I'd also like to be of benefit to somebody else. Thank you so much for the plugs.
Maybe I just want to add to that. About 2 weeks ago, we were very blessed that Nsiki was our MC. And Nsiki has a wonderful story on how she was part of Close to Good as a student or just as a graduate. And we had 50 people in the room. Jesse, my business partner, is meticulous when it comes to doing what he says he's going to do. So after the workshop, he is sitting today and is writing every single person an email to say, thank you for attending the workshop. How can we connect? These are the 5 things that we thought we can connect on. And I think Nsiki just, if you, I'm not sure if this is the platform, but if there's an email going around that connects people that we would, at Close to Good, for instance, would know what you are doing, what you are looking for. I just love that you are 16. My daughter is 23 and has been an entrepreneur she did a STEM box from recycled material when she was in school. What is it that you need? We might not be able to, we can help you with a business plan or whatever, but we can connect you with, we work with H&M and Nike and, all kinds of people. So I think that would be great for Close to Good to know how can we connect you with others.
Yeah, I think what's really important here is, I also go through a lot of these, to be honest. And you also have to be very clear about what you need. I have people who literally will come to my Instagram, they'll be like, oh, you do this, can you? I'm like, I'm so far removed from that. Like, I'm happy to just sort of connect you, but one, identify the specific person that can help you with something, but also bring value and be like, this is what I'm looking for, how can you help me? Receiving a blanket request sort of just, it's a little defeating as well, right? Because you're like, well, I'd like to help you, but you're not really giving me the opportunity to, because you're not specific. You're not asking for this and this and this and this. You're kind of, well, I'd like to just connect. Like, why are we connecting? So even I know we have a little bit of time after this. Be very clear about who you want to connect with. Be very clear about what you need from that individual, and honestly, have no shame in sort of asking for it, right?
So I actually was going to echo those sentiments that, we do connect with a lot of people. So I'm also very happy that our email gets sent around, especially with the Mrs. Evolution. We will be looking for businesses to assist there. But to Butler's point is, what is it that you want from us? Because a lot of small business, I think what's very important is for you to understand what you want, and understand that you need to do the work, because mentoring and coaching means that I'm giving you information, but you need to actually go do the stuff. Like I was mentoring these 2 ladies, but both of them are too scared to leave corporate. And they keep saying, yeah, if we could just get an opportunity, we're so ready to leave. I'm like, but leave. Like, there's 2 of you. Do you know what I mean? And I used me and my business partner as an example that we started the business. One of us jumped off. My business partner jumped off. I was still full-time employed. So I was doing full-time, and 5 to 11 was then the business. You know what I mean? And I did that for a year or 2, And only once we were able could I jump over. But it's the small things that you think about. She jumped over with nothing. And so it's difficult for me if I'm going to say I want to help you out, and I keep saying, here's an opportunity. Oh, but I'm so scared. It's so big. I don't know if I'm ready. Or, help me help you.
Of course. I'm being given the evil eye here, but before we sort of close up, I think I really want to touch on sort of just external partnerships. Like, how do you sort of build key partnerships? How do you to ensure that your business sort of thrives? I know you have a really good relationship with H&M. How does anyone in this room sort of get there?
So I'll keep it short. I think, first of all, do what you say you're going to do. If you say that you're going to spend that money on X, spend that money on X. Write them reports, write them email. I don't want to brag, but I'm just telling you, how do you keep connected? H&M's country manager and I WhatsApp each other at 5 o'clock in the morning. Tammy, I need your help with doing some kind of launch. It's like, but it took me 3 years of being kind, putting my ego down, answering mails within 12 hours when I get them, being visible, doing what I say I was going to do. And I think because they are so passionate about disability, really assisting them with going the extra mile for your funder. Tammy, we need to employ people with disabilities. We go the extra mile. We don't get paid for all that work. But because we did that, we have that kind of relationship with them now. It takes a long time, but it's worth it. It's worth it. Be an extra miler.
Yeah. Extra miler, I agree. Do what you say you're going to do is another one. Communicate. Keep the feedback is super important. The one thing I always tell my staff is that not everyone is the same, right? And so if you're going to have a relationship with an H&M and an SAB, you need to understand each of those individuals. Because, as an example, I don't like detail. I don't like paragraphs in emails. Give me pointers, I'm good. You can give me the detail for me to read later, but if you need me to make a decision, give me pointers. So it's important to know who you're working with, because then that relationship grows naturally. I think for me, the other thing that was very important for Imizizi was our continued drive for where we were going, our goals and what we were doing and where we wanted to go. So when we're speaking to our partners, they also felt the passion, and they therefore could support us because they could see themselves, growing as we grew with them.
Sorry, just 30 seconds. I think two more things is that you would be honest about your failures. You have to say to your funder or to whoever to say, guys, we were in a bit of this problem and we used 5,000 Rand of that 700,000 Rand to do X. Be honest, because if they see that you are not honest. And the other thing that I think, but this is very personal, you have to be vulnerable. You have to allow yourself to be vulnerable. To say, you know what, we're really struggling, because people want real people.
Okay.
And I look at people in the room and I see you and you you businesswoman. And if you don't know the work of Brené Brown in terms of vulnerability, go and learn from Brené, because that will take you a long way. You need to be real. People are looking for real people.
Thank you. We'll do one quick, yeah, sure. Tough questions, hey?
Excuse me. It's a very good question, but I think it actually goes back to the why, right? Why did I start the organization? Because those tough times will always come, right? Especially as the business is growing. When you're going into growth, it's a new scale, it's a new thing, you don't know how to do it, and it becomes very difficult. So understanding your why and getting stable, grounded there, look back on some of the achievements and just pat yourself in the back every now and then. A good support structure is important. I feel like it's one of those things that we don't talk about enough, but a good support structure is super, super key and important in what you're doing. Embrace your failures, like she was saying. They're like lessons, really. But once you actually get to the point that, listen, I don't know what I don't know, and I'm where I am right now, and you can wallow, have hot chocolate, sit, cry for an hour, and then be like, okay, what needs to happen now? Because once you allow yourself to see a different opportunity and a possibility, it's easier to move.
Yeah, I think I just want to add to that. Find a sister. This is what these events are about. When you have that problem, email Tammy, Mtsiki, anybody in the room and say, this is the problem I have. Make yourself vulnerable enough just to put it out there, because somebody out there knows what you're going through and they might know the solution to your problem, because you are not alone. We are all here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think this is a resources panel, but your best resources, to be honest, are the people. Yeah. It's not who they're telling you to go to. These are your best resources. So even after this, I really would encourage you to sort of be intentional and be bold in sort of your interactions and ask the right questions, sort of lean on the right people. Ladies, thank you very, very much for your time.
Thank you.
I will You know?
I think we can give them another round of applause. That was a really good panel. As you can see, I am like Father Christmas or Mother Christmas. Many prizes left. Not many, but quite a few. So I'm going to give 2 away at the same time again. Lift as I rise vibes, and you need to promise me that you are going to give it to whoever you're promising to give it to. So is there anybody else who would like to come and tell us who they're going to give this to, who's not here, and why they were going to give it to that person as well? You're more than welcome to come through.
Good day, everybody. My name is Unati Munyabao. I'm 19 years old and I'm from SA Beauty Modeling Academy. I am training and I'm a second-year law student, so I am learning a lot about myself and how to be myself. And the person I'm going to give this to is my grandmother, because as much as she turned 66 yesterday, she is still an entrepreneur that owns about 4 lodges across the country. And she's just encouraged us to say, don't give up on your dreams, no matter how old you are. You can still do it, and you are only as old as you want to be.
That's amazing. Intergenerational. Just want to get this higher. One of the prizes, which I think is from Black Beauty, if I'm not mistaken, I want to give to somebody who's going to come up and tell us. This is them committing for themselves. Going to tell us what is going to be your next steps. So we spoke about in this session that yes, we can talk, we can meet, we can connect, but there needs to be a therefore. Therefore, I am going to. Madam, come. I see that hand. I'm going to keep it until you tell me.
Sorry, I'm just a little short. Can you hear me?
I'll take it down.
Well, today was absolutely great. So I'm in the process of wanting to start my own business, but still in ideation. And one of the hardest things is putting together the product that I actually want to sell. And right now, just hearing these ladies talk about just get started, I think for me, if it means sitting on Google and literally looking for somebody who can actually help me put this product, which is a bra and underwear, together, that's what I need to do today. So that is definitely what I'm going to be doing. And I'm definitely going to be reaching out to all the funding, the grants that the ladies have spoken about. So definitely, as I leave tonight, Google is my best friend. Yeah.
And just to say also, as a takeaway from the previous session, like realizing what resources you have in your hands as well, because I love the fact that there's businesses that are dealing with pre-loved clothing or second-hand clothing. I used to run an NGO for 4 years, or NPO for 4 years, that was handed over, where we did the collection of matric dance dresses. And that was one of the key things that I learned from that, was people have stuff. People have stuff. And if you know the whole saying of like one person's trash is another person's treasure, rely on that first and then grow from there. The world has got too much. And I think the second takeaway for me is realizing what is your part to play in the whole thing. I love what was spoken about. If that's not your area of speciality, if that's not what you can do, yes, it's good to be multi-skilled and multi-talented, but sometimes don't waste your energy and your resources and your time, mental space, that mental real estate. You need to preserve that. Outsource it, partner with people, let it go, link up. That's why we're here. We all form different pieces of the puzzle. That's a very important takeaway that I got. Earlier we gave away 2 prizes to the ones who are online, and our winners are Palisa and Koliswa. So they'll be getting, I think, the facial... Yeah. So a big congratulations to them, and I hope they enjoy that. And then we have our last winner of the big hamper. Before I announce that, and that's to the person who's been the most active on social media. please, before you go, so after me, I'm going to sign out, and then I'm going to hand over to the chief commander, person, leader, mademoiselle, who's put this all together, whose role was an aggregator of humans, of passion, of inspiration, of all of those things. She wore that cap really, really, really well. So yes, let's give her a hand of applause. I'll say more nice words. I'm going to make you feel more awkward. Yeah. Please take these and take some beautiful photos, post it on your social media, not just to put the word out there. Yes, that's really good, but it's going to be a reminder for yourself as well. It'll pop up. You know, Google says 4 years ago you did. You'll see this and you'll be like, sure, those are the commitments that I made to do as my next steps. I remember that one comment that person said, oh, I shared my email and my contact to that person. Did I ever follow up? These are really cool ways to mark those moments and to also, you know, bring connection and stuff. So we have 3 different ones that you can choose from. Our winner, drum roll please, for the biggest hamper, we have Miss Tiny Bila. Is that the one? Miss Tiny? Tina? Tiny? Tina? Bila? Ah, they're not here. Maybe they're online. Can we choose another one? Now how am I going to know? Well, you sent Tiny something else. Okay, I'm going to ask somebody a very hard question in the room. Yo, now I need to remember. Can somebody name... Oh, this is a very easy question though, but okay, it's the one that popped to mind. Can somebody name one of the funding institutions that were mentioned in the previous panel? And what they do, why they do it, and kind of what are their focus areas. Udoile, who's next? Ooh, you've already got a prize now. Somebody else. One of the funders, what are their focus areas? If not, I'm gonna go back in this direction. Netbank sustainability. Can we give to that one? The Netbank sustainability? So I think Nziki is saying no. Okay, I'm going to listen to the boss lady. Who drove from the furthest place? Limpopo, not where you're from. I didn't say where you're from. Where you drove from? Did you really come from Limpopo? Okay. Springs, anybody here from further away than Springs? Really? Yeah, okay, you paid toll gates. Let's give a round of applause. You paid toll gates. You can get your prize. Congratulations. So this is me signing out and saying thank you so much for having me spend the day with you. It was a really, really, really fun time. I enjoyed every moment, and I hope to connect with all of you. And I want to say to Ntiki, your brainchild is beautiful and it is growing. Never downplay it. It's very difficult to quantify what you've done in this room, and maybe that's why it's difficult to tell people what you're doing, why you're doing it. But we know, and we will be the people. We're going to evangelize, right, on behalf of MentHer and tell people what this is about. This is home for all of us now. So thank you, and the stage is yours.
Oh, guys, thank you so much. Please give Puno another wonderful round of applause. So technically, Puno should have won that prize because she flew in from KZN. Not just to MC the function, she also had things to do in Joburg. But she did fly in from KZN, and I think, I don't know if I asked you like 2 months ago or a month ago to MC this, and we were coordinating her schedule, and I was like, Lord, I intercede for Puno. Can she please have a gig in Joburg so she can come MC the function? Like, I want her there. So thank you so much, Puno. You've been absolutely fabulous. And then thank you so much to our speakers, for the speakers that are still here. I really appreciate your guys' time, and to the moderators as well. Thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today and just to let us glean at your feet. You know, I think when you're in a space, you underestimate how much you know. Until somebody goes, how do I do this? And you go, what? I stopped thinking about that 3 years ago, you know, but for the next person, that's something they don't know. It's an experience they haven't had. So you sharing that makes a huge difference. So thank you so much. And thank you so much to the production team. You guys have been fantastic. They make it look like, you know, we're cool as cucumbers, but I'm like, can the people online hear us? And they make sure the people online can hear us, which is fantastic. And to the people joining us online, thank you very much. And to the yes, give them a round of applause. You guys are amazing. And then to the Dalfono team, guys, thank you. Y'all have been fantastic. Thank you so much. And then I want to say thank you to my team. So Zuzile, Liseho, and Tidi, if you can come here quickly. So they're so nice because the whole week they're watching us put together stuff and they're like, oh, can we win anything? Do we get prizes? And I'm like, no, we have to make sure everybody gets. And then, you know, there's always some left over because God is good. So thank you guys. You guys are the best. That's for you. Yes, you're welcome. I know you really want. That's for you. Guys, Uzuzile makes me laugh so much. So that's Uzuzile over there. I want to tell you a quick story about Uzuzile because some people earlier on were talking about getting to a place in your business where you start delegating. And at the start of the year, I was just feeling burnt out. I was like, it was April, I was tapped out, I was doing way too much. And I called Uzuzile, I was like, hey, I want to hire you, but I can't tell you what to do. So I'm going to give you my email address, figure it out, and I'll give you a call when I know what needs to happen next. And she did. Like, she just did. And I was like, thank you. You're the best. You know, she just figured it out. And that's what Uzuzile does. She just figures things out. But she was also just like childlikely happy about everything. She's always like, oh, this is great, you know? And I love that energy. So find yourself someone like Uzuzile and also my other two awesome ladies. And then finally, ladies, please do network with each other. So the call to action, that's our designated networking pod, you know, other guests might come in. So if you want to sit somewhere more quiet, you can. But please utilize this and write down, you know, so there's prompts here to say, what's your business name, what's your business value proposition, and what are the possible ways in which we can collaborate or that we can network. So when you meet somebody here, please ask those questions and say to them, hey, this is what I do, this is how what I do adds value, and this is what I think we can do together going forward. So please make that happen. And then I want to say thank you to our sponsors. So again, thank you so much to the Alan and Jill Gray Philanthropies and to our partners, My Big Smart Up, Dalfono and Media 8, as well as to Megathos. Nika, can I ask you to jump to the next slide, which is the other slide with all the other sponsors on it, that one. So thank you so much to everybody on the screen behind me. Those were all of our sponsors for the different prizes and the goodie bags and the people online that are getting prizes. Thank you so much to the people there. And then my call to action, so you can jump to the social impact slide. Okay, so we've been running our Social Impact Founders Club for like a year now. And we've been thinking about what do we do next, right? How do we add value to our community? How do we expand the work that we're doing? I want to stand to the side a little bit because I feel like people are looking over my head, if that's okay. So you can jump to the next slide. So in the new year, we're going to be launching our Social Impact Circle, which is for mentees, mentors, and corporates. So if you are a founder, or if you want to be a mentor, if you want to be a corporate that works with us, we're inviting you to join the Circle of Impact, right? Our mentor social Circle of Impact, where we're going to join hands and work together, make things great. Okay, so from a mentee perspective, it's what we've been doing all year, shrinked into like 6 weeks, okay? So we're going to be launching what we're calling sprints, and we're doing industry-specific sprints. So a lot of what we've been talking about throughout the year has been generic to try to cater for everybody in the group. And so next year we're going to do sprints specifically on agriculture, specifically on retail, specifically on fashion, specifically on insert industry. And the focus of that is to literally get you from the idea into the market in 6 weeks, and also find you mentors that are matched on that specifically, okay? So we're going to be launching that. And then for mentors, you know, so when we first started, a lot of our mentors were private coaches who had their own practices, who volunteered their time. And we've grown to have young professionals who are now part of our mentoring community. So if you're a young professional or any other kind of professional and you'd like to upskill your coaching skills and coaching abilities, we've partnered with Growth Wheel, and they've allowed us to use their tool this year, and it's a coaching business advisory tool. So you can sign up on Growth Wheel, and we're going to be doing a certification program, and that will allow you to be a licensed Growth Wheel business advisor. And we'll also take you through a mentorship method on how we mentor, and giving you some core principles on mentorship. And then for corporates as well, if you want us to come in and help you design a mentorship program, shout out, we've been doing it for years. But also if you have staff that you're looking at and you're thinking these women are going to be our high power leaders in the future, we'd love to come in, train them to have those people skills, and then do a staff volunteerism exchange where they can mentor our mentees and they'll then have the skills. So we can jump to the next slide. So this is just a breakdown, but I'll send this out to everybody. So just a breakdown of really what that sprint looks like and what you get inside the club from a mentee perspective. So it'll be the purpose planner that most of you got this year. We'll do the Growth Wheel workshops, and that's a very intensive 360 focus on your business, where you're stuck, where the opportunities are, where you should be looking, all that good stuff. We'll do a full business branding kit, so getting your brand together. We'll do a full business plan, and that's Growth Wheel works really nicely as a tool that underpins that. And then we'll help you go through a pitch deck. So when you leave the sprint, you should be able to go pitch your business to a customer, a funder, whatever it is. And then a social impact roadmap. So when you leave, what does your impact roadmap look like, right? And then you'll get access to a coach and an advisor, a peer mentee. And then the build up to that is to go, okay, we have this network, what do we do next? And that build up is offering access to markets, access to networks, and access to funding. So if we have those sprints, where we've been in conversation with different industry partners to say, if we can bring X amount of female entrepreneurs in this space, can you give them a contract? Can you give them funding? Can you do this? If you're in the room and you're like, me too, I can, call us, okay? And then just to break it down, I like things that are tangible. I always say to people, I measure my life in coffees because I really do love a red cappuccino with Milk Lab almond milk. It costs me $50 all the time. And I have to think, do I want something else that's a bit more important than this? Because, yo, guys, my 50 rand, they add up, right? So what this is gonna cost you is 50 rand a day for 3 months. Okay, that's for a sprint. So if you're thinking, oh, I have a coffee like every other day, or I stop at wherever for a nazo meal or a amazwabizan mara, you know, those meals, that's your opportunity cost, right? It's the opportunity cost of packing lunch to have money that you put towards something that's an investment in yourself. So that's an invitation to mentees. So female entrepreneurs that are wanting to be part of the sprint, you can jump to the next slide. And then for our mentors, oh, okay, so those are our targets for next year, guys. It's audacious, but we're here for it. That's what we're here for. So we want to go across 25 African countries. So MentHer, so 80% of our audience is in South Africa, but 5% of our audience is in the UK, 5% is in the US. We've got 2% in Kenya, 2% in Nigeria, 1% in Zimbabwe, I think, and then the rest is like a mix. So we're like, who are you? Where are you? How do we have chapters in your cities, okay? So we're going to be opening up chapters in different provinces. So if you want to be a chapter leader, let me know. But also globally, we want to connect you to other entrepreneurs that are really dope as well. So the hairy audacious goal for next year is to reach 1,250 female founders. Say it with your chest, that's what we're doing, okay? We're going to reach 1,250 female founders, which is 125 startups, right? And we have a whole plan on how we're going to do that. But we'd like to invite you to be part of that. There's a concept that's called 6 Sigma, which is, 6 degrees of separation. So all of us in this room are 6 people away from knowing absolutely anybody in the world. All of us in this room, 6 people away from knowing anyone in this room. So Upilisa, who was here earlier on, she gave the keynote for the other panel. She is a development economist. I'm sure she knows somebody in government, so she's 1 person away from knowing the president. And if you ask her very nicely to introduce you to the president, I don't know if she will, but she's then 2 people away from you knowing, like, I don't know, Michelle Obama. Who knows, right? But that's the concept. So we would like to say to you, pay it forward and find other women that you know that want to start their businesses and want to be part of a community, and let them know to jump in. We can go to the next slide. Thanks, Nico. And then for our mentors, obviously to support all those entrepreneurs, mentors kind of become a pivotal part of that. So if you would like to join our community as a mentor, please reach out to us. And if you know other young people, other professionals that you think would make great mentors, or if you have corporates that you think we should speak to that would benefit from a staff volunteerism exchange program, please do let us know. And then, sorry, this is the gross real certification, but you can jump forward because I've spoken about this. And then finally for corporates, both those things that I mentioned around staff volunteerism, but then also supporting corporates with the ESG as well. So if you know a corporate that isn't spending their money well, we have 175 female entrepreneurs that can create really good impact. So please do give us a call. Oh, you can jump these slides. I've basically spoken about all of this. Awesome, thank you so much. That's just the first slide that I started with. And I think there's like a closing thank you slide or something. Yeah, so please head over to our website. Uzuzile has been speaking to everybody over email, so if you missed anything, just ask her. But we will also send you a thank you email with all the information, all the details, and then also the invitation to join the community and the invitation to exchange ideas. You don't know who knows who in this room, so let's keep the conversation going beyond this room. And I always like to end social impact gatherings with my favorite quote from Minor Myers, and he says, go out into the world and do well. We want you to do well, we want you to make money, right? But most importantly, go out into the world and do good. And I know I'm preaching to the choir because you ladies are already doing the good that we want to see in the world, but I want to encourage you in that, to say, keep going, keep pushing, keep making it happen. And we'll see you at next year's MentHer Social Impact Summit. Thank you. I must tell you what to do next, yes. Oh, wait, sorry. Okay, the other thing was the top 20 social impact founders list will be in our December issue. So if it's free, don't be nervous, okay? So go to our website, sign up for the December issue, you get a copy of that. And for the nominees that were watching because you wanted to know if you're on the list or not, ding, 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 till next time. So on the December issue, you'll find out. And then we did have Uzanele Njapa, who was one of the speakers for today. She wasn't able to join us in person, so she did send through a video. So we're going to play out with that video in the background. And to everybody at home, thank you so much. Have a fantastic weekend, everybody, and God bless. Oh, yeah. Okay, Nika will play the video just now. Just a quick reminder to please try out our social club cocktails. They are yummy, and you can also have them non-alcoholic if you're driving. Okay. Yes, you can play it. Thank you so much, Nico.
Okay, here's my question for you. What was
Did you... Are the other ones outside? That's perfect.
Yeah.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Now, whatever it is, I want you to imagine the consequences of that trend.
Oh, thank you, lady.
Business. Because here's the thing I want this conversation to be all about. The idea that trends, no matter what they are, whatever shape they come in, whatever they sound like, or however you receive them, have the potential to shift your business for either the better, or maybe not so much the better, but more the worse. Whatever that is your choice. You have the power to influence that. And trends are not only an indication of the direction that organizations could go, but also the direction in which the world is going. Hot topics based on a range of different factors like our global economy to social influences, the environment, and we'll talk about a few of those just now. Whatever those trends are, it's so important that we understand as entrepreneurs just how much power we have to not only track but also leverage the trends that we see, but also maybe even contributing to those trends as well. So the big idea then is that each and every one of us really does need to start to take the position of being a futurist. And when I say futurist, I don't mean go out there, get yourself a crystal ball, put your hands over it. No, literally what I mean is put yourself in a position where you are consistently tracking trends and foresighting for the future. Because unless each and every one of us as entrepreneurs learns to do exactly that, we find ourselves in a position where we are only responding to trends rather than informing them and directing the direction of our industries. So in these short few minutes that I have with you, I really want to introduce you to a model that was shared with me by a colleague and team that I used to work quite closely with and still work very closely with, called Tomorrow Today Global. And Tomorrow Today Global has this really great framework that they call the tides of change. And basically the big idea behind the tides model of change is that when we think about trends that consistently influence our businesses, they come in a range of different forms. And here's the mistake most of us make when we think about trends, is we instantly think, oh, trends that are influencing my business, it must be technological, it must be digital. Those are the advancements that are going to change how business works. But here's the thing. If you are going to take the perspective of being a futurist, the position of being a futurist in your business, you really want to understand the different forms that trends come in, so that as those trends come about, you are in a position to consistently keep an eye out for them, leverage them, but also not be overwhelmed by what they are. So let's go into each one of these. As we go on with each and every one, I really want you to start to think about what influence this particular trend has on your business. But not just that, where is that trend at the moment? When you checked on Twitter and there was a conversation around the environment, what are some of the conversations that are going on there? And then we'll end off right at the closing with a few questions you can ask yourself as you start to make sure that you are leveraging these trends consistently. All right, let's go. So the tides model of change really is literally that. T-I-D-E-S, tides. And these factors or pillars, if you can think of them like that, are different forms of trends. So let's get started with the very first one that you really want to make sure you understand, but you keep your finger on this pulse. And it's pretty obvious, it's the T, it's technology, technological advancement. So digitization, automation, it's artificial intelligence, it's cloud mobility, it's additive manufacturing. Oftentimes, these can turn into huge buzzwords, but the big idea there is that you want to really have your finger on the pulse of how technology is advancing, at least to the extent that it affects your business. Now, the big idea here that I want to communicate with you, because there's so much we could say about tech and tech trends, the big idea that I want to communicate with you here is that we're moving ever so quickly into the fifth industrial revolution, which really is this beautiful integration of being human, being empathetic, and having that human connection with the digital. So unlike the fourth industrial revolution, which was the digitization of all things, the technological advancement, what we're seeing now is that integration of what it means to be human and what it means to be machine almost merging. And I heard a really interesting concept yesterday at a conference I was speaking at, where the speaker said that what we're seeing is we're seeing the machines almost move to the background, but somehow still become a bigger part of what we do. And that for me is really exciting. Similar to what we're starting to see with the concept of the metaverse, which is not so well received by certain individuals, certain groups. And regardless of how you feel about it, that's the position that tech in the forward or moving forward world really starts to look like. It's taking that integration between being human and being tech focused. Now, before we move on from the tech factor or the tech trend, I really want to make sure that you understand that any kind of industrial revolution is categorized by an incoming technology or technology of some form, and that technology actually integrating into a system or changing productivity. So whenever you see a big break in tech with a change in system as to how people operate and do business, you've got yourself an industrial revolution. Now, let's move on to the very next one. So the first thing you always want to be tracking, keeping your finger on, is technology. The second part is institutional trends. Institutional trends really are one of the least recognized or least tracked of all, I would say. And institutional trends are trends that have to do with regulation, trends that have to do with the institutions that govern how humans engage with each other, but also how businesses operate. And what we've started to see in a very interesting way at the moment is we've started to see just how much our first trend, tech, is moving at an unprecedented rate. But in conjunction with that, what we're seeing is that regulation of that tech, regulation of our cryptocurrencies, regulation of the metaverse, and so many other forms of technological advancement is not happening at the same rate. So ask yourself, when you think about the institutions that govern how you do business, what are some of the big trends that are happening there? What are some of the institutional shifts and changes you need to keep an eye out on that are informing how you do business going into the future? So that's the second one, and that's the I. The next one then is D, and D is all about demographic factors. Oh my goodness. I always like to say that the pandemic really supercharged this one, because we really started to see a lot of geopolitical conversations happening, because there was so much almost energy pent up in demographic moves. We had urbanization, we had people moving further and further into the cities, but also we had a migration out of the cities with people feeling like they wanted a little bit more privacy with hybrid working coming in. We had individuals that went, I don't need to be in the office anymore, so let me retract from the busy, noisy, suburban or urban lifestyle. So the demographic conversation is really about how the world is moving around and how we're all moving around each other. It also includes the conversation around globalization. All of our walls have come down. We can do business wherever. I have started to really grow my international work in an extreme way because of the effects, or rather what we're starting to call the legacy of COVID-19. So what demographic factors are playing on your business? Other really interesting themes here that come up is our aging population. Human beings are living longer than they ever have. You might know just how much that impacts the insurance conversation, for example, the assurance conversation. But how does it impact your business that people are living longer, that we've got 5 different generations in the workplace? It's nothing like we've ever seen before. But also that Africa specifically has got the youngest population in the world. Great thing. But we've also got extremely high unemployment, especially if you're looking at a country like South Africa. A lot happening in the demographic space that you can explore, but more than anything, that you can double click into to find out how it's affecting your business. So let's move on then from TID we've done so far. And the next one is environmental and ethics. So the environmental trends and the ethical trends that are impacting your business. At the moment, one of the biggest things that is affecting business, especially around the ESG conversation, is our environment. The Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change has recently said that the effects of climate change are irreversible and are going to be further. The more we go into the future, they're going to be even more irreversible. And our planet is literally raging. You know, they're calling it the planet that's fighting back. The planet is fighting back. We're seeing so many different things occurring around us. So the environmental and ethics conversation is the conversation that goes, what is our planet asking for? What are the big conversations when it comes to looking after, feeding back, preserving our environment and making sure that we further it for those who come after us, our children and their children and their children's children. And that's the big idea behind the environmental factor, the environmental trends. This is one that you really want to start thinking about, especially as a social entrepreneur. What can I do? How can I contribute? But also, and this is where the exciting part comes in, what is the influence of the way that nature is fighting back on my business? Because what we're seeing is unsteady weather patterns. How does that impact how you do business? But more importantly, and we'll talk about this right at the end, how do you take advantage of how that trend is showing up in the current day? Okay, we're down to the last one, we're almost done. And the very last one is that S. And S is all about social values. Social values, our people. We would be amiss, and I think a lot of the time, a lot of organizations are amiss because they factor things like tech, the environment, institutional changes into how they scenario plan. But then they leave out social values. Human beings have never been angrier. We have never trusted our governments less, and this is across the board. We have never had so much corruption across the globe than we have now. Those are social trends. Social trends are all about what are people on the ground saying? What are they not saying? Why are they not saying it? How are they feeling? What are they fighting back about? Because here's the thing. If you don't keep your eye on social trends or social values, you're really missing out on not just a lot of opportunity, but your business is going to go down under a lot quicker than you expect. Okay, so just a few things I think around social values, that final trend, just a few things that are important to think about is how our belief systems are changing, how we've got so many of the big ideological ideas people once believed really starting to crumble. You look at what's happening with capitalism, you look at what's happening with a range of different religions, and how people are starting to move in a different way. We've got huge conversations around the non-binary LGBTQI plus community. We've got huge conversations around what it means to be a person of color, and all of those things are factors that could potentially, and not just could potentially, because if you're working with people, you want to consistently be checking what people are saying and what's happening on the ground, because it will impact your business. So that is literally all you want to track. You want to track the tides of change. T, the technology. I, the institutional changes. D, demographic changes. E, environmental and ethics. And then the very last one was those social values. What are people saying? What's happening? What are people feeling? What are they responding to? What are they throwing back? And those types of things. Okay, now that you know that framework that I think is so beautiful, and if you want to learn a little bit more about the tides of change, I encourage you to go over to Tomorrow Today Global. They're a fantastic team. They do really great work around the future of work. So that aside, now what do you do with it? Two key questions that I want to leave you with as I close off. The first thing you want to consistently be asking yourself as you track those trends and you have a futuristic outlook to your business is you want to ask yourself, how are these trends going to affect my business and my industry, or the way that I do business? Have a few scenarios planned out. Worst case, most likely, best case. What does that look like? How could this impact my business that Kanye West has said this on or this has happened, or the economy is going somewhere I didn't expect, the interest rate has changed. How does that affect your business? And then secondly, you want to ask yourself the big question of, how do I leverage it? How do I leverage that conversation? How do I position my business to ride the wave of the trend? Because trends are coming, whether you like it or not. And because they create such huge waves to how each and every individual is communicating, but also how people are doing business across the world, if you can leverage that, it means that your business is a lot more sustainable, but also you keep yourself relevant, which is really, really important in a consistently changing world. Okay, this was an absolutely amazing conversation. There's so much we could have said that we didn't say, but I hope there's at least one thing that you picked up from this chat. Wishing you all of the best with tracking trends, taking a futuristic outlook to your business, and absolutely killing it in what you do. Thank you. Okay,